Chapter 23:33. By Tian Shu. Tell me everything about this prison. Maybe I'll take pity on you if I'm in a good mood, Tan Yifeng said. In your dreams, Baiwen said with a ferocious expression. Since that's the case, you should enjoy it. Tan Yifeng grinned. He found a stone platform and sat cross-legged on it. For the next few days, Tan Yifeng could see Baiwen being tortured like a dog. Tan Yifeng had been watching quietly. He didn't believe that Bai Tian Shu would continue like this. One day he would agree to his request. Outside the small building, Fang Qin and Zhan Jiao were hurrying. When he saw the small building, he was overjoyed. It's here, Fang Qin said excitedly. He sped up and quickly arrived at the small building. Tan Yifeng? After seeing Tan Yifeng, Fang Qin's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. At this time, Tan Yifeng also noticed Fang Qin. He stood up and stared at Fang Qin with his dark eyes. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Kid, you're finally here. Tan Yifeng. Fang Qin could feel that Tan Yifeng's aura seemed to have become much stronger. If I'm not wrong, you must have received Sword Immortal Jing Qi's inheritance, right? Unfortunately, I received Sword Immortal Maro's inheritance. The two of them are sworn enemies, so I'm sorry I can only kill you. Tan Yifeng smiled faintly, as if Fang Qin's life was already in his hands. Sword Immortal Maro's inheritance. Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Tan Yifeng to have received Sword Immortal Maro's inheritance. According to Sword Immortal Jing Qi's last words, his sworn enemy was Sword Immortal Maro. Now that he met the successor of his sworn enemy, he naturally had to fight him. Brother Fang, save me first. Baiwen got up from the ground and shouted in a sorry state. What the hell? At this time, Fang Qin discovered Baiwen in the cell. However, Baiwen had already reverted to Bai Tianshu's appearance, so Fang Qin naturally couldn't recognize her. Who are you? Where's my brother White? Fang Qin asked. Brother Fang, I'm your master Bai. Baiwen said loudly, don't you recognize me? Did I become more handsome? When he heard the name Master Bai, Fang Qin's expression changed. Are you really Baiwen? She still couldn't believe it and looked at the other party warily. Baiwen was helpless. Her face wriggled and quickly reverted to Baiwen's appearance. Then she said, my real name is Bai Tian Shu. Baiwen is my alias. Do you believe me now? After seeing Baiwen's face, Fang Qin was overjoyed. Brother White, are you all right? I'm fine. However, if you don't save me from this damned place, I'll be in trouble, Baiwen said. Whoosh! In a flash, Fang Qin appeared in front of the cell. Brother White, looks like you weren't lying. Fang Qin smiled. He had naturally heard of Bai Tian Shu, who was ranked 53rd on the holy rankings. However, he didn't expect Baiwen to be him. When he thought of this shameless guy, it was a little unbelievable. How could he be Bai Tian Shu, who was ranked 53rd on the holy rankings? How about it? I told you before that if the Jin family dared to touch you, I would destroy them. Baiwen chuckled. However, at this time, Fang Qin's eyes carefully sized up Baiwen. After seeing the latter's sorry state, he said with some confusion, Aren't you Bai Tian Shu, who is ranked 53rd on the holy rankings? Why are you trapped in this broken cell? Sigh, Brother Fang, I have my difficulties. Please save me first. Baiwen sighed and said softly, Do you think I, Tan Yifeng, don't exist? Tan Yifeng's voice entered their ears. Whoosh! Then, Tan Yifeng slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed towards Fang Qin. Be careful, Baiwen reminded. Fang Qin's figure flashed and dodged the sword light attack. He glared at Tan Yifeng. Tan Yifeng, do you really want to go against me? Baiwen roared angrily. If it was any other time, Tan Yifeng wouldn't dare to treat him like this, even if he had 100 guts. However, a tiger would be bullied by a dog. There was no other way. After all, he was trapped in the cell. Bai Tian Shu, Find a way to get out of the cell first. Ha ha ha. Tan Yifeng laughed. He was very happy to be able to speak like this in front of Bai Tianshu. He stared at Fang Qin and said, "Boy, hand over the Azura sword principal inheritance, and I can give you a quick death. Brother Fang, leave quickly. You are no match for him." Bai Wen was a little anxious. Although Fang Chen's combat strength was very strong, he didn't think that the latter had the strength to fight against Tan Yifeng. Whoosh! The long sword in Tan Yifeng's hand suddenly slashed out. The violent sword light directly rolled towards Fang Qin. "So strong," Fang Qin said in a low voice. He used the space-time collapse technique and constantly moved his body to avoid Tan Yifeng's attack. "Humph!" Tan Yifeng sneered. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of Fang Qin. Then he slashed out again. "Kacha!" Fang Chen's Azura sword light was instantly shattered. Bang! Fang Chen's body flew out. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. He felt pain in his hand. Tan Yifeng's strength has become stronger again, Fang Qin said to himself. After fighting with Tan Yifeng, Fang Qin had an overall judgment of his own strength. With his current cultivation, if he attacked with all his strength, he should be able to fight against the martial artists ranked around the 100th on the Saint ranking. However, he was powerless against Tan Yifeng. However, what he didn't know was that Tan Yifeng's strength had skyrocketed after receiving the sword Immortal Maro's inheritance. He was no longer ranked 97th on the Saint ranking. He was now ranked 91st on the Saint ranking. Suppress. After a fierce battle, Tan Yifeng broke through Fang Chen's soul path attack and the Azura sword art, forcing the latter to continuously retreat. Fang Chen's back leaned against the cage. When there was no way to retreat, he was already communicating with the mysterious Heaven All's vessel spirit, preparing to use the mysterious Heaven All. Tan Yifeng held the long sword in his hand and looked down at Fang Qin condescendingly. He said, "It's a waste that the Azura sword art is in your hands. How dare you steal from me? Tan Yifeng, with your little strength, you're really looking for death. Tan Yifeng, Fang Qin is my brother. If you dare to touch him, I won't let you go." However, as soon as Bai Wen's voice fell, he heard a miserable cry from his mouth. A few skeletons began to torture him again, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Boy, what else do you have to say?" Tan Yifeng asked. "When you stole my broken sword in the market, did you ever regret it?" Fang Qin was silent. He was communicating with the vessel spirit. "Master, someone is coming." Suddenly the vessel spirit said. Fang Qin looked up and saw a Xiaohei dot in the distance. It kept growing bigger and finally turned into a human figure, appearing in the small building. "Jin Xiaoyang?" Beside him, Zanjiu cried out, "Master, be careful. He's Jin Xiaoyang, Jin Longyang's brother." Hearing this, Fang Qin smiled bitterly. When it rains, it pours. One Tan Yifeng was enough to deal with. He didn't expect another Jin Xiaoyang to come. Jin Xiaoyang. Seeing this, Tan Yifeng's expression changed slightly and he greeted him. Jin Xiaoyang was too strong. He was in the top 70 on the Saint rankings, much stronger than Tan Yifeng. Jin Xiaoyang nodded slightly and then looked directly at Fang Qin. Seeing this, Tan Yifeng asked, "Jin Xiaoyang, is he your friend? If so, I was wrong before. I apologize to you and will leave now. He killed my brother." Jin Xiaoyang's voice was emotionless, but Tan Yifeng could hear the anger in his voice. "What? He killed your brother?" As an expert on the Saint rankings, Tan Yifeng understood Jin Xiaoyang very well. Jin Xiaoyang had a very deep affection for his younger brother. This fellow in front of him was truly a fearless hothead. He actually dared to kill Jin Xiaoyang's younger brother. It seemed that Jin Xiaoyang wouldn't let him off even if he didn't do anything. This is bad. Inside the prison, Bai Wen, who had been tortured beyond recognition, endured the pain all over her body and cried out inwardly. Jin Xiaoyang was a vengeful person. Fong Qin had killed his brother, so he would definitely kill the latter. Damn it, I can't get out. Otherwise, how could those two be so arrogant? Bai Wen sighed inwardly. Brother Fong, it's all my fault. I originally wanted you to save me, but who would have thought that you would fall into a certain death situation? Before Fong Qin could say anything, Jin Xiaoyang's gaze fell on Zanjiu. The latter's body was trembling, and his forehead was covered in sweat. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2334. No one could bear the consequences of betraying the Jin family and Jin Xiaoyang. Although Zanjiu's current identity was Fong Qin's servant, he also wanted to live. Otherwise, he would not have compromised and followed Fong Qin, and even made a martial arts oath. He thought that there would be a day when he would meet Jin Xiaoyang and even suffer the latter's revenge. However, he did not expect that this day would come so quickly. His body trembled involuntarily, and he looked at Fong Qin for help. I asked you to follow my brother to protect him, not to betray him. Jin Xiaoyang said calmly. However, you stabbed him at the critical moment. Do you think I should kill you? Jin Xiaoyang, there is no need for you to kill such a treacherous and despicable person. Let me kill him for you. Tan Yifeng seemed to deliberately befriend Jin Xiaoyang. He tiptoed and instantly came in front of Zanjiu. Master, save me. Zanjiu cried for help. Fong Qin was furious. With a thought, the mysterious sky cone nail was already in his hand, ready to activate it. However, at this moment, a violent aura rushed into the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, Tan Yifeng's body flew out unbelievably. After the crazy energy, Bai Wen, whose clothes were tattered, appeared. He walked out of the prison and sent Tan Yifeng flying with a punch, saving Zanjiu. Fong Qin is my brother. If you dare to touch him, you are going against me. At this moment, Bai Wen's aura was soaring as he strode toward Tan Yifeng. How is this possible? Tan Yifeng was shocked. Wasn't Bai Wen trapped in the prison? Why did he walk out? No! Tan Yifeng screamed miserably and looked at Jin Xiaoyang for help. He saw that the latter did not save him, but instead fled. Crack! Bai Wen's fist penetrated Tan Yifeng's body and then grabbed the latter's primordial spirit in his hand. Brother Fong, take it first. After saying that, Bai Wen threw Tan Yifeng's primordial spirit light ball to Fong Qin. Ah! Tan Yifeng struggled with all his might, but to no avail. You want to leave? Bai Wen's aura surged. Although he was injured, it did not affect his performance. Like a demonic god, he stomped on the ground and punched out, blasting Jin Xiaoyang out of the void. Bang! Jin Xiaoyang's body fell to the ground. By Tian Shu, I have no enmity with you. Jin Xiaoyang roared angrily. No enmity. Bai Wen sneered. Fong Qin is my brother. If you bully Fong Qin, you're bullying me. Bang! Another punch landed heavily on Jin Xiaoyang's body and sent him flying. Several consecutive punches dented Jin Xiaoyang's chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. How about we forget about avenging my brother and forget about the enmity between us? Jin Xiaoyang hurriedly said, You'll be punished by the top experts on the Saint rankings. My Jin family won't let you go. Who will know if I kill you? Bai Wen had no intention of letting Jin Xiaoyang go. Outside the Kanglin castle, I spared your brother's life. However, he repaid my kindness with enmity and wanted to kill my brother. In the end, he was killed by my brother instead. It can only be said that he brought this upon himself. Bai Wen said, And now, you want to avenge your brother? How ridiculous. Bang! Bai Wen gathered all the strength in his body and punched out again. Dong! He was smashed to the ground like a sandbag, creating a large pit. Jin Xiaoyang's aura was weak and his vitality was dissipating. Stop! All of a sudden, an ethereal voice came from the distant horizon. Jin Xiaoyang was overjoyed. It's Ancestor Pu Xan. Ancestor Pu Xan. Hearing this, Bai Wen's expression changed. Whoosh! A figure slowly walked out of the void. He was clad in golden armor and had a crown on his head. With a scepter in his hand, he gave off a strong feeling. Ancestor Pu Xan. Jin Xiaoyang, who was extremely weak, struggled to get up and hid behind Ancestor Pu Xan. You came at the right time. I wouldn't have been able to see you again if you came a little later. It was obvious that Ancestor Pu Xan and Jin Xiaoyang were friends. I was passing by and sensed your aura, so I came to take a look. Who would have thought that you would be attacked by Bai Tianshu? Ancestor Pu Xan said calmly. Ancestor Pu Xan, are you trying to stop me? Bai Wen asked in a low voice, his dark eyes fixed on Ancestor Pu Xan. The latter looked at Bai Wen and said, Let's forget about this. Bai Wen clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. How could Ancestor Pu Xan be so shameless just because he was strong? Would Ancestor Pu Xan still say something like that if he was seriously injured by Jin Xiaoyang? Bai Wen was reluctant, but he didn't dare to say anything. His opponent was Ancestor Pu Xan, a super expert ranked 11th on the Saint rankings. Even 10, Bai Wen wouldn't be a match for him. Jin Xiaoyang and I are old friends. Let's forget about this for my sake. What do you think? Ancestor Pu Xan said with a smile. At the same time, he said to Jin Xiaoyang, Go get those two guys. Let's go. Ancestor Pu Xan, Bai Wen said in a low voice. You said that we should forget about this, and I, Bai Wen, agreed. But now you want Jin Xiaoyang to take my brother away. What do you mean by this? Ancestor Pu Xan glanced at Bai Wen and said, Jin Xiaoyang has a grudge against this kid. It's only natural that they settle their grudge. What's wrong? Don't you agree, Bai Wen? With just a few simple words, Patriarch Pu Xan was able to tell what Patriarch Pu Xan thought. He didn't care about Bai Tianshu at all. So what if Bai Tianshu was ranked 53rd on the Saint rankings? He was Ancestor Pu Xan, a peerless expert ranked 11th on the Saint rankings. Only the top 10 on the Saint rankings were stronger than him in the entire universe. Bai Tianshu would have been reduced to ashes if not for the fact that he didn't want to fight. I don't agree. Bai Wen threw caution to the wind. He's my brother. If I watch him be taken away without doing anything, how can I establish myself in the Kanglin area in the future? Bai Tianshu, don't be so shameless. Ancestor Pu Xan has a noble status and doesn't want to lower himself to your level. Don't go overboard, Jin Xiaoyang scolded. He wasn't afraid of Bai Tianshu with Ancestor Pu Xan's support. Jin Xiaoyang. Bai Wen clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth in hatred. He should have killed this shameless guy with lightning speed just now. What? You want to kill me? Dream on. With Ancestor Pu Xan here, even the top 20 experts on the Saint rankings can't do it, let alone you. Jin Xiaoyang sneered and walked toward Feng Qin as he spoke. Feng Qin didn't say a word from beginning to end. His dark eyes were fixed on Ancestor Pu Xan. At the same time, he clenched the mysterious sky all in his palm tightly. Get lost. Bai Wen roared angrily and suddenly punched out. Crack! However, when the violent fist light was about to hit Jin Xiaoyang, it was blocked by an invisible force and shattered instantly. At the same time, Bai Wen's body was also repelled by a powerful force. Bai Tianshu, are you tired of living? He had already expressed his stance, but Bai Tianshu still acted recklessly and attacked Jin Xiaoyang. This was a great disrespect to him. Few on the Saint rankings dare to disrespect me, Ancestor Pu Xan. Old Ancestor Pu Xan said slowly, Bai Tianshu, I originally planned to spare your life, but now I've changed my mind. Kill yourself right here and now. Otherwise, I'll grind your bones to dust and tear your body into 1,000 pieces. Bai Wen got up from the ground and stared at Ancestor Pu Xan with scarlet eyes. You're an expert ranked 11th on the Saint rankings, but you only know how to bully the weak. I, Bai Wen, have seen it for myself. If you want to fight, just do it. I, Bai Wen, won't even frown. Buzz! Ancestor Pu-Xan waved his hand and immediately restrained Bai Wen's body. Go and twist his head off, said Ancestor Pu-Xan. Jin Xiaoyang was secretly delighted and walked toward Bai Wen. Seeing this, Fong Chen finally spoke. Are you sure you want to do this, Ancestor Pu-Xan? Ancestor Pu-Xan was very displeased to be questioned by a heaven-opening expert. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're qualified to speak to Ancestor Pu-Xan? Jin Xiaoyang scolded. Fong Chen stared straight at Ancestor Pu-Xan. I dare to bet that if you insist on doing so, you will definitely regret it. Are you threatening me? Ancestor Pu-Xan narrowed his eyes and looked indifferently at Fong Chen. Chapter 2336. Ancestor Pu-Xan looked indifferently at Fong Chen. The latter was too insignificant in his eyes. He was so weak that he did not even have the desire to look at him in the eye. Yet, such a weak piece of trash was threatening him? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me? Ancestor Pu-Xan finally lost his temper. His eyes flickered with cold, murderous intent. His aura shook, and his robes fluttered without wind. Offending the Ancestor is an unforgivable sin. Ancestor, let me twist his head off for you. Jin Xiaoyang said in a low voice. Then, he took a step forward and walked toward Fong Chen. His violent aura instantly shrouded Fong Chen. Bai Wen saw this and reminded him, be careful. At the same time, Bai Wen urged a powerful force to block Jin Xiaoyang's attack. However, he was shocked to find that he could not move his body. No, Bai Wen roared furiously. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. The means of an expert like Ancestor Pu-Xan were unimaginable. With his strength, it was impossible for him to break the shackles. Die! A cold killing intent flashed in Jin Xiaoyang's eyes. His big hand was about to grab Fong Chen's head. The hatred in his heart was gradually vented out. He could finally avenge his brother's death. Swoosh! Fong Chen shook his wrist, and the mysterious heaven all appeared in his palm. Buzz! A terrifying aura escaped from the mysterious heaven all. When the aura came into contact with Jin Xiaoyang, it immediately eroded his big hand. Oh no! Jin Xiaoyang cursed inwardly. His expression changed dramatically, and he kept retreating. After he steadied himself, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He looked cautiously at the mysterious heaven all in Fong Chen's hand. Ancestor! Jin Xiaoyang called out in a low voice. The moment Fong Chen took out the mysterious heaven all, the shackles around Bai Wen broke, and he regained his freedom. Ancestor Pu-Xan's indifferent face turned completely solemn. What kind of treasure is this? Why is it that even my heart palpitates? Ancestor Pu-Xan's heart was pounding rapidly. After a brief moment of shock, his eyes were filled with passion and his body was trembling. I must obtain such a precious treasure. He was at the peak of the absolute saint realm and was only one step away from the profound god realm. If he could get such a treasure, he was confident that he could defeat the 5 tigers of Kanglin and become the top of the saint ranking. He could even find an opportunity to break through to the profound god level. He could imagine how powerful Fong Chen's supreme treasure was. Even the weapons in the sect's profound god's hands did not make me tremble. Ancestor Pu-Xan suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a deep voice. Jin Xiaoyang's voice suddenly woke Forefather Pu-Xan up. The latter nodded his head. Then his pitch-black eyes glared at Fong Chen as he said, Little guy, I've changed my mind. Give me the treasure in your hand, and I'll spare your life. Fong Chen sneered when he heard that. Do you think you have the right to get your hands on my treasure? Fong Chen sneered, his face full of disdain. The dark heaven cone nail's implement spirit was sneering as well. It had fought alongside great Emperor Su Xian all its life, and Ancestor Pu-Xan was nothing in its eyes. If it had not been severely injured, and its current master was too weak to unleash the true power of the Dark Heaven Cone Nail, it would have killed Pu Xan. It was as easy as cutting vegetables to kill a martial artist like Ancestor Pu Xan. You're courting death. Give me the treasure with both hands, or I'll grind your bones to dust, Jin Xiaoyang said viciously. Fang Qin held the Dark Heaven Cone Nail in his hand, and a violent aura emanated from it. He looked calmly at Ancestor Pu Xan and said, "You can think about what I said." After all, there was no need to activate the Dark Heaven Cone Nail if he could scare Ancestor Pu Xan away. However, how could Ancestor Pu Xan be scared away? Humph! I've taken a fancy to your treasure. Give it to me now, Ancestor Pu Xan said. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a violent force swept up and formed a terrifying air wave. It crashed into Bai Wen's body and instantly sent him flying. If you dare to resist, there's only one outcome, and that's death, Ancestor Pu Xan said in a low voice. Fang Qin narrowed his eyes when he saw Bai Wen's body being sent flying. His body was filled with killing intent. Ancestor Pu Xan, you forced me to do this, Fang Qin said word by word. At the same time, he communicated with the tool spirit and activated the Dark Heaven Cone Nail. You're courting death. Ancestor Pu Xan growled when he saw Fang Qin's stubbornness. He tipped his toes and appeared in front of Fang Qin in an instant. He stretched out his hand, and a violent force seemed to be crushing Fang Qin's body. Die. In the blink of an eye, Ancestor Pu Xan's hand appeared in front of Fang Qin. He could crush Fang Qin's head if he was given another second. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Fang Qin's body. The Dark Heaven Cone Nail in his palm was instantly drowned by the black brilliance. Like the dawn that pierced through the darkness, the extremely powerful aura swept through the entire small building. When Ancestor Pu Xan sensed the danger, the black brilliance in the Dark Heaven Cone Nail had already enveloped him and Jin Xiaoyang. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by Ancestor Pu Xan's miserable cry. I can't accept this. Ancestor Pu Xan roared furiously, but it was to no avail. The aura was too powerful. Even with Ancestor Pu Xan's strength, he could not withstand it. Fang Qin's heart was filled with shock as he watched the Dark Heaven Cone Nail unleash its power. Is this the strongest power of the Dark Heaven Cone Nail? Fang Qin's eyes widened as he muttered to himself, Master, this is nothing. This is only the initial form of the Dark Heaven Cone Nail. As Master's strength increases, the power of the Dark Heaven Cone Nail will exceed Master's imagination. The vessel spirit grinned. Whoosh! Dust flew as a gust of wind blew. It was quiet in front of the small building. There were no bloodstains on the ground, as if nothing had happened. The Dark Heaven Cone Nail regained its calmness and was kept in Fang Qin's summer ring. The use of the Dark Heaven Cone Nail, this time, shocked Fang Qin greatly. With the Dark Heaven Cone Nail in hand, even a profound god would not be able to resist it. Unfortunately, it could only be used once at each level. Perhaps Great Emperor Su Xian was afraid that the younger generation would rely on the Dark Heaven Cone Nail too much. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait until his cultivation base broke through to the earth-splitting realm. With a sigh, Fang Qin collected his emotions and said, The Dark Heaven Cone Nail is an external object, after all. It can save my life at a critical moment, but it cannot be my greatest reliance. A martial artist's greatest reliance is his own strength. Bai Wen, who was sent flying by the blast, dragged his tired body and widened his eyes as he looked at Fang Qin in disbelief. What is that? Bai Wen's heart trembled. The black brilliance enveloped Jin Xiaoyang and Ancestor Pu Xan at lightning speed and killed them both. That was Ancestor Pu Xan, who was ranked 11th on the Saint rankings. How could he be reduced to ashes just like that? That's too strong, isn't it? Bai Wen looked at Fang Qin with a strange gaze. This brother of his was not simple at all. No wonder he was fearless in the face of ancestor Pu Xian's threat. Baiwen shook his head when he thought of this. Even without him, Brother Fong would be fine. Brother Bai, are you all right? Fong Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Killing ancestor Pu Xian and Jin Xiaoyang was only a matter of seconds. Fong Chen had already regained his composure and let bygones be bygones. I'm fine. Brother Fong, you're really amazing. You killed ancestor Pu Xian, who was ranked 11th on the Saint rankings. Baiwen gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. Fong Chen grinned. I just borrowed external strength. If we were to fight, I wouldn't be ancestor Pu Xian's match at all. Baiwen's gaze was complicated when he heard this. He was full of apologies for Fong Chen. He could imagine that Fong Chen had been able to kill ancestor Pu Xian because of the supreme treasure in his hand. A supreme treasure that could unleash such power couldn't be used without limit. In order to save him, Fong Chen had used it without any hesitation. Baiwen would remember this favor. Thank you, brother. Baiwen patted Fong Chen's shoulder heavily and said in a deep voice, What are you thanking me for? Fong Chen shrugged and said with a smile. He didn't want Baiwen to feel that he owed him anything. By the way, Brother Bai, weren't you trapped in the cage? How did you get out? Chapter 2337. Fong Chen had been wondering why Baiwen was not trapped in the cage and could not come out. Why did he appear at such a critical moment? He did not ask because of ancestor Pu Xian's arrival. Now he finally had the time to ask. Baiwen's face darkened when he heard this, and a hint of bitterness flashed across his eyes. Brother Bai, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me, Fong Chen said. Baiwen shook his head and sighed, then walked to the front of the cage. With his back facing Fong Chen, he said, Brother Fong, I'm very happy that you risked your life to save me, but I can't leave now. You go first. Brother Bai, what happened? Fong Chen seemed to have vaguely sensed something, and he looked at Baiwen worriedly. Faced with Fong Chen's questioning, Baiwen finally told the truth. I was trapped in the cage and couldn't leave, but when I saw that you were in a situation of certain death, my heart was filled with guilt. After communicating with a few skeletons, I was willing to pay the price and leave the cage to save you, Baiwen said. Sure enough, Fong Chen suddenly understood. He had previously guessed that Baiwen must have made some kind of deal with the skeletons for him to suddenly appear. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to act like this. The price they paid for letting me leave the cage to save you was to make me stay here forever, Baiwen said in a very low voice. No warrior would like to lose their freedom. However, the situation forced him to do so. So what? Brother Bai, is there no other way? Fong Chen shook his head. Why did these skeletons leave Baiwen here? It was absolutely impossible for him to stay here forever. Baiwen grinned when he heard this. Don't worry, although I can't leave here, these skeletons were peerless experts when they were alive. They train me every day and let me accept their legacy. Once I've completely accepted their legacies, I'll be able to leave this damned place. At that time, I'll definitely go out and slaughter everyone. Although Baiwen was all smiles, Fong Chen could tell that he was faking it. Brother White, Fong Chen shook his head. He didn't know what to say. Now that things had come to this, what else could they do? Just as Baiwen Gang was about to open his mouth to speak, the skeletons in the cage suddenly moved. Voila! Baiwen's body was sucked into the cage uncontrollably. Ah! Baiwen screamed miserably. His body was like a sandbag as he was beaten up by the skeletons. Brother Bai, I will definitely think of a way to save you, Fong Chen said to himself as he clenched his fists. Brother Fong, I'm fine. You should hurry up and leave. The commotion caused by killing old ancestor Pu Xian was too great. There will definitely be experts coming here, Baiwen said as he screamed. We'll meet again, Fong Chen said as he cupped his fists. Then he disappeared into the void like a wisp of smoke. As expected, Someone came not long after Fong Chen left. The 5 tigers of Kanglin were the first to sense the commotion. Boss, the commotion just now came from here. It's too shocking. Even the 5 of us would be turned into ashes in an instant. It must be the birth of a supreme treasure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion. Soon, the 5 tigers of Kanglin arrived in front of the small building and discovered the cage. Boss, there's someone here. The 5 tigers of Kanglin quickly came to the front of the cage. Baiwen was currently sitting with the skeletons in a battered and exhausted state. Kid, who are you? The boss of the 5 tigers of Kanglin asked loudly when he saw that Baiwen was still alive. By Tianshu, Baiwen said. By Tianshu, ranked 53rd on the Saint rankings? The 5 tigers of Kanglin had been in seclusion for many years. Bai Tianshu was a rising star, so they naturally didn't know him. They had only heard of his name. What happened here just now? Why are you here? The boss asked. Do you think I don't want to leave? I don't want to stay in this damned place. Baiwen was a little speechless. So you're saying you're trapped here? The 3rd boss asked. Baiwen nodded. My luck is really bad. I'm trapped in this damned place as soon as I entered Kanglin Castle. I can't even get out. I'm really speechless. What was that commotion just now? The 4th boss asked. Oh, you're talking about the commotion just now? Baiwen grinned. Tan Yifeng, Jin Xiaoyang, and forefather Pu Xian came here one after another. They thought there was a supreme treasure in the cage and wanted to break in. They accidentally triggered the cage's restriction and were killed. Baiwen spoke casually. However, when the 5 tigers of Kanglin heard his words, their expressions changed drastically. What? Forefather Pu Xian is also dead? The 5 tigers of Kanglin exclaimed. At the same time, they sniffed the air and looked at each other. There was indeed Forefather Pu Xian's aura in the air. Is Forefather Pu Xian really dead? At this moment, the gazes with which they looked at the prison had also changed. Boss, what should we do? The other 4 looked at their boss and asked. No matter what, we can't be careless. Retreat a little and attack the cage from afar. We'll see what happens, the boss said. The 5 of them quickly retreated. When they reached a certain distance, they attacked the cage together. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as it collided with the prison cell. Immediately, a dazzling light burst out. However, the cage only trembled slightly and didn't change at all. On the other hand, the powerful attack from the 5 of them collapsed. The 5 of them paled. Even a profound heaven, realm, profound God wouldn't dare to take their joint attack head-on. However, the cage was completely fine. Something's wrong, the 2nd boss said in a low voice. Should we continue attacking? After a short discussion, the 5 tigers of Kanglin didn't want to give up and continued attacking. Baiwen was happy. If the 5 tigers of Kanglin could break the cage, he wouldn't have to stay in this damned place anymore. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. After an hour, the 5 tigers of Kanglin finally gave up. This damned cage can't be opened at all, the 2nd boss cursed. Yeah, it's a waste of time here. Let's go. After the boss gave the order, the others followed closely behind him and left the prison. Hey, don't go. What will happen to me if you leave? Baiwen shouted. However, the 5 tigers of Kanglin ignored Baiwen. When they left, their hearts were heavy. They believed Baiwen's words that forefather Pu Xian had died here. This made them a little vigilant. Kanglin Castle was much more dangerous than they thought. They couldn't mess around. After leaving the cage, Fong Chen found a safe place and sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, 3 Simru rings appeared in front of him. He had already taken away Tan Yifeng, Jin Xiaoyang, and forefather Pu Xian's Simru rings when they died. Of course, Jin Xiaoyang and forefather Pu Xian's Simru rings were obtained by relying on the artifact spirits. They're powerhouses on the Saint rankings. There should be a lot of wealth in their sumo rings, right? Fang Qin thought to himself. His gaze fell on Tanny Feng's sumo ring. After dripping his blood on it to claim ownership, he quickly opened it and scanned it with his divine sense. So many source stones. The first thing he saw was the source stones. After carefully combing through them, he found that there were about 1 million mid-grade source stones. As for high-grade source stones, they were relatively rare. There were only 10,000 of them. In addition to source stones, there were also some materials for refining artifacts and pills. They were all rare materials. To Fang Qin, it was also a material that was hard to come by. As expected of a powerhouse on the Saint rankings. So rich. Fang Qin grinned. Then his gaze fell on a book. Demonic Dragon Art. Fang Qin was a little puzzled. He flipped open the book and was dumbstruck. He was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the demonic dragon art was a weakened version of the demonic dragon body tempering technique. No wonder when I fought with Tanny Feng, I felt that his physical strength was familiar. Fang Qin said, "So that's how it was. I haven't been able to make a breakthrough in my demonic dragon body tempering technique. If I can cultivate this weakened version, wouldn't it be easy for me to make a breakthrough in my demonic dragon body tempering technique?" Fang Qin seemed to have found a new method. This method might help him make a breakthrough in his body tempering technique. Chapter 2338. The creator of the demonic dragon art should have used the demonic dragon body tempering technique as a blueprint, and then improved it countless times before finally forming a body tempering technique. Although it couldn't compare with the demonic dragon body tempering technique, it was enough to make many chaos sky gods jealous. However, it was obvious that Tanny Feng hadn't cultivated it to perfection. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so weak. After searching Tanny Feng's spatial ring, he transferred it to Jin Xiaoyang's spatial ring. Contrary to Fang Qin's expectations, there was nothing in Jin Xiaoyang's spatial ring. There was only a token that weighed a ton. What is this thing? It was naked, with an eagle drawn on the front and the word Jin on the back. The Jin family's token? Fang Qin was a bit puzzled. Why was there only a token in Jin Xiaoyang's spatial ring? Did Jin Xiaoyang know that he would die, so he deliberately put his things elsewhere? That couldn't be right. If he didn't carry something with him, what would happen if an accident happened? There should be a communication jade pendant, right? But the spatial ring was completely empty. This was really puzzling. After carefully studying the token, he didn't find anything. Master, this token is a special storage space. The artifact, Spirit, reminded. It had followed Great Emperor Void Mystic for its entire life and had seen a lot. It recognized this token. It should be a special storage space of the Jin family. The artifact Spirit continued. The Jin family should have a grandmaster that specializes in refining tools. To be able to refine a storage space comparable to a spatial ring is already quite good. However, such a special storage space can only be opened by someone with a compatible bloodline. Hearing this, Fang Qin looked a bit helpless. Didn't this mean that unless it was someone from the Jin family, it wouldn't be of much use to outsiders? The Jin family is indeed worthy of being called one of the top 11 first-rate forces. Fang Qin said in a deep voice. Without thinking, he put the special token into his spatial ring. There were many martial artists from the Jin family that entered Kanglin Castle. If he met them in the future, he could borrow the power of their bloodline to open the token. Then, Fang Qin looked at Ancestor Pu Xian's spatial ring with burning eyes. Ancestor Pu Xian was a powerhouse ranked 11th on the saint list. His strength was earth-shattering. There must be some supreme treasures in his sumo ring. Voila! The spatial ring was easily opened. Suddenly, everything inside was imprinted into Fang Qin's eyes. Compared to Tanny Feng's spatial ring, Ancestor Pu Xian's spatial ring was much clearer. This is the refining area. Fang Qin's gaze fell on the left side of the building, where the words refining area were written on the sign. The materials inside were all rare and precious materials for refining weapons. This is... Fang Qin casually picked up a yellow piece of wood. His face was filled with excitement. Could this be the legendary golden wood? Fang Qin said excitedly. He quickly confirmed that the yellow wood in his hand was indeed golden wood. It was rumored that golden wood and sword would have similar effects. They were both rare refining materials in the chaos void. However, the sword would contain a powerful sword chi, while the golden would contain a golden aura. It was extremely sharp. If golden wood could be smelted into a weapon, its grade would be greatly improved. It could even stimulate the unique gold attribute of golden wood. What's this? Putting down the golden wood, Fang Qin picked up a piece of black metal in front of him. Black vibranium? Fang Qin was excited. Forget about golden wood. He did not expect ancestor Pu Xan to be able to obtain black vibranium. Black vibranium was many times more precious than golden wood. It was said that black vibranium was a powerful material that was specially used to refine space-level weapons. It was extremely precious to profound gods. If the outside world knew about the existence of black vibranium, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Holding the black vibranium, Fang Qin was excited. Although it was only the size of a palm, this little bit of black vibranium was enough to refine a set of armor for Fang Qin. The rest could be smelted into weapons. This was the characteristic of black vibranium. It could shrink infinitely. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Fang Qin put the black vibranium down. After that, he did a rough scan. After being shocked by the black vibranium, he was no longer shocked by the other materials. Soon, he bypassed the weapon refining area and came to the pill refining area. Wow, these are all rare materials for pill refining. Fang Qin could not help but exclaim, how long did ancestor Pu Xan collect so many rare materials? He casually picked up a herb that was rare in the outside world. After searching for a while, Fang Qin found a lilac petal. What's this? Fang Qin was a little surprised. He had never seen such a petal before. However, his intuition told him that this petal was extraordinary. Moreover, he could clearly feel that there was a powerful aura around the petal. Other herbs did not dare to approach it. I'll ask an alchemist when I leave Kanglin Castle. Although he was also an alchemist, he had little contact with them and did not recognize this flower. Half an hour later, Fang Qin roughly finished checking ancestor Pu Xan's summer ring. He was playing with a black ball the size of a thumb in his hand. The weapon spirit told him that this ball was related to Venerable Kanglin's inheritance. Master, imprint your consciousness into the ball. The weapon spirit said, will it be okay? Fang Qin asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm here. The weapon spirit said confidently. Fang Qin nodded. He spread his consciousness and shrouded the ball before entering it. Buzz! Suddenly, Fang Qin felt a strange information surging into his brain. He hugged his head with both hands and let out a miserable cry. His brain was hurting from the sudden influx of information. However, after enduring it for a while, he finally felt better. Azure Essence Pearl. At the same time, Fang Qin learned the information about this thumb-sized black ball. This pearl was called Azure Essence Pearl and was personally refined by Venerable Kanglin. There were a total of 12 of these pearls. If all of them were gathered, they could form the 12 Azure Essence Formation, which was extremely powerful. At the same time, the Azure Essence Pearl could nurture the primordial spirit and raise the realm of the primordial spirit. This is good stuff. Fang Qin grinned. Although he did not know what kind of formation the 12 Azure Essence Formation was, just the fact that it could nurture the primordial spirit was enough to excite Fang Qin. It seems that I need to gather all 12 Azure Essence Pearls in order to obtain Venerable Kanglin's inheritance. Fang Qin said to himself, Venerable Kanglin's inheritance would only appear when the 12 Azure Essence Formation was formed. According to the information, The 12 azure essence pearls were scattered in every corner of Kanglin Castle. Ancestor Pu Xan is really lucky. He has only been in Kanglin Castle for a short while, and he has already obtained the azure essence pearl. Fong Qin said. After pondering for a while, Fong Qin kept the azure essence pearl. The next goal was already very clear. Find the azure essence pearl, form the 12 azure essence formation, and obtain Venerable Kanglin's inheritance. In the process, he would definitely be intercepted by the experts on the Saint rankings. However, on the path of martial arts, there was no turning back. If one was afraid, how could one pursue the peak of martial arts? It's time to act. Fong Qin said. At the foot of the mountain, a few figures were approaching. I wonder where young Master Xiaoyang is. He didn't reply to our messages. Yes, we have obtained important information. We have to report it to young Master Xiaoyang immediately. Let's go and rest for a while. Judging from their attire, they were from the Jin clan. Just as Fong Qin was about to leave, the 3 realm expansion realm martial artists from the Jin clan arrived at the mountain peak. Fong Qin's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 of them. Jin Xiaoyang's special storage space could not be opened. It required the power of the Jin clan's bloodline. Weren't they from the Jin clan? Thinking of this, Fong Qin chuckled and walked towards the 3 of them. Buzz! A violent aura was instantly released and shrouded the 3 of them. Not good. The 3 of them cried out inwardly and looked at Fong Qin with vigilance. Are you from the Jin family? Fong Qin asked. Knowing that we are from the Jin family, you still dare to attack us? Who are you? The Jin family member asked in a deep voice. The Jin family storage space can only be opened if it is compatible with your bloodline. I would like you to open it for me. After saying that, Fong Qin took out the token. After seeing the token, the faces of the 3 Jin family members changed greatly. What did you do to young Master Xiaoyang? This is young Master Xiaoyang's storage space. Jin Xiaoyang? He wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. Fong Qin said indifferently. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2339. After seeing the token, the Jin family members' expressions changed drastically. They had burned their essence blood, and before Fong Qin could do anything, the 3 of them had self-destructed. This, Fong Qin was taken aback. There was something fishy about this. Why did the 3 of them burn their essence, blood, and self-destruct without hesitation after seeing the token? In such a situation, there was only one possibility, and that was that Jin Xiaoyang's token contained something extremely important to them. They were afraid that it would fall into the hands of others, so they had self-destructed. Did they use this method to protect Jin Xiaoyang's interspatial ring? Fong Qin rubbed his chin as he stared at the interspatial ring in confusion. What is in there? Fong Qin's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. It seemed like it would be difficult to open the interspatial ring. Next time, let's capture the Jin family members first. He put away the token and said, in the southern region of Fenglan Castle, in a dense forest with countless towering trees, some of the Jin family's primal chaos gods were gathered here to discuss important matters. Did you manage to contact the young master? An Earth Expansion Realm cultivator asked. The leading Saint Realm expert shook his head, and his face was filled with helplessness. They had come here to wait for Jin Xiaoyang, but they couldn't get in touch with him. They didn't know what had happened. They had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. Let's wait a little longer. With the young master's strength, he should be fine as long as he doesn't offend anyone on the Saint rankings. After waiting for a while, the expression of the absolute Saint Realm leader suddenly changed. What's wrong? When the others saw this, they hurriedly asked. Ma Wu and the other 2 have self-destructed by burning their essence blood, the leading saint said. What? Burning their essence blood? As members of the Jin family, they naturally knew what it meant to self-destruct by burning their essence blood. Under normal circumstances, even if they self-destructed, they wouldn't burn their essence blood. At most, they would use the energy in their body to create a collision before self-destructing. Did something happen to the young master? Everyone's expression darkened. Ma Wu and the other three had self-destructed by burning their essence blood. This meant that they had seen Jin Xiaoyang's interspatial ring. Jin Xiaoyang knew better than anyone else what the storage space meant to the Jin family. If he was still alive, it was impossible for him to lose his storage space. The only explanation was that Jin Xiaoyang had already fallen. Bang! The leading absolute Saint Realm cultivator punched out, hitting the tree beside him. The tree instantly exploded and fell to the ground. The other warriors were also glaring angrily at him. They wished they could tear the warrior who stole their storage space into pieces. Young Master's death must be avenged, but the most important thing now is to find the culprit and take back the storage space. The leading Saint Realm warrior said coldly, "There is a treasure in the interspatial dimension that will allow the Jin family to dominate the Kanglin district. The consequences will be unimaginable if someone gets it." At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. "From today onwards, the people of the Jin family cannot be separated. If you encounter someone with a token and can't beat them, ignite your blood essence and self-destruct. No matter what, you can't let them open your storage space." Fang Qin naturally didn't know that his actions had already caused a stir in the Jin family. He was strolling on a barren plain. Countless sounds of breaking wind could be heard ahead of him. Discussions filled the sky and entered Fang Chen's ears. "Have you heard? Fairy Yu Hua found the Flower King's leaf in the 100-Flower Valley ahead." After the news spread, many experts on the Saint ranking went there. With such a big commotion, of course I heard about it. Many people are just there to watch the show. The real stars are the experts on the Saint ranking. Along the way, Fang Chun heard a lot of news about the 100-Flower Valley, especially the Flower King's leaf. It made him curious. "Brother, do you know what the Flower King's leaf is?" Fang Qin stopped a heaven-opening realm cultivator and asked in a low voice, "You don't even know what the Flower King's leaf is?" The cultivator stared at Fang Qin with wide eyes. Fang Qin chuckled. The latter said, "Let's go. We'll talk as we walk." Along the way, Fang Qin learned all the information about the Flower King's leaf from the cultivator. It turned out that the Flower King's leaf was a kind of medicinal herb. If taken alone, it could bring the dead back to life. Most importantly, no matter how serious your injuries were, as long as you still had a trace of consciousness, eating the Flower King's leaf could bring you back to life. The Flower King's leaf was the branch of the 100-Flower King. Although it was just a leaf, it caused a huge commotion. Fairy Yu Hua was determined to get the Flower King's leaf. She had already entered the 100-Flower Valley to search for it. The other experts on the Saint ranking also came. Of course, because of the lack of information, some of the experts at the top of the Saint ranking didn't know, because they were far from the 100-Flower Valley. Fairy Yu Hua and the others wanted to use this time to get the Flower King's leaf. If experts like the 5 tigers of Kanglin knew about it, they wouldn't have a chance at all. Of course, if the Flower King's leaf could be refined into a pill, it would be even more effective. There was something else that really attracted the attention of many cultivators. The pill refined from the Flower King's leaf was called the Flower King's pill. If an absolute saint took this pill, they would have a high chance of entering the profound God realm. Even sky-opening and earth-opening cultivators could successfully break through if they took the Flower King's pill. I see. Fang Qin felt a little restless in his heart. However, he knew that there was a gap between his strength and Fairy Yu Hua and the others. If he wanted to get the Flower King's leaf, he would have to act according to circumstances. Let's see how it goes first. He could imagine how intense the battle for the Flower King's leaf would be. Half a day later, Fang Qin and the cultivator arrived in front of the 100-Flower Valley. A large number of cultivators had already gathered here. There were sky-opening and earth-opening cultivators. As for the experts on the Saint ranking, they had already entered the 100-Flower Valley. This fog seems to be an illusion. Feng Chen's attainment in illusions was extremely high. He could see how terrifying the fog was at a glance. If one doesn't know much about illusions, or if their primordial spirit is too weak, it will be difficult to walk out of the 100-Flower Valley, Feng Chen thought to himself. Many cultivators were watching because they were weak. I heard that the Flower King's leaf has spirituality. If I'm lucky enough to get it, that would be great. Many martial artists with weak strength all held this kind of mentality when they came to watch. They hoped to pick up the scraps in the battle between the experts on the Saint ranking. Brother, do you want to go in? A cultivator asked in a low voice. Forget it. With your strength, you're not even qualified to carry their shoes. You'll definitely die if you go in. Oh, Feng Chen didn't say anything. He just looked straight at the fog. The fog is good news for me. Experts on the Saint ranking can't all be skilled in illusions. I can effectively use the fog, Feng Chen thought to himself. He was currently thinking about how to enter the 100-Flower Valley and compete with the experts on the Saint ranking for the Flower King's leaf. Master, there are 13 experts on the Saint ranking in the 100-Flower Valley, said the artifact spirit. 13? That doesn't seem to be many. Feng Chen muttered to himself. Then he took a step forward and walked towards the 100-Flower Valley. Brother, don't go, the cultivator called out, but it was too late. Many cultivators watched as a sky-opening cultivator walked towards the entrance of the 100-Flower Valley. Their faces were filled with mockery. Is this brat an idiot? The 100-Flower Valley is filled with experts on the Saint ranking. He's just seeking death. Humph, a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Does he think he's invincible just because he reached the peak of the sky-opening realm? There really are many people who aren't afraid of death. Ignoring everyone's mockery, Feng Chen took a step forward and entered the 100-Flower Valley. Before the fog approached, Feng Chen cast a powerful illusory spell, instantly dispelling the surrounding fog. This fog is very strong. It can affect absolute saints to a certain extent, Feng Chen said softly. Illusionary qi spread out around him, expelling the thick fog. Under the guidance of the artifact spirit, he quickly flew towards the depths of the 100-Flower Valley. At the same time, the 13 experts on the Saint ranking started an unprecedentedly intense battle within the 100-Flower Valley. Fairy Yuhua was especially determined to obtain the Flower King's leaf. Chapter 2340. The artifact spirit transmitted the map of the 100-Flower Valley into Feng Chen's mind. In the blink of an eye, he knew the 100-Flower Valley like the back of his hand. This time, if he could seize the opportunity, he should be able to step into the earth-splitting realm. With his strength, once he stepped into the earth-splitting realm, even if he was ranked at the bottom of the Saint ranking, what could he do? The Flower King's leaf should be in the deepest part of the valley, Feng Chen said. The thick fog did not affect Feng Chen at all. His speed was very fast. However, halfway through, he happened to be blocked by the 99th on the Saint ranking, Xue Meng. The latter was running around in the fog. When he saw Feng Chen, his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. He licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. Boy, it's your bad luck to run into me. After saying that, Xue Meng's figure flashed, and his big hand reached out to grab Feng Chen. At the same time, blood fog spewed out, and a murderous aura spread out. Illusory formation. Feng Chen sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, the violent illusory aura around him turned into a huge illusory formation. It merged with the surrounding fog and trapped Xue Meng inside. Boom! Xue Meng attacked the illusory formation wildly, but he could not break it. You dare to enter the 100-Flower Valley with your strength? You're courting death. Facing someone who wanted to kill him, Feng Chen would not show mercy. He waved the hidden star sword and performed the 6th move of the Azura sword arts. An extremely violent power penetrated Shuemeng's body. Crack! Until his death, Shuemeng did not know what a terrifying person he had met. If he were to find out that even old ancestor Pu Exayan had died in the hands of this person, he would definitely not act rashly. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. After killing Shuemeng, Fong Qin continued to move forward. This time it was not smooth. Soon, he reached the depths of the 100-Flower Valley. The Flower King's leaf. In the depths of the 100-Flower Valley, there was a bluestone platform. On it stood a colorful flower. This was the legendary Flower King's leaf. It's just a leaf, yet it's able to release such pressure? Fong Chen was shocked. He stared at the Flower King's leaf. At this moment, Fong Chen felt his scalp go numb, as if he was being stared at by a powerhouse. He raised his head to look, and his heart immediately tumbled as a look of shock appeared in his heart. Who is he? On the bluestone platform, an old man in a black robe was smiling at Fong Chen. A little fellow at the heaven-opening realm was actually able to resist the illusions of the mist. Not bad. The black-robed old man spoke softly. With a wave of his hand, he brought Fong Chen onto the green stone platform. Senior, who are you? Fong Chen asked respectfully. I am the owner of the leaf of the Flower King. You can call me Taoist Yilian. The black-robed old man stroked his beard and said, Junior Fong Chen greets Taoist Yilian. Fong Chen said. Taoist Yilian nodded satisfactorily. I have been here for tens of thousands of years and have been studying the leaf of the Flower King. I have made some progress, but I realize that Kanglin Castle has appeared once again and many people have entered. So, I want to choose a martial artist to help me pass a message. If he succeeds, I will give him the Flower King elixir. Taoist Yilian said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. Is the 100-Flower Valleys missed the way Taoist Yilian tests martial artists? At this moment, Fong Chen looked at Taoist Yilian with a gaze filled with respect. Being able to make the Flower King elixir was enough to prove that Taoist Yilian was a powerful alchemist. Senior Yilian, may I know why you brought me here? Fong Chen asked. Your illusions have already passed my test. After I choose 3 of them, the 4 of you will enter the final battle. The last one will be the one I choose. Taoist Yilian said softly. Fong Chen nodded and stood quietly. Standing on the green stone platform, he could easily see all the experts on the saint ranking in the mist. It seems that Fairy Yuhua is the strongest in illusions. No wonder she is so determined to get the Flower King elixir. Fong Chen said calmly. A moment later, Fairy Yuhua's figure appeared on the stone platform. It's you? When Fairy Yuhua saw Fong Chen, her eyes widened in shock. Taoist Yilian had chosen 2 people. One was ranked 85 on the saint ranking, and the other was ranked 63 on the saint ranking. All right, the 4 of you are the ones I have chosen, Taoist Yilian said. Among the experts on the saint ranking, the 4 of them had the strongest illusions. Listen up. From now on, I don't care what method you use. As long as you can reach the top of this cliff, you will get the Flower King elixir. Taoist Yilian pointed at the cliff in front of them. The cliff wasn't too high. It was about 10,000 meters high. However, the cliff was covered in mist, and there was an unknown force on it. Looking at it made one's scalp tingle. All right, let's begin. The 4 of them knew Taoist Yilian's identity and believed in his words. Whoosh! The warrior ranked 63 on the saint ranking rushed to the front of the cliff and began to climb. Then it was the expert ranked 85 on the saint ranking, followed by Fairy Yuhua. Only Fong Chen stood quietly. His dark eyes stared at the cliff in front of him. Why is there such a familiar aura on the cliff? Fong Chen didn't move. He felt the familiar aura and was puzzled. At this moment, the weapon spirit spoke. Master, the familiar aura you feel is the demonic killing sword principle. Hearing this, Feng Chen's head shook and he immediately nodded. Why is there the aura of the demonic killing sword principle? Feng Chen asked in confusion. Master, what kind of person do you think Taoist Yi Lian is? The weapon spirit asked. An alchemy master. Feng Chen said, You're wrong. What you see is not Taoist Yi Lian. It's formed by an evil remnant soul. It's just that his cultivation is high, and you can't see it. What? Feng Chen was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. You mean? The real Taoist Yi Lian is suppressed under the Flower King's leaf? Feng Chen asked in disbelief. Although I can't see it, I can vaguely feel that there's a special aura under the Flower King's leaf. The weapon spirit said, Master, what you need to do now is to split the Flower King's leaf and save Taoist Yi Lian. But if I do it, the evil remnant soul will definitely stop me. Feng Chen said, The evil remnant soul was powerful. If it attacked, he couldn't stop it. Master, you can use the Xiantian All to split the Flower King's leaf. As for the evil remnant soul, it won't be able to stop it. When it realizes it, the real Taoist Yi Lian will have come out. You don't have to worry. The weapon spirit said. Is this really possible? Feng Chen asked worriedly. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. The weapon spirit said. Feng Chen secretly observed the evil remnant soul. He had a mocking look on his face. What is it trying to do? Bang! At this moment, the expert who was at the front, who was ranked 63rd on the holy list, suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. At the same time, the expert who was ranked 85th on the holy list also turned into a bloody mist. Suddenly, Fairy Yu Hua's body trembled and she kept retreating. Do it! The weapon spirit shouted. Feng Chen had already prepared the Xiantian All, and he slashed at the Flower King's leaf. You're courting death. The evil remnant soul noticed Feng Chen's action and sneered. It punched at Feng Chen's back. Crack! However, what happened next completely shocked the evil remnant soul. The indestructible Flower King's leaf was split in half. No, the evil remnant soul shouted, but it was too late. Taoist Yi Lian, who was trapped in the Flower King's leaf, instantly burst out. Evil creature, die. Taoist Yi Lian punched the evil remnant soul. He took a few steps back, and after stabilizing his body, he stared at the evil remnant soul. Young friend, can you lend me your weapon? Taoist Yi Lian asked. Feng Chen threw the Xiantian all over. Taoist Yi Lian held the Xiantian All and launched a fierce attack on the evil remnant soul. In the blink of an eye, the evil remnant soul let out a miserable cry and died an unnatural death. Thank you, young friend. Taoist Yi Lian returned the Xiantian All to Feng Chen and thanked him. If it wasn't for you, I don't know when I would be able to escape. Are you Taoist Yi Lian? Can you tell me what's going on? Feng Chen's heart was in a mess, and he asked in a low voice. Listen to me slowly. Taoist Yi Lian waved his hand and brought Fairy Yu Hua to the green stone platform. Chapter 2341. Taoist Yi Lian's body was covered in a faint halo. Although he had been trapped for a long time, his aura was very strong. I'm from the Yi family of the innate realm. 10,000 years ago, when Kanglin Castle appeared, I followed the Yi family and entered here. Who would have thought that I would be trapped in the 100-Flower Valley? Taoist Yi Lian recalled. Feng Chen was stunned. Taoist Yi Lian was very similar to Baiwen. He was trapped in the prison as soon as he entered. I found the Flower King's leaf in the 100-Flower Valley and was very surprised. Then I began to study alchemy day and night. Finally, after 700 years, my alchemy skills improved again, and I could finally refine the Flower King elixir. At that time, when I was about to pluck the Flower King's leaf, I was suddenly caught off guard and was forced into the Flower King's leaf by a wisp of evil remnant soul. Taoist Yilian said, "This wisp of remnant soul was formed by absorbing the evil aura of heaven and earth as well as the souls of many martial artists. It was full of hatred for humans. He lived in the Flower King's leaf and used the Flower King's leaf to suppress me. In the following years, he kept forcing me to refine the Flower King elixir, but I refused. Every time Kanglin Castle opened, he would use tricks to lure many martial artists into the 100 Flower Valley and absorb their life aura to continue his power. However, this method was unorthodox. He had to swallow the Flower King elixir to complete the possession of martial artists. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He kept pressuring me, but I would rather die than agree. Until one day, he found an expert of the demonic killing sword way on the cliff and left a special method on the cliff. As long as martial artists climbed the cliff, they would be attacked by the demonic killing sword chi and be pierced by thousands of swords. From then on, the demonic killing sword chi would absorb the martial artist's life aura and fuse it with the demonic killing sword chi to form a new aura. This aura could greatly delay the life cycle of the evil remnant soul. At this point, Taoist Yi Lian sighed. For more than 300 years, he had witnessed countless martial artists being absorbed by the evil remnant soul. I see. Feng Qin and Fairy Yu Hua looked at each other in shock. Fairy Yu Hua, in particular, kept thanking Taoist Yi Lian. You don't have to thank me. You should thank this young friend. If he didn't split open the Flower King's leaf, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Taoist Yi Lian said slowly. Fairy Yu Hua looked at Feng Qin with a complicated look in her eyes. She still remembered that a few months ago, when he was in danger, she had lent him a helping hand. Who would have thought that the other party would actually save his life today? Many thanks, Fairy Yu Hua said softly. Fairy Yu Hua, there's no need to be so polite. When I first entered the Kanglin Castle, I also encountered a crisis. It was all thanks to Fairy Yu Hua that I was saved. Feng Qin said with a smile. Fairy Yu Hua naturally remembered that Feng Qin had once said that if she needed anything in the future, she could just ask. At that time, she didn't care at all. She only acted because she couldn't stand the strong bullying the weak. That was all. Who would have thought that this act of kindness would give her a new life? Thinking of this, Fairy Yu Hua sighed. Young friend, your weapon is really extraordinary. It can actually split open the Flower King's leaf so easily. Taoist Yi Lian suddenly said. Feng Qin chuckled and said, It's for my sect. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Taoist Yi Lian didn't force him. His gaze fell on the Flower King's leaf that was split in half. He said, I was trapped in the Flower King's leaf, and it was you who helped me escape. In order to express my gratitude, I will personally refine the Flower King elixir and give it to you. Hearing this, Feng Qin was overjoyed. Taoist Yi Lian was a man of his words. Soon he began to refine the elixir. With his identity, refining elixir was very easy. After easily plucking the Flower King's leaf, he used about half a month to refine 10 Flower King elixirs. Phew! After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Taoist Yi Lian revealed a smile on his face. With my current skills, I can only refine these 10 Flower King elixirs. 09 little, say net. Then Taoist Yi Lian handed one of the elixirs to Fairy Yu Hua. He said, It's fate that we meet. Thank you, Taoist Yi Lian. Then she gave the remaining 9 elixirs to Feng Qin. Take these 9, Taoist Yi Lian said. Before Feng Qin could say anything, Taoist Yi Lian changed the topic. I'll take the remaining Flower King's leaf. As for you two, I can show you the way. Do you see it? Although this cliff is extremely dangerous, there's another world inside. It seems to be the inheritance of the demon-killing sword principle, Taoist Yi Lian said. If you two want to go in and take a look, you can try. Then Taoist Yi Lian prepared to leave. Senior Yi Lian, are you leaving? Feng Qin asked. I've been trapped here for 10,000 years. It's time for me to go out. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me my name, Taoist Jilien said. The Yi family of the innate world was considered a famous family. Back then, Taoist Jilien was also a well-known alchemy master. In the 100 Flower Valley, whoosh! Taoist Jilien shook his wrist. Instantly, all the fog disappeared. You can all leave. I've taken the Flower King's leaf, Taoist Jilien said. Who do you think you are? How dare you take the Flower King's leaf for yourself? Hurry up and give us the Flower King's leaf. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Let's attack together and kill this old guy who came out of nowhere. Suddenly, more than 10 experts on the saint ranking attacked together. Violent energy instantly attacked. I'm Taoist Jilien. Taoist Jilien's voice was like thunder. It entered everyone's ears and spread outside of the 100 Flower Valley. Who's Taoist Jilien? Why does this name sound so familiar? Suddenly, one of the experts on the saint ranking who was attacking changed his expression. He kept retreating and looked at Taoist Jilien as if he was a monster. Yi family of the innate world, Taoist Jilien. It's him. What? Yi family of the innate world? After this person's reminder, everyone also remembered. There was indeed a famous Yi family in the innate world. However, they never dreamed that Taoist Jilien, who had disappeared for a long time, would be in Kanglin Castle. It's Taoist Jilien. Let's go. What a joke. Taoist Jilien was already very strong 10,000 years ago. After cultivating in Kanglin Castle for 10,000 years, who knew how strong he was now? Many experts on the saint rankings immediately dispersed. Many warriors who were waiting outside the 100 Flower Valley also fled when they heard the name Yi family of the innate world. They were afraid of angering Taoist Jilien and dying here. I'm leaving. We'll meet again if fate wills it. As soon as Taoist Jilien finished speaking, he disappeared from the 100 Flower Valley. Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua exchanged glances, and then Fang Chen said, May I know what Fairy Yu Hua means? We entered Kanglin Castle to look for opportunities. Taoist Jilien finally gave us some guidance. How can we miss it? Fairy Yu Hua smiled and became more beautiful. Okay, let's work together for now. The two came to the cliff and entered according to Taoist Jilien's guidance. Outside the 100 Flower Valley, whoosh, whoosh. A few days later, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The 5 tigers of Kanglin and many top experts on the saint ranking. They looked at the 100 Flower Valley with burning eyes. Everyone was interested in the legendary Flower King's leaf. However, they stopped outside the 100 Flower Valley and did not dare to enter. Is it really Taoist Jilien from the Yi family of the innate world? It should be true. No one dares to pretend to be Taoist Jilien. The Flower King's leaf and Taoist Jilien. It should be true. Those who were present were the top experts on the saint ranking who heard the news later. They knew better than anyone how terrifying Taoist Jilien of the Yi family was. We can't offend the Yi family of the innate world. Including the 5 tigers of Kanglin, they reached a unanimous decision. The Yi family had been in the innate world for countless years. They were too powerful. Experts on the saint ranking like them were not worth mentioning at all. This should be Taoist Jilien's cultivation dojo. We can't enter. We can't offend the Yi family. Let's leave quickly. That's right. The Flower King's leaf is important, but our lives are more important. In an instant, the top experts on the saint ranking all retreated. However, they did not know that Taoist Jilien had already left. Alert C. Chapter 2342. Who was Jilien? His guidance was definitely very beneficial to Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua. On the cliff, the demonic killing sword Qi shot out from time to time. Once a martial artist approached, he would be shot to death by thousands of swords. However, Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua easily entered the inside of the cliff. Inside the cliff, there was a waterfall. It looks like the Huagua Mountain on Earth. Seeing this, Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. The scenes here reminded him of everything he had experienced on Earth. Unfortunately, after stepping on the path of martial arts, with the improvement of strength, time was nothing to them. Even if it was 100 years, it was just a snap of the fingers. Huagua Mountain? Where is it? Fairy Yu Hua asked with a puzzled look on her pretty face. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed and said, "Nothing. I just thought of some past events." Seeing that Fang Chen didn't want to say, Fairy Yu Hua didn't ask anymore. "Let's go in and have a look." Fang Chen took the lead and rushed into the waterfall. "Be careful." The previous experiences had already made Fairy Yu Hua a little vigilant, but before she finished speaking, Fang Chen rushed into the waterfall. Crash! Seeing this, Fairy Yu Hua shook her head slightly and followed Fang Chen into the waterfall. After passing through the curtain of the waterfall, Fairy Yu Hua saw an amazing scene. It's so beautiful. As a woman, there was no one who didn't love beauty, especially when encountering such an elegant environment. Even Fairy Yu Hua, who was blessed by the heavens, couldn't help but cry out. It is said that your Yu Manlu is a paradise. Unfortunately, you only accept female disciples. Otherwise, I really want to see it. Fang Chen joked. This place was simply too weak compared to the Huagua Mountain on Earth. However, for Fairy Yu Hua and the others, it may be good enough. The origin energy here seems to be different. Fairy Yu Hua reminded. Fang Chen had long since sensed that not only was the origin energy here denser than the outside world, the air was also filled with extremely dense demonic killing sword qi. The sword qi was extremely sharp, and the slightest carelessness would cause it to invade one's body. Voila! Fang Chen's big hand grabbed Fairy Yu Hua's arm and pulled her to his side. Before Fairy Yu Hua could exclaim, Fang Chen said, "Once the sword qi in the air enters the body, it will corrode the internal organs." Fairy Yu Hua was not a sword cultivator, so she naturally did not know how terrifying the devil-killing sword Dao was. Only someone like Fang Chen, who possessed the Azura sword principle, could ignore the corrosion of the demon-killing sword qi. While speaking, Fang Chen released the myriad sword domain, enveloping Fairy Yu Hua. Fairy Yu Hua was as beautiful as a flower, and she was devastatingly beautiful. There were countless geniuses in Kanglin District who were pursuing her, but she had never been so close to a man before. Feeling the faint warmth brought about by the skin contact, Fairy Yu Hua's heart stirred slightly. Her beautiful eyes flickered, seriously sizing up Fang Chen. What a strange man! Fairy Yu Hua said in her heart. The more she came into contact with Fang Chen, the more she felt that the latter was unfathomable. Swoosh! Just as Fairy Yu Hua was sizing up Fang Chen, a sword light suddenly burst out. With a bang, the sword light was blocked by an invisible force and then collapsed. The sword qi here is so strong, Fairy Yu Hua said. Of course, this is the sword light condensed from the demonic killing sword qi. Its attack power is super strong. Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Fairy Yu Hua nodded gently. As an outstanding disciple of Yu Manlu, she had naturally heard of the demonic killing sword Dao. In the history of our Yu Manlu, there was once a powerful sword cultivator who seemed to have cultivated the demonic killing sword Dao. Fairy Yu Hua said. Fang Chen was surprised, turned his head to look at Fairy Yu Hua, and asked, "Didn't he leave any inheritance? Why is there no sword cultivator in your Yu Manlu now?" The demonic killing sword Dao was a top sword Dao among the many sword Dao. Even a force like Yu Manlu would not give up such a sword Dao inheritance. There must be something hidden in this. Sure enough, after listening to Fang Chen's words, a touch of sadness appeared on Fairy Yu Hua's face, as if she did not want to think about it. Let's go. Fang Chen did not ask any more questions. Suddenly, the Shura sword qi vibrated, his face changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice and walked straight into the cave. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin came to the depths of the cave. The scene in front of him made Fang Chen's face change drastically. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his body trembled. It was a huge formation, the sword qi crisscrossing, and the sword qi that escaped could crush Han Tianxian. It's actually the Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation. He learned from the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles that the Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation was very powerful and could be regarded as a chaotic space level formation. It's too cruel. The Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation was a very cruel formation, using the sword qi as a guide to absorb the blood of warriors and constantly strengthen itself. Every time it absorbed enough human blood, it would change. There were a total of 9 changes, and when the 9 changes were completed, it would become unparalleled in the world. Fairy Yuhua, who followed Fang Qin in, screamed after seeing the bloody scene, and her face turned pale. "What is this?" Fairy Yuhua asked. "The Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation," Fang Qin said, and after carefully looking at the formation, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This formation had only reached the 3rd change, and at best it was a heaven opening level formation, close to the heaven ascending level. If it had reached the 9th change, they would only have a dead end. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. This should be the case, right? Although the Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation was dangerous, if they could break the formation and then absorb the huge sword Dao aura inside, they would definitely be able to improve their strength. At this moment, Fang Qin finally understood what Taoist Yulian meant by opportunity. Thinking of this, Fang Qin found a place, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to comprehend. "What are you doing?" Fairy Yuhua asked. "Every single transformation of the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation will absorb a tremendous amount of energy. This formation has already reached the 3rd transformation. If we can absorb its energy, it will be sufficient for us to break through to the Earth opening realm," Fang Qin said. Of course, he still had the Flower King pill, and was very confident in breaking through to the earth-splitting realm. However, who would despise their own strength? "What do I need to do?" Fairy Yuhua asked. Fang Qin shook his head and said, "Help me guard this place, and don't let anyone disturb me." "Okay." Fairy Yuhua nodded slightly. A few days later, the 100 Flowers Valley had returned to peace. The storm about the 100 Flowers Valley had already subsided. However, many of the weaker experts on the Saint ranking were not satisfied. They secretly went to the 100 Flowers Valley, wanting to see if it was like what the 5 Tigers of Kanglan said, that this was the cultivation ground of Taoist Yulian of the innate realm. A man in black poked his head out and came to the 100 Flowers Valley. They all said that the 100 Flowers Valley is full of fog. "Strange, why is the fog gone?" The man in black said, "Did Taoist Yi Lian leave?" Thinking of this, the black-clothed martialist revealed an excited smile. He was ranked 85 on the Saint ranking. Although he was not very strong, as long as he did not provoke other experts in the Kanglan castle, he could basically protect himself. "In that case, I will go in and take a look. If I meet Taoist Yi Lian, I will say that I accidentally entered this place. Can he kill me?" The man in black was sure that Taoist Yi Lian would not lower himself to kill him, and he was more confident. With a leap, he entered the 100 Flowers Valley. Without any obstruction, he came to the depths of the 100 Flowers Valley. No one. The man in black, Duanlong, was full of smiles. He looked around, looking for the Flower King's leaf. After a while, Duanlong said helplessly, "Taoist Yi Lian must have taken the Flower King's leaf with him before he left." He was dejected and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a trace of sword qi shooting out from the cliff. "What is that?" "There are treasures everywhere in the Kanglan castle. Duan Long did not want to miss any opportunity to improve his strength. He rushed to the front of the cliff. After a closer look, his eyes burned with passion. He smiled eerily. Masha Sword Principle. It is the chi of the Masha Sword Principle. I have been to Masha Heaven before. It is the heaven of the Masha Sword Principle. In fact, Duan Long had some ties with the Chiu clan in Masha Heaven. Therefore, the Masha Sword Principle was not unfamiliar to him. Chiu, he told me that the frosted dragon chi will appear where the Masha Sword Principle is. If I can get it, I can exchange it for any of the Chiu clan's treasures, Duan Long thought. The Masha dragon chi was very important to the Chiu clan. After thinking for a long time, he still could not find the way in. Duan Long's face gradually darkened. He clenched his fist and punched out. Dong! The earth trembled. Countless pieces of stone fell from the cliff. Damn it! Duan Long cursed in his heart as he still could not find the way in. Just like that, Duan Long stayed in front of the cliff for a total of 13 days, looking for the way in. Finally, one day, when he was about to give up, the cliff suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a faintly discernible aura drifted out. In the next moment, he found a crack in the middle of the cliff. The space inside was faintly discernible. There is a chance. Duan Long was secretly delighted. He immediately used all of his strength to attack the crack. After creating an opening, he entered it. At the same time, Fong Chen's heart trembled. The chi of array, Tao, filled his mind. After this period of meditation, he had some understanding of the burning Heaven 9 change formation. Just now, he was testing his understanding and caused the burning Heaven 9 change formation to shake. That was why Duan Long could take advantage of it. After entering the cliff, Duan Long recognized the beautiful Fairy Yu Hua at a glance. Fairy Yu Hua. His eyes were filled with greed as he licked his dry lips. Chapter 2343. Fairy Yu Hua was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. She was a famous beauty on the saint ranking. Any martial artist who saw her would take a few more glances at her. The number of proud sons of heaven who pursued him was uncountable. However, Fairy Yu Hua had been single all these years and did not accept anyone's kindness. Even the top 10 experts on the saint ranking had some feelings for Fairy Yu Hua. However, they were still rejected mercilessly. Duan Long already had feelings for Fairy Yu Hua. In such a barren land, he encountered Fairy Yu Hua alone. Evil thoughts flashed through his mind. He licked his dry lips. He had already forgotten his original intention of coming here. His mind was full of Fairy Yu Hua's figure. Fairy Yu Hua. Duan Long took a step forward and came in front of Fairy Yu Hua. He looked at the latter with a smile. His eyes were filled with greed, and he did not hide it. This made Fairy Yu Hua frown slightly. She was unhappy. Fairy, why are you here alone? Duan Long asked. Fairy Yu Hua did not speak. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Duan Long. Fairy, don't you recognize me? Duan Long took another step forward and approached Fairy Yu Hua. The latter took a few steps back in disgust. At this time, Duan Long's gaze fell on Fong Qin, who was behind Fairy Yu Hua. Who is he? Why is he alone with Fairy Yu Hua? Duan Long thought for a while, and his face became completely gloomy. You usually pretend to be a saintess. In fact, you're actually very unrestrained. You're actually unrestrained here with such an uncouth man. Duan Long did not give Fairy Yu Hua a good look. He suddenly turned hostile and spoke viciously. Duan Long, you! Any woman would value their reputation. Fairy Yu Hua was very angry when Duan Long said that. If she had not promised to protect Fong Qin, she would have already taken action. Am I wrong? I thought Fairy Yu Hua of Yumanlu was very pure and holy. If the outside world knows that you're spending a night with an unknown man here, I don't know how big of a reaction it will cause. You're talking nonsense. Fairy Yu Hua defended herself. However, Duan Long's eerie smile was filled with strong killing intent. Fairy Yu Hua, I can pretend I didn't see what happened today, as long as you obey me. Duan Ridge said. Don't even think about it. Fairy Yu Hua said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Duan Long's face turned completely dark. He kept getting closer to Fairy Yu Hua, and the greed in his eyes was not concealed at all. Are you sure you want to do this? If it was in the outside world with many martial artists watching, he would not dare to do anything to Fairy Yu Hua. But now, this place was completely empty. Even if he captured Fairy Yu Hua, what could he do? Swish! Fairy Yu Hua suddenly punched out, her fist directly hitting Duan Long's body. However, Duan Long stood there quietly without moving. A mocking expression appeared on his face as he said, Fairy Yu Hua, could it be that your beauty has suppressed all your intelligence? Do you still think I'm Duan Long, ranked 85th on the Saint rankings? Duan Long sneered. Suddenly, a violent energy spread out. Before Fairy Yu Hua could react, this berserk power directly imprisoned her body. You! Fairy Yu Hua's eyes widened. A trace of panic flashed across her face. She did not expect that Duan Long's strength would increase so much. God bless me, Duan Long. After entering Kanglin Castle, I received an inheritance, and my strength also improved by leaps and bounds. The current Yu is not my opponent at all. Duan Long sneered. Fairy Yu Hua was ranked 79th on the Saint rankings. If it was in normal times, he would definitely not dare to have such thoughts about Fairy Yu Hua. But now everything was different. The Fairy Yu Hua in front of him was just a prey in Duan Long's eyes. A prey was a prey after all. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape the hunter's hunt. Fairy Yu Hua struggled desperately. She turned her head with difficulty and looked at Fong Chen, who was sitting cross-legged. A trace of hope flashed in her eyes. Puchi! Duan Long's big hand reached out and grabbed Fairy Yu Hua's clothes. With a sudden tug, the latter's clothes were torn and her fair skin was exposed to the air. Duan Long, you dare? Fairy Yu Hua roared in anger. However, it was to no avail. Duan Long's big hand was still tearing Fairy Yu Hua's clothes. He sniffed the rag in his hand and a faint fragrance wafted out. This made Duan Long even more anxious. Don't worry, I will serve you well. Duan Long laughed mischievously. He was about to lose his mind. Whoosh! He threw the rag in his hand into the distance. This rag coincidentally landed in front of Fong Chen on the Burning Sky 9-change formation. Crack! Suddenly, a kacha sound rang out. Immediately after, a crack suddenly appeared on the originally perfect Burning Heaven 9-changes formation. It was also at this moment that Fong Chen's mind vibrated. The 3,000 array Tao incantations were constantly circulating in his mind. A series of chimes echoed in his heart, shocking his soul. I see. Fong Chen abruptly opened his eyes, and an excited smile appeared on his face. After studying for a long time, he finally discovered the inner mystery of the Burning Sky 9-change formation. Fortunately, it has only undergone 3 mutations. If it had reached the peak of the 9-change formation, it would be troublesome. Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze fell on the Burning Sky 9-change formation as he muttered in his heart, trying to control the Burning Sky 9-change formation. However, at this moment he heard a tearing sound. He immediately turned his head and saw that Duan Long was attacking Fairy Yu Hua. Damn it! Seeing that Fairy Yu Hua's beautiful body was about to be exposed in front of Duan Long, Fong Chen's heart was filled with anger. Fairy! Fong Chen shouted softly. Suddenly, a bright sword light burst out and forced Duan Long to retreat. Then, Fong Chen tiptoed and came in front of Fairy Yu Hua. He pulled her into his arms, and his figure flashed, entering the Burning Sky 9-change formation. Damn it! When Duan Long reacted, it was already too late. Fong Chen had already entered the Burning Sky 9-change formation with Fairy Yu Hua. You can't escape. At this moment, Duan Long's heart was burning with desire, and he urgently needed to vent. seeing that the goddess in his heart was about to be in his hands. Such a thing happened. He was furious. "I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to go against me," Duanlong said coldly. Then he launched a fierce attack on the burning sky 9-change formation. Inside the formation, Fairy Yu Hua's face was flushed. She lowered her head and was a little shy. Fang Qin also seemed to realize something. He coughed lightly and said with a little embarrassment, "Fairy, I was in a hurry just now. I'm sorry." After saying that, Fang Qin placed Fairy Yu Hua on the ground. Then he took out a piece of clothing from his summa ring and put it on the ladder. Fairy Yu Hua lowered her head and remained silent. Fang Qin was a little embarrassed. He walked to the front of the burning sky 9-change formation and observed Duanlong through the formation. Duanlong, ranked 85 on the saint list? It shouldn't be. How can he be so strong? Fang Chen was a little puzzled, but he soon figured it out. This Duanlong could suppress Fairy Yu Hua. He should have obtained some inheritance, and his strength skyrocketed. If it was before, I have the confidence to deal with Duanlong, but his strength has skyrocketed. If we fight head-on, I definitely can't beat him. Fang Chen secretly pondered. It would be great if I could lure him into the burning sky 9-change formation. Unfortunately, Duanlong also noticed the strength of the formation and didn't dare to take the risk. Duanlong, outside the formation, Fang Chen's voice suddenly came. "You dare to do such a thing to Fairy Yu Hua. If those who admire Fairy Yu Hua know about it, do you know the consequences?" Hearing this, Duanlong was a little anxious. He knew that in the top 10 of the saint list, there were top powerhouses who admired Fairy Yu Hua. If he knew that he did such a thing to Fairy Yu Hua, he would definitely attack him. "No, none of them will know. I want to kill the two of you." Duanlong's heart was a little crazy. He roared loudly, "Boy, come out if you have the guts. What's the point of hiding in the formation? It's ridiculous. The formation is also a kind of strength. If you can't break my formation, leave as soon as possible." Fang Qin said. A trace of coldness flashed in Duanlong's eyes. "I will tear you to pieces." Chapter 2344. Inside the burning sky, 9 changes formation. 09 little, say, net, Fang Qin sneered as he looked at Duanlong, who was jumping in anger. He was deliberately provoking Duanlong to make him lose his mind and rush into the burning sky 9 changes formation. Although he had only mastered the burning sky 9 changes formation, it was enough to deal with Duanlong. Fairy Yu Hua had already put on her clothes, and the blush on her face gradually faded. She looked at Fang Qin worriedly and asked, "Have you comprehended this formation?" Fairy Yu Hua asked softly as she tried to suppress the ripples in her heart. "Although I haven't fully comprehended it, it's enough to control it to kill the enemy," Fang Qin said. Fairy Yu Hua understood and walked to the front of the formation. She looked at Duanlong and said, "Duanlong, if I don't die today, you will be hunted down the most in history." Previously, when Fang Chen threatened Duanlong, the latter was still able to control his mind. However, after hearing Fairy Yu Hua's words, Duanlong could no longer hold back. "Fairy Yu Hua, you," Duanlong said anxiously. If Fairy Yu Hua really spread the news, he would be dead for sure. "Bastard couple, I'm going to tear you into pieces." Duanlong roared angrily. "How can a mere formation do anything to me?" After saying that, Duanlong rushed into the burning sky 9 changes formation. Hiss! As soon as he entered the formation, he saw Fang Qin and Fairy Yu Hua. "Die, brat!" Duanlong clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body on his fist. He threw a punch at Fang Qin. The latter's face was full of mockery, as if he was mocking Duanlong's ignorance. "Idiot!" Duanlong only heard these 2 words, and in the next moment his body floated up uncontrollably. Puchi! Streams of sword qi continued to pierce into his body, causing him to let out a miserable shriek. At this moment, Duanlong finally realized how terrifying this formation was. He pondered for a moment, and his face instantly turned pale. Burning Sky 9 Changes Formation. This is the Burning Sky 9 Changes Formation. By the time he cried out, his face was already extremely pale. He would never have dreamed that Fong Chen would be able to control the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation. You only know now. It's too late. Fong Chen controlled the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation to suppress Ridge Duan, preparing to kill him. At this moment, Fairy Yuhua spoke. Can I kill him with my own hands? Fong Chen froze for a moment, then nodded. Fairy Yuhua took light steps and arrived in front of Duan Long. Fairy Yuhua, please let me go. Fairy, please spare my life. I will never dare to be disrespectful to you again. Puchi. Fairy Yuhua did not show any mercy. A red dagger appeared in her hand, and she stabbed it into Duan Long's head. Crack! His head exploded, and his primordial spirit shattered. In an instant, he lost all signs of life. Are you all right? Seeing Fairy Yuhua's mood fluctuate, Fong Chen asked. I'm fine, thank you. Fairy Yuhua whispered with her back facing Fong Chen. I'm fine. As Fong Chen spoke, the power in Duan Long's body was absorbed by the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Long's body had disintegrated. At this moment, the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation also underwent some changes. Fourth mutation? Fong Chen said faintly, his eyes shining. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation. The most profound part of the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation was that every time it mutated, if one could comprehend some insights from it, it would naturally raise the level of the formation Tao. Rumble. A deafening sound was constantly heard. The Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation was disintegrating, healing, disintegrating, and healing. This process was constantly repeated. Every time it disintegrated and healed, it was as if it was being reborn. Just like that, after an hour, the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation finally underwent a change after the last time it disintegrated and healed. Near the center of the formation, a fourth formation base appeared. Fourth mutation successful. Fong Chen opened his eyes and stared at the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation after it had mutated. With my current understanding of the formation Tao, I can already easily arrange a heaven opening formation. Fong Chen said with a smile. The Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation had given him a lot of inspiration. If not for this, how difficult would it be to break through? Keep! Fong Chen shouted softly and waved his hands. Under his control, the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation quickly shrank and finally turned into a palm-sized formation model, which he stored in his summer ring. The person who arranged this formation must be a famous expert of the demonic killing sword path. Fong Chen said, to be able to arrange a formation model is enough to explain everything. The Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation was a super powerful killing formation created with the demonic killing sword qi as a guide. After Fong Chen's comprehension, he discovered that the formation in front of him was not a simple formation, but a formation model arranged by a super powerful method. What was a formation model? In fact, it was very easy to understand. It was similar to the talismans engraved on weapons or other supreme treasures. The formation model was the same. It could be stored in the Sumer ring at will. When needed, it could be taken out and activated. It was equivalent to a mobile formation, which was very precious to a martial artist. The energy of the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation is the demonic killing sword qi. Although I don't have it, I think I can simulate it with the Shura sword qi. Therefore, Fong Chen was not worried about not having enough energy to activate the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation. With this array formation, he had one more trump card. At least, the ordinary powerhouses on the saint list were no longer a threat to him. Just as Fong Chen was about to leave, The Shura sword chi in his body suddenly vibrated. He turned his head and found that there was a trace of sword chi emerging from the center of the burning Heaven 9 transformations formation. Good fellow, it's actually the demonic killing dragon chi. The artifact spirit suddenly said, Demonic killing dragon chi? What's that? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He had never heard of it before. Master, this demonic killing dragon chi is the essence of the demonic killing sword principle, the purest sword Dao power. It doesn't have much use to other sword cultivators, but to a demonic killing sword principle martial artist, it's no different from the inheritance of a super powerhouse. The artifact spirit said, only a super powerful demonic killing sword principle sword cultivator can nurture the demonic killing dragon chi. Under normal circumstances, the amount of demonic killing dragon chi is extremely small. It seems that the sword cultivator who set up the burning Heaven 9 transformations formation is very strong. I see. Fang Chen nodded. He already understood the use of the demonic killing dragon chi. If a demonic killing sword principle martial artist could absorb it, his strength would skyrocket, and he could even stimulate an unprecedented sword Dao potential. Master, you can put away the demonic killing dragon chi. You can use it to activate the burning Heaven 9 transformations formation. The artifact spirit said, if the powerhouses of Mashation heard this, they would definitely vomit blood. They spent all their effort to obtain the demonic killing dragon chi at all costs. But it was actually used by someone else as energy for the formation. It was simply a waste. How do I collect it? Fang Chen asked. Use your consciousness to envelop the demonic killing dragon chi. I will help you, the artifact spirit said. Fang Chen followed the artifact spirit's guidance and enveloped the demonic killing dragon chi with his consciousness. Crash! All of a sudden, the Masha dragon chi at the center of the formation disappeared completely. Master, I have already stored the demonic killing dragon chi into the mysterious sky cone nail. If you need it, just take it out. The artifact spirit said, there's quite a lot of demonic killing dragon chi here. With the current 4 transformations of the burning Heaven 9 transformations formation, it is enough for Master to squander endlessly. If it reaches the peak of the 9 transformations, it should be able to support 3 times. Hearing this, Fang Chen curled his lips. The burning Heaven 9 transformations formation reached the peak of the 9 transformations. Its power was extremely strong, and the energy consumed was also endless. It is extremely difficult to raise the burning Heaven 9 transformations formation to the peak. Fang Chen sighed. Master, don't be discouraged. You have great potential in the path of formations. If you study the 3,000 scrolls of formations well, you will have a chance. The artifact spirit said. Moreover, there is more than one method. What other methods are there? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. Find some powerful formations and then absorb them. The artifact spirit said. Kanglin Castle has existed for countless years. There must be many formations. Although some of the formations are incomplete, they will not affect the absorption of the burning Heaven 9 transformations formation. Is that so? Fang Chen chuckled. He was secretly looking forward to it. Someone is coming. Chapter 2345. When Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua walked out of the cliff, they discovered many martial artists surrounding the 100-Flower Valley. Black World Sect. After seeing everyone, Fairy Yu Hua's face became gloomy. Black World Sect is one of the 11 first-rate forces in Kanglin District. If it's divided by strength, it can be ranked in the top 5. Fairy Yu Hua explained in a low voice. Among the younger generation of Black World Sect, there is a freak who is extremely strong and ranked in the top 50 of the God list. Oh, hearing Fairy Yu Hua's words, Fang Chen was a little surprised. What was the meaning of them blocking this place? Fortunately, Jia Tian didn't come. Fairy Yu Hua looked around at everyone and breathed a sigh of relief. Jia Tian was an expert, ranked 49th on the saint list. If he came, it would be troublesome. So it's Fairy Yu Hua. The leader of Black World's sect looked at Fairy Yu Hua with a smile. He strolled over and walked in front of Fang Qin and Fairy Yu Hua, asking, Fairy Yu Hua is here. Did you see Taoist Yi Lian? No. Fairy Yu Hua said softly. Oh, so Fairy Yu Hua also didn't see where the Flower King's leaf went? While speaking, Jie Qiu's face became gloomy. Fairy Yu Hua shook her head. A trace of killing intent flashed in Jie Qiu's eyes, and he said coldly, There are rumors outside that the 100-Flower Valley is Taoist Yi Lian's cultivation place, but I don't believe it. Originally, I came here today for Taoist Yi Lian, but I didn't expect to meet you, Fairy Yu Hua. Fairy, please tell me, how did you appear here safe and sound? Jie Qiu sneered. Don't tell me you don't know anything. I don't believe you don't know the whereabouts of the Flower King's leaf. In fact, Jie Qiu didn't dare to be sure that Fairy Yu Hua and Fang Qin knew the whereabouts of the Flower King's leaf. He just felt that he might be able to get some useful clues from the two's mouths. We don't know anything, we're just passing by. 09 Little Shuan Network, Fang Qin said. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to interrupt when I'm speaking with Fairy? Realm prisoner, said coldly. Fairy Yu Hua's expression changed, and she said, unhappily, he is my friend. Oh, I thought he was Fairy's servant. How could a heaven-opening realm fellow have the qualifications to become Fairy's friend? Speaking up to here, the realm prisoner paused for a moment before continuing. Fairy, are you so willing to abandon yourself? Realm prisoner, watch your words. Fairy Yu Hua berated. Jie Qiu sneered. He waved his sleeve and coldly said, Fairy Yu Hua, others may pity you, but I, Jie Qiu, will not. Obediently cooperate with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, the realm prisoner prepared to attack. Fairy Yu Hua was furious and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Fang Qin. Fairy, there's no need to be angry. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? Fang Qin grinned and pulled Fairy Yu Hua's arm as they walked out of Centauria Valley. Stop! Jie Qiu berated loudly. He circled to Fang Qin's front and narrowed his eyes as he sized up the ladder. Who are you? Jie Qiu asked. Fang Qin, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. What does it have to do with me? Fang Qin spread his hands and said, Or if I answer your question, you'll let us leave safely. Fang Qin's attitude made Jie Qiu extremely dissatisfied. He was an expert ranked 71st on the Saint rankings. Even Fairy Yu Hua did not dare to be too impudent in front of him. A mere heaven-opening realm martial artist actually dared to say such words. Do you know that just based on what you just said, it's enough to kill you? Jie Qiu said word by word. A berserk aura surged from his body and pressed down on Fang Qin. The latter frowned and said, Are you sure you want to attack? What, you think I don't dare? Jie Qiu sneered. Fang Qin lightly shook his head and said, If you dare to attack, I can guarantee that you will regret it. No, you won't regret it because you will never have that chance. It should be said that the Black World sect will regret it. Boom! A berserk power swept out. Jie Qiu was furious. You're courting death. Jie Qiu roared and clenched his fist. Immediately, the black flames on his body drilled into his palm. Kacha! Jie Qiu threw a punch at Fang Qin. Wherever the fist passed, the void was refined. A berserk power swept towards Fang Qin. Careful! Fairy Yu Hua cried out involuntarily. She did not expect that the latter would use the Black World sect's ultimate technique, the Black Flame Fist. Wong! Just as Jie Qiu's fist approached Fang Qin, it felt as if it had fallen into a boundless swamp. Its speed sharply decreased. What's going on? Seeing this, Jiechio's face flashed with a trace of viciousness. Immediately he increased his power. A heart-trembling black flame instantly filled the entire myriad sword domain. It was also at this moment that Feng Chen released the burning Heaven 9 change formation with a thought. Voila! Jiechio was trapped in the burning Heaven 9 change formation. His face was filled with a sneer. He thought that a mere formation could not stop him. A mere heaven opening formation wants to stop me, Jiechio. Jiechio said in a deep voice. If it was a top-grade heaven opening formation, he might be afraid. A mere mid-grade heaven opening formation was truly laughable. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Even their vision is very short-sighted. They actually want to use a mid-grade heaven opening formation to stop a saint-ranking expert. Ha ha ha, Jiechio said and laughed loudly. His face was filled with arrogance. Wang, with a thought, Feng Chen completely activated the burning Heaven 9 change formation. Berserk, demonic killing sword chi poured into it, immediately increasing the formation's power greatly. Not enough. Jiechio attacked. He used a powerful black flame fist to bombard the formation, wanting to shatter it. Wait until I shatter your formation. Let's see what you'll do. Jiechio said. Fist after fist, like a wave, madly attacked the burning Heaven 9 change formation. Kacha! After a few breaths, a crack appeared on the burning Heaven 9 change formation. Can't stop it anymore. Seeing this, Jiechio laughed madly and continued to increase his power. Outside the formation, Feng Chen curled his lips and said, If I can break through to the earth-splitting realm and control the burning Heaven 9 change formation, I can definitely easily resist Jiechio. Thinking of this, Feng Chen's thought moved. A trace of the demonic killing dragon chi stored in the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail was drawn out and silently injected into the burning Heaven 9 change formation. Rumble. After absorbing the demonic killing dragon chi, the burning Heaven 9 change formation suddenly changed. The formation's aura continued to rise until it reached the peak. A mere middle-grade opening heaven formation. Wait until I shatter it. Inside the formation, Jiechio sneered. He was about to shatter the formation. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a heart-palpitating power surge over. Impossible! He looked around and felt the change in the burning Heaven 9 change formation. Soon after, his expression changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily, How is this possible? It was just a middle-grade opening heaven formation. How did it rise to such a level? How could he know that after absorbing the demonic killing dragon chi, the middle-grade burning Heaven 9 change formation had already risen to the top-grade opening Heaven 9 change formation in a short breath's time? Boom! Terrifying killing sword chi constantly shuttled over. Jiechio was barely able to resist. Whoosh! Feng Chen made his move. Using the Azura sword technique, a bright sword light shot over. Not good. Jiechio wanted to dodge, but he found that his body was confined by the formation and he was unable to move. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Azura sword chi hit Jiechio's body. Kacha! Jiechio's defense was instantly penetrated. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was somewhat pale. Damn it! Jiechio clenched his fists. Black flames curled around him. He was unwilling to accept this. Do I have the qualifications to be your enemy now? Feng Chen's voice lightly entered Jiechio's ears. Hearing this, the latter's heart trembled. If you have the ability, then fight me head-on. What's the point of hiding? Jiechio roared. Crash! Feng Chen appeared and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. With your strength, you have the nerve to ask me to fight you head-on? If you have the ability, then break my formation first. In the 100-Flower Valley, the Black World sect disciple who was originally full of confidence in Jiechio. As time passed, he seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Chapter 23:46. This time there were many disciples of the Black World sect. They all obeyed the orders of Jie Tian and came here to explore. 09 Little said network. If Taoist Yi Lian wasn't there, Jie Tian would descend. Jie Tian was determined to obtain the Flower King's leaf, and no one could stop him. At this moment, many disciples of the Black World sect felt that something was wrong and started to discuss. Should we make a move? Are you stupid? Don't you see Fairy Yu Hua standing at the side? If we make a move, Fairy Yu Hua will definitely not sit by and watch. Can you defeat Fairy Yu Hua? Senior brother Jie Qiu's strength is super strong. How can a mere formation trap him? That's right. If senior brother Jie Qiu breaks the formation, let's see how they block senior brother Jie Qiu's attack. In the discussion of many Black World sect disciples, the power of the Burning Heaven 9 change formation was raised to the extreme by the demonic slaughter Dragon Chi. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed in the 100 Flower Valley. The eyes of the Black World sect disciples were burning, thinking that Jie Qiu had broken the formation. However, contrary to their expectations, the array did not shatter. Instead, a figure flew out from it. Bang! When the figure fell heavily on the ground, their pupils suddenly shrunk. Senior brother Jie Qiu? No matter what, they never thought that senior brother Jie Qiu would be defeated by a heaven-opening realm martial artist. Senior brother Jie Qiu, are you all right? The Black World sect disciples helped Jie Qiu up. Set up the formation. Jie Qiu's face was sinister as he roared in anger. Set up the formation. 09 Little said network. Following Jie Qiu's roar, the figures of the Black World sect disciples kept moving and instantly set up a peerless battle formation. Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua were trapped in the battle formation. Bang! Inside the battle formation, it was filled with dense battle intent. At the same time, there were black flames spreading, burning the void. Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua glanced at each other and felt a chill at the back of their heads. They suddenly threw out a punch, and with a crack, a puppet turned into nothingness. War puppet? Fang Chen's eyes emitted a terrifying light as he pulled Fairy Yu Hua and hid inside the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. Rumble. This battle formation was called the Black World Battle Formation. It was a very famous battle formation of the Black World sect. Setting up a complete Black World battle formation required 81 chaotic sky gods. At that moment, the realm prisoners had only brought 49 chaos deities with them. Thus, the battle formation they had set up was called the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation. As the name implied, the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation was a miniature version of the Dahe Realm Battle Formation. Its power was much weaker. However, even so, the attack power was still very strong. The 49 celestial chaos deities complemented each other. They could condense the battle intent within the battle formation into war puppets, which they could then use to attack the enemy. The intense black flames worked in tandem with the war puppet to cause the greatest damage to the enemy. The Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation was used to deal with experts on the Saint rankings. Now, Jie Qiu ordered them to set up a battle formation. Subconsciously, he already treated Fang Chen as a Saint ranking expert. Who the hell is this guy? Why haven't I heard of him before? Jie Qiu crawled up from the ground. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. So what if your formation is strong? Aren't you still trapped in the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation? At the same time, Jie Qiu sent a voice transmission to Jie Zhitian. Senior brother Tian, there are no traces of Taoist Yi Lian in the 100 Flower Valley. At the same time, the Flower King's leaf has also disappeared. We encountered Fairy Yu Hua and a mysterious man. They are trapped in the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation by us. After sending out the news, Jie Qiu looked coldly at Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua, who were inside the battle formation. Rumble. The Burning Sky 9 Changes formation blocked the attacks of the war puppet. At the same time, it also blocked the spread of the black flames. Feng Chen and Fairy Yu Hua hid inside, feeling the constant consumption of energy. A trace of worry appeared in the former's heart. It's not a solution to keep hiding like this. I have to break the battle formation as soon as possible. Feng Chen thought to himself. This is the famous Xiaohe realm battle formation of the Black World sect. It's too perfect and invulnerable. Fairy Yu Hua said helplessly. Any battle formation will have a certain loophole, let alone the Xiaohe realm battle formation. I don't believe it's as perfect as the world says. Feng Chen said firmly. If it was the Black World battle formation, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. You hide in the formation. I'll give it a try. While speaking, Feng Chen's figure flashed as he used the space-time collapse technique. Whoosh! His figure disappeared into the void and merged with the space-time. He could change the flow of time around him. Whenever a war puppet approached, it would be forced to change direction by the flow of time. In this way, Feng Chen easily approached a nearby Black World sect disciple. Die! With a low shout, he stabbed out with his sword. Dong! However, what he didn't expect was that the invincible star concealing sword was blocked by an invisible force. No matter how much power he exerted, he couldn't make the star concealing sword move forward. Not good. Feng Chen cursed inwardly. His figure flashed as he gave up the attack. Dong! Just as he was about to leave, a ferocious attack landed on the spot where he had been standing. He's there. Kill him. Outside the battle formation, the realm prisoner commanded. After the first contact, Feng Chen finally had some understanding of the Xiaohe realm battle formation. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. It was a bit unrealistic to break them one by one. If one attacked one of them, he would be attacked by the other 48 people. Even Feng Chen didn't dare to take the risk. Master, this battle formation is just SOSO. Suddenly, the weapon spirit said, It's just child's play. Do you have a way to break it? Feng Chen realized more and more that the mysterious heaven all-weapon spirit was simply a know-it-all. He knew everything. As expected of the super-powerful weapon that had followed Great Emperor Suxian. One day, if it appeared in the world, it would definitely cause an endless storm in the chaotic void. Although this Xiaohe realm battle formation is like a hole, it has a fatal flaw. The weapon spirit said, Master, did you notice that every time the battle puppet appeared, their expressions would change? Feng Chen used the space-time collapse technique. His speed was extremely fast. The battle puppet couldn't do anything to him. He carefully observed the Black World sect disciple's expression. He realized that it was exactly as the weapon spirit said. Condensing the battle puppet requires the support of a strong power. Every time they condense, their power will be depleted. If they can't defeat the enemy for a long time, their Xiaohe realm battle formation will collapse on its own. You mean you want me to waste time? Of course not. If my guess is correct, the realm prisoner should have already notified the realm heaven. Once the realm heaven arrives, it will be difficult to leave. So before that, we have to break the battle formation as soon as possible. How do we break it? Feng Chen asked. When they condense the battle puppet, you can try to attack with all your strength. The weapon spirit said, However, Master, you have to seize the opportunity. It only takes a second to condense the battle puppet. If you miss it, you will have to bear the full power of the Xiaohe realm battle formation. In fact, many experts knew the flaw of the Xiaohe realm battle formation, but they couldn't do anything about it. It was because it only took a second to condense the battle puppet. It was impossible to get close to the Black World sect disciple and attack with all your strength in such a short time. However, just because others couldn't do it, it didn't mean that Feng Chen couldn't do it. Space-time martial artists weren't bragging, especially Feng Chen, who was close to being a progenitor of the space-time cultivation lineage. His attainments in the space-time Tao had reached an extremely high level. He even created an escape technique like the space-time collapse technique. After communicating with the bone progenitor, he raised the space-time collapse technique to the 11th level. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with Fang Chen's current speed, if he flew at full speed, even experts on the saint ranking would be ashamed of their inferiority. I will help Master observe the time when they condense the battle puppet. Once I say something, Master must act immediately, the weapon spirit said. Fang Chen nodded, storing up power and waiting. Bang! From time to time, there would be battle puppets attacking, but they were all shattered by Fang Chen. Finally, after waiting for a few breaths of time, the perfect opportunity finally arrived. Begin! The artifact spirit roared. Fang Chen's body was like a wild horse. He left behind many afterimages as he rushed in the direction the artifact spirit pointed to. At this moment, in front of Fang Chen, an earth-splitting realm martial artist was condensing a battle puppet. Damn it! Chapter 2347. The primal chaos void was vast and boundless. 09 little, say, net. No one knew how big the primal chaos void was. It was said that trillions of years ago, there were experts who traveled through the primal chaos void in search of the innate divine abilities of the various races to research. But they could only explore a small part of it before they could no longer proceed further. Other than the 33 heavens, there were many hidden dangers. There were some absolute lands that even profound God experts did not dare to enter easily. Otherwise, a powerhouse like Great Emperor Su Xian would also not have perished. Where there were people, there would be rivers and lakes. And where there were rivers and lakes, there would be conflicts. This was a saying that once circulated on Earth. It was still applicable in the primal chaos void. The void star heaven was a barbarian land that was far away from the core of the primal chaos void. It was basically at the end of the 33 heavens. The experts here were not worth mentioning in the primal chaos void. That was why a Xian god-level expert, like Ancestor Xing, he could control a piece of the sky. If it was in the stellar heavens, a profound god-level expert would only be able to survive in a single world. The 4 great profound heavens in the void star heaven were operating normally. It had been several years since the Tianqing remnant clan was wiped out. This time, the clan was completely annihilated. In the eastern profound heaven, the unbounded sword sect had developed into the number 1 sect. Jian Wuji had even stepped into the profound Qi realm from the profound heaven realm. He suppressed the divine phoenix sect master in one fell swoop and became the number 1 expert in the eastern profound heaven. Under his leadership, the profound heaven sect prospered day by day. The Star River Prefecture had long become the cornerstone of the unbounded sword sect. With the help of Fang Chen's avatar and the bone progenitor, the experts in the Star River cosmos had all risen by a level. The God Emperor realm was no longer the end. Those outstanding experts in the cosmos could also break through to the cosmos God realm. Many warriors who broke through to the cosmos God realm chose to leave the Star River cosmos and join the unbounded sword sect. Of course, there were some who remained in the deity world. For example, the bone progenitor, who was obsessed with the space-time cultivation system, spent every moment researching it. Now he had handed the Celestial Bone Palace over to others to manage, while he stayed in the Divine Dawn Palace. Divine Dawn Palace Master Tian Xan had also stepped into the Cosmos God realm. He was currently roaming the primal chaos void with Qing Ho. The current lord of Shinchi Palace was Tian Qin's disciple. All these changes were inseparable from Fang Chen. In the universe, everyone regarded Fang Chen as a god. With the protection of the limitless sword sect and the galaxy-old ancestor, no one could force their way into the galaxy universe. The flourishing era of the Star River universe had arrived, and the geniuses were numerous. On this day, Tian Xian and Qing Ho stood side by side in Dongshin heaven. Ha ha ha! Is this the void star sky? Qing Ho smiled. Time did not leave any traces on his face. Instead, it made his vitality even more abundant. Standing by the side of Ching Ho was Tian Xan. Teacher said that we can head to the limitless sword sect if we leave the galaxy universe. Tian Xan glanced at Ching Ho, asking, Uncle Disciple, Uncle Ching Ho, are we going now? Why are you in such a rush? It isn't easy for us to come here. Naturally, we have to walk around. As they spoke, the two entered Zekai Town. Those who came out from the galaxy universe would usually first stop at Zekai Town. So many cosmos gods. Tian Xan curiously observed his surroundings and exclaimed. Ching Ho was relatively calm. He pulled on the sleeves of Tian Xan and whispered, Pay attention to your image. You are the disciple of Fangchen. Don't throw away your teacher's face, all right? Oh, that's right, too. Tian Xan nodded, but he soon thought of something. Uncle, disciple, uncle. Something isn't right. We have just arrived, so how could they know who my teacher is? Ching Ho glanced at Tian Xan and chuckled. Brat, you aren't that stupid to be able to think of this point. Uncle, disciple, uncle is just teasing you. Tian Xan felt helpless. Along the way, Ching Ho kept teasing him. Just as he was prepared to argue with Ching Ho, the latter suddenly walked to a stall with light footsteps. Boss, where did you get this puppet from? Ching Ho asked solemnly. This little friend has good eyesight. This puppet of this old man was obtained from the Ling clan. How about it? Do you want it? The stall owner calmly said. Lad, if you want it, I can give you a discount. Ling clan. Hearing that, Ching Ho muttered, Let's go. Seeing that Ching Ho wanted to leave, the stall owner tried his best to persuade him to stay. But Ching Ho had already decided to leave. Uncle, disciple, uncle, did you discover anything? Tian Xan asked. That puppet was obviously made by your master, Ching Ho said. If I'm not wrong, the Ling clan is very likely related to your master. Ching Ho was Master Goe, and he had once cultivated the Sky Puppet Race's puppet techniques with Fangchen. He wouldn't be wrong. Then where are we going now? The Ling clan. In Zekai Town, the Ling clan was extremely powerful. It was because they had chosen to believe in Fangchen that they were able to prosper like this. Every night, the Ling clan head couldn't help but sigh. His decision back then was too wise. When Ching Ho and Tian Xan arrived at the Ling clan's residence, many experts entered Zekai Town. Lord, we are now in Zekai Town, a subordinate of the Wuji sword sect, a black armor man said. The strongest force in Zekai Town is the Ling clan. Destroy them, the black-bearded elder said indifferently. Soon, a large group of people arrived in front of the Ling clan's residence. Die. When the black-armored man saw Tian Xan and Ching Ho, he didn't hesitate and directly attacked. Puchi, a violent power enveloped the two. Not good. Ching Ho shouted inwardly and took out a pearl without hesitation. Condense. Following Ching Ho's roar, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the pearl. Next, an enormous puppet appeared next to Ching Ho, enveloping the two of them. Crack! The terrifying power was instantly shattered by the puppet. The Black Skeleton Clan? Seeing this puppet, the black-armored man's expression changed greatly. The black-bearded elder beside him also frowned slightly. How can there be a puppet of the Black Skeleton Clan in such a barbaric place? He couldn't figure it out. After thinking for a while, he said loudly, I didn't expect to meet someone from the Black Skeleton Clan here. I wonder which one of them it is. We have no ill intentions towards the Black Skeleton Clan. We are preparing to destroy the Wuji sword sect and destroy this small clan along the way. I hope the Black Skeleton Clan can make things easier for us. The black-bearded elder continued. Dang, dang, dang. The huge puppet brought Tian Xan and Ching Ho into the residence. The Ling clan and the Black Skeleton Clan are friends. A voice came from the puppet's mouth. Hearing this, Everyone's expression changed greatly. In the end, the black-bearded elder weighed the pros and cons and decided to retreat. Retreat? Lord. Shut up. This is the supreme puppet of the Black Skeleton Clan. Do you want to die? After being scolded by the black-bearded elder, the black-armored man lowered his head. The Ling clan's crisis was unknowingly resolved. At this moment, everyone in the Ling clan residence was trembling. They didn't even dare to breathe. Too strong. Just the aura it emitted made us unable to move. If it attacked, it could destroy the Ling clan with a flick of its finger. The Ling clan head said with lingering fear, "Right, who was it that saved our Ling clan?" At this moment, everyone was puzzled. After keeping the supreme puppet, Ching Ho curled his lips. "Looks like that damn old man didn't lie to me. This puppet is very strong. Martial uncle, isn't this puppet too strong?" Tian Xan opened his mouth wide. "Many thanks to the two of you. The entire Ling clan is grateful." The Ling clan head led everyone and came before Tian Xan and Ching Ho. "You know Fong Qin?" Ching Ho asked directly. Although he was puzzled, the Ling clan head still told them the truth. "Fong Qin is the benefactor of our Ling clan. Our Ling clan swears to follow him forever." "I see." Ching Ho and Tian Xen looked at each other and grinned. "We're going to the Wuji sword sect." Ching Ho said, "I will order people to clean up the teleportation array. Please wait for a moment." The Ling clan head didn't dare to delay and said hurriedly, "At the foot of the Wuji sword mountain." Ching Ho and Tian Xan walked out of the teleportation array and climbed up the mountain easily. After revealing their identities, they were immediately received by the star and moon. "Mistress." Seeing the star and moon, Tian Xen called out excitedly. Chapter 2348. Kanglin Castle, 100 Flower Valley. 09 Little, say, net, in the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation. Fong Qin used time collapse to the extreme under the guidance of the artifact spirit. Crash! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Black World sect disciple whose body was unable to bear it. Die. All of his movements were smooth and fluid, completed in one breath. Pucci! The Black World sect disciple's previous injuries were drawn out, and his body was somewhat unwell. The artifact spirit had also discovered this, which was why it had led Fong Qin to attack. Once he died, all of the battle puppets directly collapsed, and the entire Xiaohe realm battle formation shattered. "Kill!" Fong Qin growled, holding the hidden star sword in his hand, and began a massacre. The sixth move of the Azura sword art was used, and a terrifying sword light burst out. Wherever the sword light passed, one disciple after another died a violent death. Miserable screams were incessant. By the time the realm prisoner reacted, more than half of the disciples were dead. Damn it. Seeing this, the realm prisoner used Black Flame Fist. The terrifying Black Flame, combined with the realm prisoner's powerful attack, launched a fierce attack on Fong Qin. Dong! Fong Qin and the realm prisoner punched each other, and as he retreated, he swung his sword. In an instant, Fong Qin and the realm prisoner were tangled in a chaotic battle. At the same time, Fairy Yuhua made her move. Pucci! In just a moment, the 49 Chaos Sky Gods that set up the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation were all killed. Fairy Yuhua took a deep breath, glanced at Fong Qin, and prepared to help. "Leave this place first. Run as far as you can," Fong Qin said through voice transmission. The latter hesitated for a moment, then quickly left. "Kid, no matter who you are, you must die today." The realm prisoner roared in anger, but Fong Qin did not fight him head-on. "Go." After forcing the realm prisoner to retreat, Fong Qin used time collapse and disappeared from 100 Flower Valley in the blink of an eye. After chasing for several hours, the realm prisoner lost him and let out an angry roar. "Hoo hoo hoo!" The sound of air shattering could be heard. They arrived at Realm Heaven. Where is he? Jia Zhitian asked with a cold expression. I'm sorry, Senior Brother Tian, I escaped. Jia Qiu lowered his head and said, Jia Zhitian frowned. What happened? The realm prisoner informed the realm empress of what had happened. A hint of surprise flashed across the latter's eyes. He can break the Xiaohe realm battle formation. Jia Zhitian asked in surprise, if that was really the case, then it would be very troublesome. I saw it with my own eyes. Jia Qiu said heavily. Hearing this, Jia Zhitian sunk into silence. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at the blue sky. He said, Pursue him with all your might. Spare no expense and kill him. The Xiaohe realm battle formation was a powerful battle formation of their Black World sect. If they let this brat spread the method to break it, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the future, the Xiaohe realm battle formation would no longer be as intimidating. Don't worry, Senior Brother. Although the Kanglin Castle was very big, the news spread very quickly between the various sect. With a little inquiry, they found out all kinds of information about Fangchen. 09 little, say net. The news of the Black World sect's pursuit was spread all over the sky. The entire Kanglin Castle knew about it. However, Fang Chen's escape method was also top-notch. It was still difficult to track him down. While Fang Chen was doing well in Kanglin Castle, his brothers in Heavenly Devil City, far away in Voidstar, were having a headache. That's right, it was a headache. Little Mouse did not hesitate to stop the pursuit and let the four of them escape. However, not long after, they were chased again. This time, the old faker risked the danger of falling into a deep sleep to hold the enemy back, allowing Xiao Huang and the other two to escape. Brother Mouse is dead. The old faker is also dead. Only the three of us are left. Xiao Huang's mood was very unstable. He wanted to fight to the death with the enemy. However, he was stopped by Pangolin. Don't be impulsive. They died for us. If we die, who will avenge them? Xiao Hai nodded and said, That's right. The three of us not only have to live, but also have to live well. We have to improve our cultivation as much as possible to avenge Brother Mouse and the old faker in the future. In a certain abyss in the Devil City, Little Mouse was lying weakly on the ground, quietly listening to the preaching of a sage-like old man. Well, that's all for today. You can understand as much as you can. The old man glanced at Little Mouse and said with a smile, You want to be strong, but you don't want to listen to my preaching. How can you get something for nothing in this world? The old man said slowly. The weak Little Mouse opened his eyes and stared at the old man. You are so strong. Why won't you help me? The old man shook his head and sighed. Everything in this world is a cycle of cause and effect. Your revenge must be avenged by your own hands. If I listen to you, what motivation will you have to cultivate? Back then, Xiao Huang and the others thought that Little Mouse had died in the hands of the enemy. In fact, Little Mouse was luckier. His body was badly damaged and he was about to die. At the critical moment, Little Mouse used the forbidden superpower of the god-devouring rats. He burned his own essence and blood and escaped to an unknown abyss. After that, a series of strange things happened, until he met the old man in front of him. Little Mouse's life was finally saved. I'm not asking you to avenge me. I'm just worried about my brothers. Little Mouse said. After saying that, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a difficult decision. Then, Little Mouse stared at the old man with his dark eyes. Don't you want me to go back with you? Okay, I agree to go back with you, but the condition is that you protect my brother's safety. Hearing that, the old man's face showed a hint of joy. That's a small matter. The old man had been waiting for Little Mouse to agree. When he heard that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Little Mouse only saw a blur before he appeared in the sky above the demon city. Your brothers are over there. The old man pointed. At this moment, the enemy happened to attack. Xiao Huang and the other two resisted with all their might. Pucci, Pangolin's defense was penetrated. He fell to the ground and his aura was weak. It seems that the three of us are going to die here, Pangolin said sadly. Bang! Another loud sound was heard. Xiao Hai also fell to the ground and his clothes were stained with blood. Xiao Huang, we will cover you. You go first. If you can escape, you must avenge us. Xiao Hai and the pangolin suddenly stood up and used their last breaths to stand in front of the enemy. Brothers. Xiao Huang's eyes were scarlet and he screamed miserably. However, he turned around and left without looking back. All of you are going to die. The enemy was too strong. They could not resist at all. Xiao Hai and Pangolin closed their eyes and waited for death to come. Whoosh! A ray of light invisible to the naked eye penetrated the enemy's body and caused him to fall to the ground. After this ray of light penetrated the enemy's body, it entered Xiao Hai and Pangolin's body. The two of them, who were originally weak, instantly became vigorous and lively. We're fine. The two of them turned around and realized that the enemy was already dead. What happened? Is there an expert secretly helping us? It must be an old friend of Boss. The two of them cupped their fists toward the void and said, "Thank you for saving us, Senior." After saying that, the two of them left to look for Xiao Huang. Up in the sky, the little mouse let out a smile when he caught sight of this. "Thank you," Little Mouse said. "I have already done something to your brothers. When they encounter danger, the imprint in their bodies will activate and save their lives," the old man said. "All right, what happened here is just a small interlude for you after all." Seeing Little Mouse fall silent, the old man continued, "Your stage is not here. A mere starry sky can't let you show your skills at all. Let's go." Whoosh! The old man tore the void and took a step out. The next moment, the old man had already appeared in the black north desert outside the demon city. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The demon city had powerful restrictions. Even Ancestor Xing, he and the others could not force their way in. However, the old man could tear open the demon city's restrictions at will and enter and leave freely. One could imagine how powerful he was. Little Mouse looked at the demon city reluctantly and glanced in the direction of the Wuji sword sect. "Boss, brothers, I will be back." Chapter 2349. The Black World sect persevered in their pursuit of Fang Qin. Because of Fang Qin, the realm prisoners and the rest turned their attention to Fairy Yu Hua of Yu Manlu. However, Fairy Yu Hua also vanished without a trace. This made the realm prisoners very furious. The Xiao He realm battle formation was broken. After this news spread out, it caused a great shock. Before this, although Fang Chen was dazzling, the Saint Leaderboard powerhouses would not pay attention. However, it was different this time. He was able to break the Xiao He realm battle formation. This also meant that his strength was already sufficient to enter the Saint Leaderboard. Furthermore, he was at least a powerhouse at the top of the Saint Leaderboard. Unknowingly, many martial artists already viewed Fang Qin as a powerhouse in the top 50 of the Saint Leaderboard. Some of the weaker Saint Leaderboard martial artists wanted to deal with Fang Qin, but they were powerless. In a stretch of endless mountain range, towering trees stood in great numbers. In the depths of the mountain range, a series of beast roars came from time to time. The air was filled with a dangerous aura that made people tremble. Ordinary gods would not enter this place at all. Even if it was a Saint Leaderboard powerhouse, they had to be careful after entering. On an ancient towering tree, the branches and leaves were dense. Fallen leaves constantly drifted down, covering the entire ground. The silver-gray fallen leaves draped a layer of color over the earth. At a glance, it was beautiful. On the branches, there were several small birds, chirping nonstop. The sky gradually brightened. The sun had just passed the horizon. A ray of early morning sunlight gradually shone on the towering tree. Through the gaps in the branches, it shone on the earth. The beautiful time of nature was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Roar! In the peaceful mountain range, a deafening roar of a beast suddenly rang out. The beast roar was too shocking, scaring the several small birds on the branches and spreading their wings to escape. At the same time, in the nearby area, beast roars rose and fell one after another without ceasing. The beast world also had its own principles. Their territory did not allow anyone to cross. Even if they were all demonic beasts, there was a clear distinction. Following the beast roar, looking over on an empty ground, a man wielding a long sword was currently fighting with a demonic beast. This demonic beast exuded a terrifying aura. It had 4 horns on its head and 6 claws. Its attack power was astonishing. Pucci! When the monstrous beast rushed over, the man waved his hand, and a long sword in his hand suddenly chopped down on the monstrous beast's claws. Instantly, the 2 claws were chopped off and blood splattered all over the sky. The roar of a beast resounded through the sky. This guy is very strong, Fang Qin thought to himself. His body flickered, turning into a stream of light as he executed the Azura sword skill to fight against the demonic beast. Being chased by the Black World sect, he fled all the way to this unknown mountain range. He had planned to rest for a while, but who would have thought that such a huge demonic beast would appear? Isn't it just resting in your territory? Is there a need for this? Fang Chen was a little speechless. Although the big demonic beast was strong, it was unable to track him. Pucci! With another slash, the other 2 claws of the big demonic beast were also chopped off. Its howls were endless. At this time, the big demonic beast seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Its gong-sized eyes were bloodshot. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly rushed towards Fang Chen. Die. The 6th move of the Azura sword skill was executed. It looked like a simple slash, but when it hit the big demonic beast, it suddenly exploded with a powerful force and pierced into the big demonic beast's head. Kacha! The big demonic beast fell to the ground unwillingly. With a bang, dust flew up. Fang Qin wiped the sweat on his forehead and looked at the big demonic beast, panting. This should be the 6-clawed beast recorded in the book, right? Fang Qin sat on the ground and said, "The book said that the strongest part of the 6-clawed beast is its physical defense. An adult 6-clawed beast's defense is comparable to a profound God realm expert. Fortunately, I encountered an underage 6-clawed beast this time. Although the 6-clawed beast was strong, its attacks were clumsy, which made it harder for them to survive. Unless it was a powerful 6-clawed beast, if it was discovered by human warriors, they would be killed. This was because their fur was the best material for forging weapons. The entire body of the 6-clawed beast was a treasure. Just its fur alone could be used to forge a heaven-opening grade weapon. If one was lucky and had superb forging skills, even a heaven-surmounting grade weapon would not be a problem. In addition, the internal organs of the 6-clawed beast had a great nourishing effect on a warrior's physical body. If swallowed, it could greatly stimulate the hidden power in a warrior's body and cause a mutation. Of course, what interested Fang Chen the most was the core of the 6-clawed beast. Its core was very small, about the size of an egg. It contained a lot of power. Under normal circumstances, warriors who were stuck at a bottleneck would choose to swallow the core of the 6-clawed beast. Of course, the 6-clawed beast was extremely rare in the outside world, let alone obtaining its core. After resting for a while, Fang Chen began to dissect the 6-clawed beast. Soon, the fur of the 6-clawed beast was completely dissected. After looking at it, he put it away in his spatial ring. Then, Fang Chen took out the internal organs of the 6-clawed beast. "Let's take out the core first, then swallow the internal organs," Fang Chen said. Soon, a black core appeared in Fang Chen's hand. What a strong power! If I swallow it with the Flower King pill, breaking through to the Earth Opening Realm is a sure thing, Fang Chen said to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin sorted out his cultivation plan for the future. He had not made a breakthrough in the demonic dragon body tempering technique. The most important thing now was to swallow the internal organs of the six-clawed beast and strengthen his body. After that, he would swallow the Flower King pill and the core of the six-clawed beast. The Flower King pill's medicinal effect was very strong. Only a strong physique could withstand its power. Thinking of this, Fong Qin sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In the continuous mountain range, every monster had their own territory. The six-clawed beast was no exception. The area within a radius of 10 miles was the territory of the six-clawed beast. Other monsters did not dare to enter. Although the six-clawed beast was killed by him, the aura it left behind still existed and would not dissipate for the time being. This would also form a safe barrier for Fong Qin. At least for a short period of time, he could cultivate without worry. Let's start. Taking a deep breath, Fong Qin took out the internal organs of the six-clawed beast and swallowed them. Kacha! He bit the internal organs and swallowed them into his stomach. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Then, Fong Qin discovered that a strong power had appeared in his internal universe, enveloping his internal organs and decomposing them step by step. Fong Qin nodded in satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. After about an hour, the internal organs were completely decomposed. A strong power spread throughout his bones. Break! With a low shout, Fong Qin's mind moved. The power that spread throughout his body began to take effect. The strong power constantly stimulated Fong Qin's body. Creak! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fong Qin's face was pale as pain spread throughout his body. He clenched his teeth and endured the pain. Dong! A sound like a war drum resounded in his heart. Hold on. This was the process of his internal organs stimulating his body. As long as he held on, his physical strength would become stronger. At that time, his demonic dragon body refinement art would also improve. Demonic dragon art. Fong Qin's mind moved, and the chant of the demonic dragon art instantly appeared in his mind. Dong! Suddenly a loud sound rang out. Fong Qin's heart trembled. At this moment, Fong Qin was shocked to discover that his internal organs had completely merged with his body. His physical strength was constantly increasing. At this moment, the demonic dragon art was circulating smoothly in his body. The originally cryptic and difficult to understand demonic dragon arts was completely comprehended in an instant. I see. After circulating the demonic dragon art in his body for a small cycle, Fong Qin finally understood. With a faint smile, his hand started to form complicated seals as he rapidly guided the energy within his body to converge with the demonic dragon art. Boom! Fong Qin guided the berserk power out. The surrounding ground was smashed open by the explosive power, creating a huge crater. Dragon demon arts, perfection. Fong Qin suddenly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power in his body, his face was full of smiles. No wonder I couldn't comprehend it. So this is where the problem lies. At the same time, Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. The internal organs of the six-clawed beast were very effective. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2350. Fong Qin took the black gourd and hesitated for a moment. At this time, the old man had finished a large piece of barbecued meat. Don't worry, I won't poison the wine. Hearing this, Fong Qin was a little embarrassed. He immediately opened the cork and gulped down a mouthful. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his chest and almost vomited. Suppressing the burning sensation in his stomach, Fong Qin secretly activated the power in his body to force the wine out of his body, but he failed. What's going on? Fong Qin was a little confused. How is it? Isn't my wine very strong? Let me tell you, ordinary people will get drunk after drinking one mouthful. But I think you should be able to drink 2 mouthfuls, the old man said mysteriously. Roast some more meat for me. the old man said with a smile. Fang Chen felt a little dizzy because the wine was too strong. However, hearing the old man's words, he did not object and continued to roast the meat. The six-clawed beast was very large and was cut into many pieces. It was impossible to finish roasting it in a short time. After roasting a piece of meat, Fang Chen handed it to the old man and then picked up the wine jug to drink. However, he was stopped by the old man. "Young man, roast the meat for me first. After that, you can drink as much as you want." Fang Chen nodded, put down the wine jug, and continued to roast the meat. However, to his surprise, the old man seemed to like eating barbecued meat very much. He ate one piece after another. In the blink of an eye, he had eaten more than 10 pieces of barbecued meat, but there was nothing wrong with his body. This surprised Fang Chen. "Hurry up, I'm starving." The old man ate with big mouthfuls, as if he had not eaten for a long time. After a few hours, the huge six-clawed beast was completely eaten by the old man. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen only ate 3 pieces of barbecued meat. Fang Chen rubbed his eyes hard and looked in front of the fire in disbelief. Not even a shred of meat was left. It was all eaten. "Senior, you, even a top powerhouse on the Saint rankings, couldn't possibly eat so much roasted meat, right?" The meat of the six-clawed beast contained a very strong power. If a person ate so much, their body would definitely explode. However, the old man was safe and sound. "Young man, you're not bad." The old man chuckled and patted his round belly. Then he threw the black gourd to Fang Chen and said, "Drink. Drink as much as you want, as long as you can." Fang Chen's mouth felt dry. Ever since he drank, he felt muddle-headed. After receiving the black gourd, a voice seemed to be urging him to drink it quickly. He removed the cork, raised his head, and gulped it down. After Fang Chen took 3 sips, the old man's expression changed slightly. "Huh, 3 bites? Not bad." The old man looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, not only was Fang Chen fine, he drank even faster. By the time the old man reacted, the black gourd was already empty. Fang Chen had thrown it to the ground. Burp. Fang Chen burped and looked at the old man in a daze. He laughed and said, "Senior, your wine is delicious. Do you have any more?" Just as the old man was about to speak, Fang Chen's body fell to the ground. "You rascal! I only ate a little bit of your roasted meat. Did you have to drink all my wine?" The old man picked up the gourd and shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he gently bit his finger and placed it at the mouth of the gourd. Drops of blood dripped into the gourd. "You're drinking my blood," the old man said. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chen felt like he had a dream. In the dream, an old man forced his blood out of his body and made him drink it. The old man told him that his blood contained a very strong power. After ordinary warriors drank it, they would be able to strengthen their bodies and increase their strength. After a prodigy warrior drank it, they would be able to change their physique and even stimulate the talent hidden in the depths of their minds. Moreover, the old man told him that Han Tian-shin could only drink 2 mouthfuls of this wine. As for those who could drink 3 mouthfuls, they were basically the top prodigies. Those who could drink 4 mouthfuls were already considered rare. Those who could drink 5 mouthfuls. So far, no Han Tian-shin could drink 5 mouthfuls. However, from today onwards, this record would be rewritten. I must be dreaming. Fang Chen hugged his head with both hands and said in extreme pain. There was a needle-like pain all over his body. His head felt like it was about to explode. He opened his eyes a little. The dazzling sunlight shone on his face. Where am I? After a short period of adaptation, Fang Chen struggled to get up and muttered to himself. He looked around and confirmed that he was still in the six-clawed beast's territory. He heaved a sigh of relief. Where's that old man? Fang Chen was a little confused. In his memory, he was drinking and eating roasted meat with the old man. Why was the old man gone? I remember that I fainted after drinking the old man's wine. Thinking of this, Fong Chin sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, then the old man's whine was too overbearing. Ordinary whine couldn't make Hun Tianxin faint. I wonder how long I slept. Fong Chin thought to himself. The old man had already disappeared. Only the firewood on the ground could prove that the old man had appeared. That old man should be a hidden expert. Fong Chin thought to himself. Then he began to check his body. It was fine if he didn't check, but when he did, he was shocked. After taking a nap, his cultivation had actually reached dimension opening realm? It can't be right. Fong Chen's eyes widened as he checked carefully. After a long time, he finally confirmed that he had really broken through. Moreover, the universe in his body had expanded again. The power of laws had also begun to appear. This was undoubtedly the earth-splitting realm. He checked the Sumer ring and found that the Flower King core and the Six-Clawed Beast core were still there. At this time, Fong Chin recalled the strange dream he had. Could it be that the dream was real? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart was incomparably shocked. If the dream was real, then didn't that mean that the old man could enter his dreams? Wasn't that too terrifying? There's something wrong with the old man's whine. Thinking of the old man's whine, Fong Chin hurriedly checked his body. After a while, he shook his head hard and found that there was nothing at all. In other words, the wine he drank seemed to have evaporated. The old man's wine made me break through. Fong Chin muttered, his eyes shining with golden light. If that was the case, then wasn't the old man too powerful? Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I would have drunk a few more mouthfuls. Fong Chin curled his lips and said regretfully. However, what he didn't know was that he had already finished the old man's wine. I wonder who that old man is. If I have the chance to meet him again, I must thank him personally. Fong Chin thought to himself. He was already sure that his breakthrough was due to the old man. Otherwise, how could he have broken through after sleeping? It just so happens that the Flower King core and the Six-Clawed Beast core can wait until my cultivation reaches the peak of the earth-splitting realm. He grinned and put away the complicated thoughts in his mind. Looking at the bonfire on the ground, Fong Chin shook his head and bowed to the void before walking into the depths of the mountain range. The continuous mountain range was extremely vast. After walking for 3 days straight, he still hadn't reached the end. However, along the way, Fong Chin made a shocking discovery. In the originally difficult mountain range, he could often hear the cries of demonic beasts. At the same time, there were also many demonic beasts that would block his path. However, this time he was unexpectedly unimpeded. At the beginning, he accidentally entered the territory of a certain demonic beast and was glared at by it. However, just as the demonic beast was about to attack, a trace of fear flashed across its eyes and it quickly fled. In the following period of time, almost no demonic beast dared to approach. They are afraid of my aura. Fong Chin frowned. This matter was somewhat inconceivable. After a long time, Fong Chin thought of something. Could it be because of the old man's wine? His heart trembled. The old man's wine could actually intimidate so many demonic beasts. Wasn't this too domineering? Just what kind of wine did he drink? He had never heard of such a miraculous wine. Who was the old man? Did he approach him just to eat the roasted meat? A series of questions appeared in Fong Chen's mind. If he wanted to answer these questions, he would have to meet the old man again. Chapter 2351. Fong Chin looked at the Monster King in surprise. No wonder the latter addressed the Monster King as that guy. It turned out that he was the Monster King's father. If it was an ordinary Monster King, he would not dare to address the Monster King so casually. Thinking of this, Fong Chin felt relieved. No wonder the Monster King stopped attacking and wanted to cooperate with him after discovering the Monster King's aura on him. However, Fong Chin had another layer of doubt in his heart. What kind of place was it that only human warriors could enter? Could it be that even the powerful Monster King could not do anything about it? Thinking of this, Fong Qin looked at the Monster King in confusion. The latter laughed and said, "The world is full of wonders. How long have you been cultivating? This mountain range is the lair of all the monsters in our Kenglin Castle. There was a reason why my father chose this place as his lair. Is it because of that strange place?" Fong Qin asked tentatively. The Monster King nodded and said, "You are not stupid. Before you, many warriors entered the mountain range. However, their physical strength was too weak and could not be compared to yours. There were some who had good physical strength, but they were too cunning. They played tricks on me and were killed by me in the end." After hearing the Monster King's words, Fong Qin nodded slightly. "Are you so sure that I can succeed?" Fong Qin asked. "I am not sure, but you have a high possibility," the Monster King said. Crash! The Monster King grabbed Fong Qin and leaped onto a small hill in the mountain range. After Fong Qin stabilized himself, the Monster King pointed to a cave behind the hill and said, "This cave is called the Cave of the Extermination Beasts." The name was quite appropriate, but he didn't know what was inside. Why couldn't demonic beasts enter? Many monsters in our world did not believe in evil and forced their way into the Cave of the Extermination Beasts. In the end, there was only one result, and that was to be turned into ashes. Tens of thousands of years ago, my father once took action. However, when he approached the Cave of the Extermination Beasts, he quickly returned. After returning, my father only said one sentence, and that was that no monster should go near the Cave of the Extermination Beasts. So exaggerated, the more he listened to the Monster King's explanation, the more Fong Qin felt that there must be something fishy. "What is inside?" Fong Qin could not help but ask. After years of research, there should be a secret treasure inside the Cave of the Extermination Beasts. This secret treasure can emit a gentle light that is harmless to human warriors. However, once it comes into contact with the body of the beast, it will go crazy instantly. My father said that even profound God realm experts might not be able to enter the Cave of the Extermination Beasts. What kind of secret treasure is this secret treasure? Fong Qin was shocked. How could there be such a heaven-defying artifact in this world? This artifact was made specifically to deal with demonic beasts. Beast, 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 beast. One bice. I hope you can succeed. The Monster King squinted and stared at the Cave of the Extermination Beasts, muttering to himself. Whoosh, whoosh. The violent force kept hitting Fong Qin's body. Thousand Sword's body was activated, forming the strongest defense to resist the attack of the terrifying force. What a strong force! No wonder only martial warriors with strong physical bodies can enter. Fong Qin could not help but sigh. Using the Thousand Swords body and the demonic dragon body refinement technique, his physical strength was no weaker than an expert on the Saint ranking. Especially after being changed by the beast blood wine, his physical strength was extremely strong. He was almost invincible among the celestial beings. Anyone who dared to fight Fong Qin in close combat and compete in strength would definitely feel great. After a short moment of thinking, Fong Qin gradually stabilized. He did not feel anything, even though the violent force was attacking his body. At this time, he had time to look around and size up the legendary Cave of the Extermination Beasts. Is this the Cave of the Extermination Beasts? Where is the Diamond Beast's killing ring? Fong Qin thought to himself. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly discovered that there was a formation not far away. Isn't this the Burning Sky 9 Changes formation? Fong Qin opened his eyes wide and looked at the formation in front of him. 5 changes, or 6 changes. Fong Qin's heart beat faster. If he could absorb the power, his Burning Sky 9 Changes formation model would definitely be able to complete the transformation. Let's give it a try. Fong Qin said to himself. Then he took out the model and set up the burning sky 9 changes formation, which was exactly the same. Whoosh! Under Fong Chen's control, the formation model was rapidly absorbing the power of the burning sky 9 changes formation. It works. Seeing this, Fong Chen was secretly delighted. After calming down, he analyzed the reason. He roughly believed that the cave of the extermination beast master was a little hasty when he set up the burning sky 9 changes formation, which caused many loopholes to appear in the formation. After the baptism of countless years, the loopholes became bigger and bigger, which directly caused the power of the burning sky 9 changes formation to leak. That was why it was so easily absorbed by Fong Chen. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10% of the power had been absorbed, and the formation model had obvious changes. Continue to absorb. Fong Chen chuckled. As he absorbed, he also comprehended the 3,000 scrolls of formations. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. He could strike while the iron was hot and cultivate the Tao formations. When the formation model absorbed 50% of the power, it finally completed the 5th change. After that, it took another 3 months to absorb 90% of the power. At this time, the formation model completed the 6th change. At the same time, the burning sky 9 changes formation also completely possessed the terrifying power of the peak of the heaven opening level. After the change in the burning sky 9 changes formation, the speed of absorption increased a lot. In just 6 hours, the last 10% of the power was completely absorbed. Crack! The original burning sky 9 changes formation had already collapsed. Fong Chen looked at the formation model in his hand with satisfaction. He was extremely excited. Sky surmounting level. Although it was only a low-grade sky surmounting level formation, it was enough to make Fong Chen excited. With this formation, he would be able to protect himself even if he faced an expert in the top 10 of the Saint ranking. Amazing! Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. In the past 3 months, he had comprehended the 3,000 scrolls of formations and had gained a certain level of understanding. His formation realm had reached the supreme grade sky surmounting level in one go. This also meant that he could create supreme grade sky surmounting level formations with just a thought. This was good news for Fong Chen. After trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, Fong Chen's gaze fell on the front of the beast-slaying cave. A shining golden iron ring was placed on a piece of bluestone. Is this the Vajra beast-slaying ring? Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and observed seriously. Ethereal Star Sky, Dongshan Sky. Dongshan Sky had been very chaotic recently, especially the Wuji Sword Sect. As a giant in Dongshan Sky, they were the first to bear the brunt and suffered a great impact. The ancestor of the Tianqing clan was a disciple of a superpower in the chaotic void. Because he had made a mistake, he was expelled from the superpower. His lifelong wish was to return to his clan. Therefore, he had put in a lot of effort to obtain the inheritance of great Emperor Su Xian and the mysterious sky cone nail. However, in the end, he was destroyed by many experts in Ethereal Star Sky. Recently, people from this superpower had come and threatened to destroy the Wuji Sword Sect. According to the words of the leader, even if the people of their clan were to be expelled, their lives were still theirs. They were not people that could be killed by anyone. A weak sect in a barbarian land dared to go against them. Therefore, they led people and rushed to the Wuji Sword Sect. It was conceivable that no one in the Wuji Sword Sect could resist their attack. The Sword Master was severely injured and Jian Wuji was nowhere to be found. When the entire Wuji Sword Sect was about to collapse, the Xing River Ancestor and other experts appeared. After a confrontation, the experts of this superpower finally retreated. However, before they left, they took away all the seedlings with a good foundation in the Wuji Sword Sect. Even the Xing River Ancestor and the others could not stop them. Among these people were the Star and Moon, Princess Xian and Tian Xian and Qing Ho, who had just arrived in the chaotic void. Chapter 2352. Inside the Cave of Beasts. Fong Chen was studying the Vajra beast-killing collar. According to the Beast Kings, this thing was extremely powerful and would kill anyone who touched it. However, at that moment, Fong Chen was toying with it in his hand. It's not that powerful. Fong Chen curled his lips. Master, this Vajra beast-killing collar is used against beasts, not humans. Otherwise, the Beast Kings would have come in and taken it away, said the weapon spirit. After studying it for a long time, he didn't find anything special about it. Even the Beast Kings don't dare to get close to this stupid thing. This cave is called the Cave of Beasts. Isn't that too exaggerated? Fong Chen still didn't believe in the power of the Vajra beast-killing collar. The weapon spirit didn't bother to explain. Logically speaking, as one of the 3 Beast Kings under Venerable Kanglin, the beast-taming Guardian King should have a high status and left behind many inheritances. However, this cave of beasts is empty. There's nothing here. Fong Chen was speechless. How do you know there's nothing here? The weapon spirit pointed at Fong Chen. Look at the blue stone under the Vajra beast-killing collar. Fong Chen took a closer look and was surprised. There was nothing here just now. How did a small tower suddenly appear? What tower is this? Fong Chen asked. This is a beast-taming tower. There's a large space inside that can trap beasts and make them submit, the weapon spirit explained. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. With this tower, wouldn't he be able to capture some beasts and use them as his fighters? This is great. Fong Chen couldn't wait to take the small tower. Immediately, a message entered his mind. His body trembled slightly, but he quickly stabilized himself and nodded. He said excitedly, the beast-taming Guardian King's personal weapon, the beast-taming tower. This tower was called the beast-taming tower and had 2 floors. The first floor could hold Sage Realm beasts, and the second floor could hold Mystic Heaven Realm beasts. Fong Chen was excited. If he could capture some mysterious Heaven Realm demonic beasts, wouldn't he be able to create an army of demonic beasts? Master, you think too much. If a profound Heaven Realm beast were here, you might not be able to survive. The artifact spirit stopped Fong Chen from thinking too much. After putting away the beast pagoda, Fong Chen said happily, one day I will have an army of monsters. After that, Fong Chen looked around and did not discover anything. He took the Vajra beast destroying ring and prepared to leave. Outside the Black Palace, the Monster King was quietly observing the situation in the Cave of Beasts. It had been 3 months, but there had been no movement from the Cave of Beasts. He even suspected that Fong Chen had perished. The old man with the black gourd had appeared beside him. He was the Beast Emperor. You let him in? The Beast Emperor asked. Father, the Monster King cupped his fists at the Beast Emperor. He drank your beast blood wine, and his physical strength increased. His physical body is almost invincible. If even he can't succeed, I will admit defeat. The Beast Emperor looked at his son dotingly and said, after so many years, you still can't get over it. How can I get over it? My mother died under the Vajra beast-killing ring. All these years, I've been thinking about this matter day and night. I want to obtain the Vajra beast-killing ring, extract my mother's remnant consciousness, and revive her. The Beast Emperor shook his head. The Vajra beast destroying ring was specially made to deal with monsters. Moreover, the Beast Emperor's remnant consciousness was still in it. Even he could not get close to the Cave of Beasts. It was extremely difficult to bring the Vajra beast destroying ring out. Don't worry. Your mother's death will not be in vain. The Beast Emperor patted the Monster King's shoulder and said slowly. Suddenly, the Monster King raised his head and asked the Beast Emperor, Father, do you think he will succeed? The Beast Emperor was silent for a moment and said, if anyone can succeed, he has the highest chance. Why? The Monster King said there were many geniuses who drank the beast blood wine before, but they all failed in the end. Do you know how much beast blood wine he drank? The Beast Emperor asked. The Monster King shook his head and said he drank it all, but I don't believe him. He didn't lie, he did drink it all. Hearing this, the Monster King's face changed. He stared at his father and asked hurriedly, he drank it all? How is that possible? Looking at his shocked son, the Beast Emperor nodded. He drank it all. He actually drank it all. Doesn't that mean? The Beast Emperor and his son looked at each other and nodded. Their thoughts were the same. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a sudden movement in the Cave of Beasts. There is movement. The Monster King looked at the Cave of Beasts with burning eyes. After hearing his father's words, he felt that Fong Qin had a high chance of succeeding. Is it coming out? The Monster King said excitedly. His black eyes stared straight ahead. Voila! Under the gaze of the Monster King and the Beast Emperor, Fong Qin slowly walked out. Seeing the Beast Emperor, Fong Qin nodded lightly with a smile on his face. From the bottom of his heart, he was very grateful to the Beast Emperor. If not for his beast blood wine, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the Earth-opening realm. Senior Beast Emperor. Fong Qin walked to the Beast Emperor and clasped his hands to thank him. You don't have to thank me. Being able to drink the beast blood wine is your ability. The Beast Emperor waved his hand and said, How is it? Did you take out the Vajra beast killing ring? Under the gaze of the Beast King, Fong Qin took out a shiny metal ring from his bosom. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. When the Monster King wanted to take it, it was stopped by the Beast Emperor. Be careful. The Beast Emperor stretched out his hands, and layers of powerful light covered them. Finally, he grabbed the Vajra beast killing ring. Little friend, this Vajra beast killing ring means a lot to me. I owe you a favor. The Beast Emperor said seriously. Senior Beast Emperor, you don't have to do this. Fong Qin said, Brother, you've helped me a lot this time. If there's anything you need in the future, just say it. As long as it's within Kanglan Castle, there's nothing we can't do. After using several sealing techniques on the Vajra beast killing ring, he finally put it away. The Beast Emperor was also in a good mood. He smiled and said, If I'm not wrong, you should have obtained the Beast Pagoda of the Beast Emperor, right? Hearing this, Fong Qin's heart tightened. Could it be that the Beast Emperor had set his sights on the Beast Pagoda? Don't misunderstand. The Beast Pagoda is useless to me. I just want to remind you of one thing. The Beast Emperor said the Beast Emperor's methods are very strange. There's a high possibility that there are demonic beasts he once tamed in the Beast Pagoda. Don't blindly open the Beast Pagoda. Otherwise, you'll bring death upon yourself. Hearing this, Fong Qin's face was a little awkward. However, what shocked him more was the Beast Emperor's words. There might be demonic beasts tamed by the Beast Emperor in the Beast Pagoda. Then what should I do? Fong Qin asked. The method to control the Beast Pagoda is most likely in Venerable Kanglan's inheritance. The Beast Emperor said. He wasn't too sure either. After all, it was the Beast Emperor's method. After that, the two chatted for a long time. Fong Qin learned some secrets about the Kanglan Castle and Venerable Kanglan. He was treated as a guest of honor by the entire beast world. The Beast Emperor even gave him 2 jugs of beast blood wine. Young friend, this beast blood wine is extraordinary. Remember not to drink it all in one go. Otherwise, even with the strength of your body, you won't be able to withstand it. The Beast Emperor reminded him before he left. Don't worry, I know what to do. Young friend, you have my contact information. If you encounter any danger in the Kanglan Castle, you can let me know. The Beast Emperor said with a smile. Fong Qin cupped his fists and thanked the Beast Emperor before he left. At the same time that Fong Qin obtained the Beast Pagoda, the inheritance of Venerable Kanglan's 3 demon kings, Gotian had appeared in the world. It attracted the attention of many experts on the Saint rankings. After a fierce battle, the 5 tigers of Kanglan joined forces. With their powerful strength, they defeated everyone and took over Go Tian's inheritance. This news caused a great commotion when it spread. All the experts on the Saint rankings expressed their extreme dissatisfaction with the 5 Tigers of Kanglin. At one point, many experts on the Saint rankings banded together. The 5 Tigers of Kanglin were too powerful. If they didn't band together, they wouldn't have the strength to compete. Jie Zhitian of the Black World sect formed an alliance with the top 30 experts on the Saint rankings to fight against the enemy. At this moment, the news of Fang Chen's appearance reached Jie Zhitian's ears. Jie Zhitian and Jie Qiu immediately led many experts to encircle and annihilate Yi Futian. Chapter 2353. Under the leadership of Jie Zhitian and Jie Qiu, the experts of the Dark World began to encircle Fang Chen. At the same time, the members of the Jin clan were also secretly inquiring about Fang Chen. After leaving the mountain range, Fang Chen walked leisurely on the ground. What he needed to do now was to search for the Ashen Yuan Pearl. Secondly, he needed to find the inheritance of the other 2 Dharma Kings and see if he could obtain the inheritance. Dharma King Go Tian. Fang Chen curled his lips when he heard the rumors in the Kanglin castle. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against the 5 Tigers of Kanglin, let alone snatch the inheritance of Dharma King Go Tian. Forget it. I'll just focus on finding the Ashen Yuan Pearl. Fang Chen thought to himself after pondering for a moment. If he could gather all 12 Ashen Yuan Pearls, he could form the 12 Ashen Yuan array. At that time, the inheritance of Reverend Kanglin would naturally appear. After identifying a direction, Fang Chen walked for about 2 hours. Suddenly, the weapon spirit said, "Master, someone is approaching. They seem to be coming for you." Oh, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Jie Zhitian and Jie Qiu of the Dark World sect? It's a good time to settle the grudges from before. Thinking of this, Fang Chen stood still and waited quietly. A moment later, a group of cultivators arrived in front of Fang Chen in a grandiose manner. The Jin clan? Fang Chen was surprised. He thought it would be the disciples of the Dark World sect. Who would have thought that the Jin clan would be the first to arrive? "Boy, hand over young master Xiaoyang's token." The leader roared angrily. "Token?" Seeing that the leader was so anxious, he was even more determined. There must be some treasure in Jin Xiaoyang's token. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so concerned about it. What a coincidence. I can use your blood to open the token. Fang Chen said with a grin as he played with the token. His pitch-black eyes looked at the people from the Jin family. The leader of the group waved his hand. Suddenly, the members of the Jin family surrounded Fang Chen. A violent aura was emitted from their bodies. Kill! Following the leader's command, a mighty wave of attacks engulfed Fang Chen. Puchi! Fang Chen's myriad sword's body had reached the 5th level, and his defense was extremely strong. With the attacks of the Jin family, it was impossible to break through his defense. Come here. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and directly grabbed a nearby Jin family disciple. Just as he was about to forcibly extract the disciple's blood, there was a loud bang, and a deafening power instantly exploded. Caught off guard, Fang Chen's body flew out. Cough, cough. Dust flew everywhere, and a strong wind blew. Fang Chen got up from the ground and patted the dust off his clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. You'd rather self-destruct than let me open the storage space? The more they acted like this, the more Fang Chen was curious. What was hidden in this storage space? Why were the members of the Jin family willing to sacrifice their lives for him? I don't believe that all of you are going to self-destruct. At this moment, Fang Chen burst forth with an unparalleled power. An aura that caused one to tremble burst forth instantly. Puchi! He suddenly punched out, directly penetrating the body of one of the cultivators. Not good. The leader's expression changed when he felt the terrifying aura of Fang Chen. When the latter was at the limit of the heaven-opening realm, he could already kill Jin Xiaoyang. now that he had broken through to the earth-opening realm, who knew how powerful he was. Retreat! The leader was very anxious and shouted loudly. However, it was already too late. Fang Chen's powerful attack surrounded them. Self-destruct. The leader's heart was filled with sorrow. He roared and took the brunt of the attack. He activated the power in his body and formed a terrifying self-destruction. At the same time, all the cultivators of the Jin family self-destructed. The self-destruction of Earth-opening realm cultivators was simply too powerful. The members of the Jin family roared in anger. They self-destructed at the same time, causing the entire space to shatter. Fang Chen saw that something was wrong and used the space-time collapse technique. His figure flickered, and he quickly fled into the distance. In the distance, Fang Chen floated in midair, staring at the center of the explosion with lingering fear in his heart. If he was hit by the self-destruction of so many Earth-opening realm cultivators, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. What is in the storage space? Why would they rather self-destruct than let me take their blood? Fang Chen was puzzled. Soon, the power of the self-destruction gradually dissipated. At this time, Fang Chen returned to the center of the battlefield. On the ground, there were countless corpses, lying messily on the ground. After walking around, Fang Chen was somewhat disappointed. The members of the Jin family seemed to be guarding against him. When they self-destructed, they sucked out all the blood in their bodies, leaving not a single drop behind. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists and cursed. His gaze swept across the corpses of the Jin family cultivators. In the end, he shook his head, sighed, and left. The Jin family could be considered a first-rate force in the Frisia district. Although they couldn't be considered too strong, they still had a lot of authority in the Frisia district. This time, the members of the Jin family were completely annihilated in the Frisia castle. Even the outstanding genius Jin Xiaoyang was killed. This was probably something that the Jin family never dreamed of. Not long after Fang Chen left, the disciples of the Black World sect arrived. The members of the Jin family, seeing the corpses on the ground, Jieqiu's eyes flickered as he said coldly, "That guy's strength increased again." Jie Zhitian said in a deep voice. There was no expression on his face. The battle aura hasn't completely dissipated. He must still be nearby. Chase after him. Jie Zhitian gave a low cry. His figure flashed, submerging into the void. The disciples of the Black World sect came in a menacing manner and quickly blocked Fang Chen's path. Finally here, Fang Chen stopped his footsteps, turned his head to look at Jieqiu and the others, and said lightly, "A lot later than I expected." Fang Chen said, "Brat, you dare to kill the disciples of my Black World sect. I'll tear you to pieces," Jieqiu said with a sinister expression. Jie Zhitian on the side was relatively calm. He carefully stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, he said, "You're Fang Chen." Fang Chen nodded. Jie Zhitian said with a sinister smile, "Early-stage Earth-opening realm cultivation. To be able to kill the members of the Jin family, it's enough to see that your strength can already enter the saint ranking." Jie Zhitian was an expert on the saint ranking. With a glance, he could see that Fang Chen was extraordinary. However, so what? You killed so many of my Black World sect's disciples. You're destined to die, Jie Zhitian said indifferently. Fang Chen looked at Jie Zhitian with ridicule and said with a sneer, "Last time, Jieqiu also told me that I would die without a doubt. However, in the end, I'm still alive." The Black World sect's Xiao He realm battle formation was broken, and the 49 Chaos Sky Gods died. Fang Chen spread his hands. His words had seriously provoked the upper realm heavens. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Jie Zhitian's face immediately darkened. "You," Zhitian said in a deep voice, "you think that by deliberately provoking me you can escape? Brat, today I, Jiechio, will personally cut you up, Jiechio said. Fang Qin shook his head and said seriously, to be honest, you're not my opponent. Fang Chen's words made the people of the Black World sect burst into laughter. Jietian, a prodigy in the 50s of the saint ranking, who was only stronger than Bai Tianshu, was actually mocked by an early-stage Earth-opening realm martial artist. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard, Jie Zhitian said. You're the stupidest person I've ever seen, Fang Qin said without showing any weakness. If it was before, he would definitely not be Jie Zhitian's opponent. However, after drinking the beast blood wine and breaking through to the Earth-opening realm, his attack power skyrocketed. If he attacked with his full strength, not to mention Jietian, even if it was a prodigy on the saint ranking who was stronger than him, Fang Qin would not be afraid. Is that so? You won't think so in a while. As soon as Jie Zhitian's voice fell, his aura fluctuated and he prepared to attack. Are you sure you want to do this? Fang Qin asked. Aren't you afraid that the Black World sect will be wiped out like the Jin family? Don't compare a trash force like the Jin family with our Black World sect. Jie Zhitian sneered and said, It seems that breaking the Xiaohe realm battle formation gave you great confidence. I just don't know if you can break my Black World sect's ultimate technique, the Great Black World Battle Formation. Set up the formation. Suddenly, Jie Zhitian shouted in a low voice. Immediately, 81 Chaos Sky Gods surrounded Fang Qin in an instant, and a vast aura spread out. Chapter 2354. Big Dark World Battle Formation. When he saw the appearance of the Big Dark World Battle Formation, his pupils suddenly shrank. However, after sensing the aura emitted by the 81 pure sky gods, a strange smile appeared on his face. Is this your trump card? Fang Qin said faintly. The surprise in his eyes just now disappeared. It's enough to kill you, Jietian said confidently. The Big Dark World Battle Formation was the most powerful battle formation of the Black World sect. It required 81 pure sky gods to set it up. Its power was several times higher than the Xiaohe realm battle formation. This was also considered the Black World sect's ultimate technique. The reason why the Black World sect was ranked as a first-rate force was also because of the powerful power of the Big Dark World Battle Formation. At this moment, in order to deal with Fang Qin, Jietian actually let people set up the Big Dark World Battle Formation. However, it was obvious that these people's mastery of the Big Dark World Battle Formation had not reached the point of perfection. There were many obvious loopholes in the Big Dark World Battle Formation. In Jietian's view, although there were many loopholes, it did not affect the overall situation. With Fang Qin's strength, he would be drowned by the Big Dark World Battle Formation before he could attack. Seeing Fang Qin trapped in it, Jietian laughed. He was one of the members who controlled the Big Dark World Battle Formation, and he was an extremely important one. The Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation can't stump me. Do you think this Big Dark World Battle Formation can stump me? Fang Qin sneered. In fact, he guessed right. The 81 pure sky gods set up the Big Dark World Battle Formation with difficulty, and its power was not as strong as imagined. Kill. Jie Tian did not talk nonsense and controlled the Big Dark World Battle Formation to attack Fang Qin. Seeing this, Fang Qin's eyes swept across everyone, and the myriad sword domains spread out. The aura of the earth-splitting realm instantly burst out. Since the breakthrough, he had not let go of his hands and feet in a big battle. This time, he would use the Big Dark World Battle Formation to practice. Thinking of this, Fang Qin clenched his fist. The 5th-level myriad sword body was powerful to the extreme. When all the power was gathered on his fist, he suddenly punched out. Dong! The terrifying fist aura turned into a dazzling vortex in the Big Dark World Battle Formation. When he crashed into the Black World sect disciple, he was suddenly blocked by a layer of invisible force. Crack! A crisp sound came from the void. This was the sound of a crack appearing in the invisible force. When Jiejitin saw this, his eyes flickered, but he soon calmed down. This was because the invisible force had blocked Fang Chen's fist attack. How can this guy's physical strength be so strong? Jiejitin thought to himself, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Fang Chen's physical strength was much stronger than his. This guy definitely has a powerful body cultivation secret technique on him. After we kill him, we'll snatch the secret technique, Jie Zhitian said faintly. After shattering Fang Chen's fist aura, Jie Qiu laughed loudly and said, "Brat, what other abilities do you have?" Seeing Jie Qiu's gloating expression, Fang Chen shook his head and slowly took out the hidden star sword. "Idiot," Fang Chen said as he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. "Shura sword art, first move." Boom! A violent power instantly burst out and condensed into a vast and magnificent sword aura in the sky. When the sword aura hit the invisible force, the second move of the Shura sword art was executed. Shura sword art, second move. Third move. Fourth move. Fifth move. Fang Chen executed the first 5 moves of the Shura sword art in one breath. The 5 sword aura that caused people to tremble violently hit the invisible force. Dong! Finally, the invisible force couldn't resist, and a crack appeared. Kill! When Jie Qiu saw this, he wanted to use killing to stop Fang Chen's attack. At the same time, he faintly had a bad premonition in his heart. Therefore, he couldn't wait to kill Fang Chen. The big, dark world battle formation revolved at high speed. A violent power swept out, and countless killing forces pressed towards Fang Chen. Shura sword art, 6th move. When Fang Chen spoke, he entered the void and merged with the hidden star sword. He turned into a series of afterimages and rushed towards Jie Qiu. You can't break the big dark world battle formation. Jie Qiu's eyes flashed with madness as he roared. However, Fang Chen sneered. In his mind, there was a guidance from the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit clearly told Fang Chen about the loopholes of the big dark world battle formation and then guided Fang Chen to break the big dark world battle formation. Compared to the Xiao He battle formation, the big dark world battle formation was indeed very difficult to deal with. However, they set it up in a hurry, and there were too many loopholes, causing the foundation to be unstable. Fang Chen seized the opportunity. The hidden star sword carried a terrifying power and suddenly bombarded the big dark world battle formation. Pucci, the nearest cultivator, couldn't withstand such a powerful force and vomited blood. The big dark world battle formation was on the verge of breaking. Hold on! Jie Qiu roared crazily. At the same time, he endured a large portion of the force and wanted to kill Fang Chen. Whoosh! Just as the big dark world battle formation's trump card was about to explode, Fang Chen disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Jie Qiu looked around and was shocked to find that Fang Chen had disappeared. Pucci! Just as he turned around, he suddenly realized that there was a sword in his chest. Pain spread throughout his body. He wanted to roar, but his throat was moving and he couldn't say anything. No! Jie Qiu roared with a hoarse voice, but he couldn't stop his life force from disappearing. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the void, but he didn't catch anything. His body softly fell to the ground. Until his death, he didn't know how Fang Chen penetrated the big dark world battle formation seal. The big dark world battle formation was famous in the Kanglin district, but it was broken by an unknown guy. Dong! Unfortunately, Jie Qiu would never know. Once Jie Qiu died, the big dark world battle formation immediately collapsed. The remaining 80 Huntian Shin looked at Fang Chen with fear. Pucci! Fang Chen waved his hand. Immediately, beams of swordlight shot out. Without the protection of the big dark world battle formation, they were too weak and couldn't resist Fang Chen's attack. One by one, the Han Tianshin fell to the ground. Damn it, stop! Jie Qiu Tian finally reacted. His eyes were scarlet red as he roared in anger and rushed to the front of Fang Chen. Boom! Jie Qiu-tian's fist covered in black flames blocked the attack of the hidden star sword and exploded with the sound of metal intertwining. I said that if the big dark world sect makes a move against me, I will destroy them, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. He pulled back the hidden star sword and performed the Shura sword art again. Rumble. The battle was very intense, and it was almost one-sided. After the exchange, Jie Qiu-tian was shocked to find that he couldn't resist Fang Chen's attack. How is this possible? Impossible. He didn't believe that an earth-opening realm martial artist could force him to such an extent. Ah! Jie Qiu-tian roared crazily and fell into a state of madness. I want you to die. Many disciples of the Big Dark World sect died in the hands of Fang Chen. Jie Qiu-tian went completely crazy. I am Jie Qiu-tian. Jie Qiu-tian shouted in his heart. He was an expert ranked in the 50s on the Saint ranking. He was unattainable and invincible. How can I be defeated by you? Jie Qiu-tian roared and performed the black flame fist at the same time. The black flame curled up and turned the whole ground into a sea of fire, but it couldn't drown Fang Chen's body. Shura sword art. When Fang Chen performed the Shura sword art, he also performed the innate soul reversal technique. Buzz. The innate soul reversal technique targeted the primordial spirit and was very shocking. In an instant, it shook Jie Qiu-tian's mind. When he reacted, the Shura sword light had already pierced his chest. Crack! Jie Qiu-tian exerted all his strength to scatter the Azura sword light. His body kept retreating as blood flowed out of his wounds, dragging his distressed body. Jie Qiu-tian's hair was disheveled. His scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chen. Now, what else do you have to say? Fang Chen walked step by step towards the upper realm sky. You forced me to do this. World Sky roared madly. My World Sky will not be defeated. We will never be defeated. You want to defeat my World Sky? Dream on. As soon as he said that, an aura completely different from before appeared around Jie Qiu-tian. The aura was extremely violent, causing Fang Chen's heart to palpitate. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2355. A Forbidden Divine Art? Fang Chen frowned. With a tap of his foot, he took a few steps back, distancing himself from Jie Qiu-tian. At this moment, Jie Qiu-tian had undergone a great change. His head looked ferocious, as if it could explode at any time. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was very frightening. His body was surrounded by an aura that made Fang Chen's heart palpitate. What is this aura? Martial artists of the Black World sect majored in fire elemental cultivation techniques. They were domineering and fierce. However, the aura on Jie Qiu-tian's body was incomparably soft and cold. Ha ha ha. Jie Tian laughed maniacally. He looked at Fang Chen and said, Among my peers, no one has ever been able to force me, Jie Tian, to such an extent. This move is my trump card to challenge the 30th place on the Saint rankings. Accept the punishment of Jie Qiu-tian. Jie Qiu-tian shouted in a low voice, Heaven's punishment, 1,000-year-old ice break. Crash! Suddenly, a thumb-sized piece of ice emerged from Jie Qiu-tian's body. As soon as Jie Qiu-tian's voice fell, the ice shattered instantly. What followed was an extremely terrifying power of ice, which instantly invaded the surroundings. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was sealed in ice. What kind of technique is this? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His dark eyes stared at Jie Qiu-tian. His technique was obviously an ice elemental cultivation technique. How did he achieve the coexistence of fire and ice elemental cultivation? Unfortunately, Jie Qiu-tian didn't give him the chance. The violent power of ice instantly attacked and wrapped Fang Chen. Crack! Unexpectedly, Fang Chen's body was shrouded by the power of ice. Under the control of Jie Zhitian, he turned into an ice cube. From outside the ice cube, Fang Chen's frozen body could be seen clearly. Ha ha ha, so what if you are strong? In the end, you still die in the hands of Jie Zhitian. Jie Zhitian laughed loudly. My ice secret technique is the inheritance of a super expert. Over the years, I have already given up on the fire elemental cultivation technique of the Black World sect and switched to this ice secret technique. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. That super expert was right. Once the ice secret technique is used, everywhere it passes it will be frozen. Jie Zhitian looked at Fang Chen and sneered. Not to mention you. Even a Saint Realm martial artist can't resist my ice secret technique. Unfortunately, I'm too weak now and I can't use the full power of the ice secret technique. If I have the strength to the top 20 of the Saint list, I wouldn't be afraid even of the 5 tigers. The ice secret technique of the ice secret technique was Jie Zhitian was well aware of his value, so he never dared to expose himself to the world. He was waiting for an opportunity to make a name for himself in one battle. Unfortunately, Fang Chen's appearance had disrupted his plan. With your cultivation base, you can only last for 2 breaths of time at most before your primordial spirit is frozen stiff. After that, your body will shrivel up and you will die in pain. Jie Tian laughed sinisterly as he looked at Fang Chen in the ice. What a strange ice aura. Fang Chen thought to himself. The myriad sword domain kept shrinking and surrounded his body, barely blocking the attack of the ice. But he knew that as time passed, the myriad sword domain would definitely shatter. Even Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Jie Zhitian's ice secret technique was too inconceivable. To break the ice seal, I need to break the surface at a point. But my body can't move. This is a problem, Fang Chen said faintly. After a few breaths, Fang Chen's consciousness was a little blurry. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Let's try the mysterious heaven cone nail. Fang Chen took out the mysterious heaven cone nail and knocked on the ice seal. Seeing this, Jie Zhitian opened his eyes wide and was a little shocked. An earth-splitting realm martial artist could only hold on for 2 breaths of time at most. However, Fang Chen could still think after holding on for so long. What a freak. If I let you grow, I won't be your opponent in the future. Unfortunately, you met Jie Zhitian. At this moment, Jie Zhitian was still very confident. Once the ice secret technique was used, Fang Chen would die without a doubt. Crack! The mysterious heaven cone nail smashed on the ice seal, and pieces of broken ice fell off. It's effective. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was even more motivated. He quickly smashed the ice, and in the blink of an eye, a big hole had been smashed in the ice. At this time, his primordial spirit recovered, and his body regained its freedom. Break! His fleshly body vibrated, directly shattering the broken ice. Fang Chen, who reappeared in front of Jie Zhitian, looked at him with a smile. How is this possible? Jie Zhitian's body trembled, and he looked at Fang Chen in a daze. How could my ice secret technique be destroyed? Jie Zhitian shook his head frantically, not daring to believe the facts in front of him. What other tricks do you have now? Fang Chen took a step forward, and without giving Jie Zhitian time to use the ice secret technique, the star-concealing sword ruthlessly stabbed into his head. Pucci! Jie Zhitian died. In fact, Fang Chen worried too much. With Jie Zhitian's strength, he could only use the ice secret technique once at most. If he wanted to use it again, he would need to recuperate for a long time. This was also the reason why he didn't want to use it easily. If it was other means, perhaps it could really restrain Fang Chen. Unfortunately, it was the ice secret technique. Ice seal Fang Chen? What kind of joke was this? The grade of the mysterious heaven cone nail was too high. Even if it was smashed in the most barbaric way, It was not something an ordinary person could withstand, not to mention a mere ice seal. The weapon spirit was very prepared to find the weakness of the ice seal, and then it broke the ice seal with a single point. In fact, this was also a trick. Otherwise, the secret ice technique would still be very powerful. After taking the summer rings of Jie Zhitian, Jie Qiu, and the others, Fang Qin left. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few days later, Qi Qing, who was ranked 32nd on the saint list, arrived. When he saw the corpse on the ground, he was shocked. Jie Zhitian is dead. This news, like a stormy sea, quickly spread throughout the entire Kanglin castle. Fang Qin once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Many people were inquiring about this guy named Fang Qin, who was actually able to kill Jie Zhitian. One must know that Jie Zhitian was a powerhouse ranked in the top 50 of the saint list. To be able to kill him, this showed that Fang Qin's strength was enough to rank in the top 50 of the saint list. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely cause a sensation in the Kanglin area. The annihilation of the Black World sect and the Jin family was all done by Fang Qin alone. Isn't this guy too daring? He actually killed all the people from the 2 first-rate forces. I heard that this guy's cultivation is only at the earth-splitting realm. Is it true? For a time, the Kanglin castle was abuzz with the news. Many powerhouses at the top of the saint list also began to pay attention to Fang Qin. At the place of Go Tian's inheritance, whoosh, the 5 tigers of Kanglin came out one after another. They looked at each other with smiles on their faces. We've gained quite a lot this time. We've obtained Go Tian's token. Yeah, as long as we find the other 2 tokens, we'll be able to find Reverend Kanglin's place of cultivation. While the 5 tigers of Kanglin were talking, their communication jade pendants rang. When they heard the news from the communication jade pendant, they were shocked. An earth-splitting realm cultivator killed Jie Zhitian, and he even destroyed the Xiaohe realm battle formation and the Big Black realm battle formation by himself. The 5 tigers of Kanglin's faces were filled with disbelief. If you said that he could destroy the Xiaohe realm battle formation, I would believe it. But I don't believe that an earth-splitting realm cultivator can destroy the Big Black realm battle formation. The brothers chimed in one after another. The leader of the 5 tigers of Kanglin narrowed his eyes and pondered. After a long while, he waved his hand and said, "Maybe it's true." "Leader, what do you mean?" The other 4 brothers looked at their leader and asked in confusion. The leader chuckled with a sinister look on his face. Why is the Black World sect able to stand in the Kanglin district and become a first-rate force? Of course, it's because of the Big Black realm battle formation. Otherwise, the Black World sect would have been swallowed up long ago. Leader, are you thinking of? The second brother was smarter. He guessed the leader's intention and hurriedly asked. The leader nodded and said, "The rumors outside might not be false. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Since that kid can destroy the Xiaohe realm battle formation, it means that he has mastered a method. Maybe he really has the strength to destroy the Big Black realm battle formation? No matter what, we have to capture him. The method to destroy the Big Black realm battle formation is ours. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2356. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Fang Qin broke the Big Black world battle formation, wiped out the Black World sect, and killed Jie Tian. All kinds of news were shocking. Countless martial artists were paying attention to his movements. On a barren mountain peak, Fang Qin sat cross-legged, playing with the black beads in his hand. 3 beads. He obtained 2 azure essence beads from Jie Tian's summer ring. In addition to the one he obtained before, he had a total of 3 beads. This also meant that he was 1 step closer to his goal. With my current strength, I can at least rank in the top 20 of the saint list. Fang Qin curled his lips and said, "It's a pity. If I can meet a master blacksmith who can smelt the sword wood, golden wood, and black vibranium into the hidden star sword, its power will definitely be greatly improved. At that time, my strength will also rise. Maybe I can challenge the top 10 on the saint list. After putting away the 3 azure essence beads, Fong Qin said helplessly, where could he find a master blacksmith in such a huge Kanglin castle? Master, the artifact spirit suddenly said, I sense that there seems to be a place for refining weapons in Kanglin Castle. Oh, hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes lit up, and then hurriedly asked, where is it? It's a little far from here, but I can only roughly sense the aura of refining weapons. I can't be sure if there is a master blacksmith. The artifact spirit said, lead the way. Finding the azure essence beads was not something that could be done in a short time. Therefore, when he learned that there was an aura of refining weapons, Fong Qin couldn't wait to find it. A few days later, Fong Qin came to the south of Kanglin Castle, where there were some dilapidated buildings. I feel it too. After coming here, Fong Qin also felt the aura of refining weapons. At a glance, there were countless dilapidated buildings in front of him, but one of them was a palace that attracted Fong Chen's attention. That is, Fong Qin vaguely felt that the palace was the purpose of his trip. However, before he could get close to the palace, he found many powerful martial artists rapidly approaching the palace. An expert on the saint rankings, Fong Qin was very puzzled. This place was very remote, so why had so many saint rankings cultivators suddenly appeared? He did not recognize any of them, but based on his instincts, they should be experts on the saint rankings. After a while, a total of more than 10 martial artists surrounded the palace. He Xiao, is what you said true? A man in purple robes asked, is there really an inheritance of an ancient almighty in this palace? Do I need to lie to you? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't enter the palace by myself, why would I tell you such important information? The martialist called He Xiao snorted coldly and said, according to my investigation, this palace not only contains the inheritance of an almighty blacksmith, but also extremely powerful weapons. Hearing this, their eyes lit up and they asked, extremely powerful weapons? Are they Ling Tian weapons? What's so great about Ling Tian grade? If we're lucky, we might even get a space chaos grade weapon. Chaos grade weapons were existences that surpassed Ling Tian grade. Even in the stellar sky, chaos grade weapons were rare. Is that true? As soon as they heard the word space chaos grade, their hearts trembled with excitement. Hurry up and open the palace. The 10 experts on the saint rankings attacked together, and their terrifying attack power landed on the palace. Crack! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the palace, and the next moment, everyone was overjoyed. What a strong crafting aura! He Xiao was extremely agitated. With a big stride, he rushed into the temporary imperial residence. Seeing this, the others also entered one after another. Fong Qin, who was far away, saw the whole process clearly. Then his eyes flickered and he went into the palace. The palace was very big, about the size of a mansion, and it was filled with an extremely strong crafting aura. Master, there's someone in the palace. Just as the artifact spirit finished speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly spread throughout the palace. Who's there? He Xiao roared and looked around, but did not find anything. Who is it? Pretending to be mysterious. The others also said coldly, whoosh! In front of the palace square, an illusory figure appeared. I'm the housekeeper of this palace. Welcome to the world of crafting. The illusory figure said calmly. For a moment, He Xiao and the others looked at each other. Senior housekeeper. He Xiao cupped his fist and asked, but was stopped by the housekeeper. The housekeeper said, I know what you want to ask. In this palace, there are the crafting inheritances left by the master, and there are also powerful weapons. As long as you have the ability, you can take them. But before that, you have to accept the test left by the master, the housekeeper added. What test? Everyone asked. Whoosh! The housekeeper waved his hand gently, and a crafting stone table appeared in the square, along with some crafting materials. Potential. Potential will determine what kind of opportunity you will get, the housekeeper said. Crafting. Hearing this, they grinned. This was not difficult for them. As experts on the Saint rankings, although they were not very proficient in crafting, they were somewhat involved. It was easy for them to craft some weapons. Who's going first? The housekeeper looked around and asked. I'll go first. Xiao took the lead and walked to the center of the square, in front of the crafting stone table. Whoosh! Whoosh! The materials were already prepared, and Xiao began crafting with ease. Soon he was fully immersed in crafting, and he would control the fire from time to time. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Xiao is indeed the 15th on the Saint rankings. His attainment in crafting is so high. He's really amazing. Yeah, I've heard that Xiao is good at crafting, but I didn't expect him to be so good. A few martial artists whispered among themselves. Among them, Xiao was the highest on the Saint rankings, ranked 15th. As for the others, none of them could make it to the top 20, so they were still a little wary of Xiao. Otherwise, they would have rejected Xiao when he came to them. Just as they were discussing, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. The housekeeper looked at Xiao with satisfaction and said, This young man has already understood the most basic principles of crafting at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. The sea of fire dissipated, and Xiao held a black war hammer in his hand. He said to the housekeeper, Senior housekeeper, I've succeeded in crafting. You may leave and wait for the others, the housekeeper said. In the following time, the experts on the Saint rankings began crafting their weapons one after another. However, they still couldn't satisfy the housekeeper. After 6 hours, everyone had finished crafting their weapons. Senior housekeeper, can you announce the results now? Xiao couldn't wait any longer. His crafting skills were the highest, so the inheritance he received should be the best. He could already see himself not only receiving the inheritance, but also a chaos-grade weapon. He could kill everyone in Kanglin Castle and chase the 5 tigers of Kanglin all over the world. There's still one person who hasn't finished crafting. As the housekeeper spoke, he looked into the distance. Fong Chen walked out of the darkness and nodded at the housekeeper. Under everyone's gaze, he walked toward the crafting table. Who's that kid? Why haven't I seen him before? Why would an earthly split realm cultivator enter the palace? He must have snuck in when we worked together to open the palace. However, just as the few of them were discussing, someone suddenly said something in a low voice, which immediately caused a huge commotion. He seems to be Fong Chen. Who's Fong Chen? However, before he could finish a sentence, he felt a rumble in his mind. What? He's Fong Chen? The legendary cultivator who broke the great dark world battle formation and killed the world sky? He really looks like him. Rumor has it that that guy is an earthly split realm cultivator, and so is this guy. Soon, everyone confirmed Fong Chen's identity. He Zhao's eyes flickered as he stared at Fong Chen. He said to himself, break the great dark world battle formation. He already had an idea in his mind. When we leave this place, I'll capture you and obtain the method to break the great dark world battle formation. He Xiao said to himself. He Xiao is crafting a heaven-splitting weapon. If I can't forge a heaven-splitting weapon, I'll most likely fail. Looking at the crafting table, Fong Chen said to himself, no matter what, it didn't matter if he failed. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to break through to the next realm of crafting. Chapter 23:57. Before this, Fong Chen's blacksmithing realm had been stuck at the ascending heaven level. However, he did not admit defeat directly. If he did not even have the courage to try, what was the point of coming here? Looking at the materials and thinking for a moment, he already knew the shape of the weapon he wanted to forge. A long sword. Forging a sword was like comprehending the sword. Feng Qin used to be a powerful blacksmith. However, after coming to the chaotic void, blacksmiths and blacksmiths were basically merged. Blacksmiths were extremely rare, and there were no pure blacksmiths anymore. Under normal circumstances, blacksmiths could forge any weapon. No one was willing to waste time learning the art of sword forging. Whoosh! He controlled the fire and began to smelt the materials. Everything was carried out step by step. About an hour later, all the materials had been smelted. Next was the second step. Feng Qin put the last material into the metal liquid and fused it. Hiss! Hiss! There was a constant sound. Feng Qin's blacksmithing technique seemed clumsy, but it was very unique. Of all the people present, only the steward understood Feng Qin's blacksmithing technique. Not bad. Although Feng Qin's blacksmithing realm was not high, his blacksmithing technique was much better than He Zhao's. I didn't expect that there would still be blacksmiths who pay so much attention to the basics. The steward sighed. Although the martial artists in front of him could not be called blacksmiths, they were more or less involved in blacksmithing. However, in the steward's opinion, they did not pay attention to the basics of blacksmithing. Instead, they spoiled things by spoiling things and cultivated some powerful blacksmithing techniques. This was the biggest taboo for blacksmiths. The foundation was the most important. His foundation is very solid, and I can see that this boy has very high blacksmithing potential. The steward was very happy. He grinned and said, "If he can learn the essence of blacksmithing in the process, it will be perfect." However, as soon as the steward finished speaking, he felt that the air was filled with powerful sword qi. Boom! Feng Qin felt his mind shake. Then his understanding of blacksmithing was integrated. The principles that he did not understand before were instantly understood. Heaven-opening level. Success comes naturally. Although he had thought about it in the beginning, he was even more excited after actually doing it. By now, the weapon had been completed. This was the first heaven-splitting grade weapon that Feng Qin had personally forged. Pa! 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 Applause rang out in the square. Everyone turned their heads to look and was surprised to find that the sound came from the housekeeper. A cold glint flashed across the depths of He Zhao's eyes. The housekeeper actually clapped for Feng Qin. Did this mean that the housekeeper also thought highly of Feng Qin? Senior housekeeper, the weapon he refined is only low-grade, heaven-opening grade. I don't understand why you're clapping and cheering, asked He Zhao. Humph! The butler snorted coldly as his cold gaze landed on He Zhao. If you spend these little thoughts on the Tao of artifact forging, your achievements will be far greater than this. After being exposed by the butler, He Zhao lowered her head awkwardly. The others didn't dare to make a sound. The housekeeper was in charge of the palace, so they naturally didn't want to offend him. Young friend, what's your name? The butler looked at Feng Qin and asked with a smile, My name is Feng Qin. Among everyone present, your artifact forging potential is the strongest. According to Master's last words, I can fulfill one of your wishes unconditionally. I wonder what your wish is, asked the butler with a smile. Feng Qin looked around at everyone, his eyes flickering. Seeing this, the butler waved his hand and immediately sealed the space. Speak, they can't hear you. Feng Qin cupped his fists and said, Senior, I have a battle companion that I want to upgrade. I hope you can help me. Oh, take out your weapon and let me see. The butler asked with interest. He thought that Feng Qin would ask him for the artifact forging inheritance and a powerful weapon. He didn't expect him to make such a request. The butler's good impression of Feng Qin greatly deepened. Feng Qin handed the hidden star sword to the butler. After carefully observing it, the latter said, Although your sword is refined exquisitely, there are many flaws in it. I can upgrade it to a top Grade Heaven opening grade weapon. After all, to upgrade a weapon's grade, sufficient materials were needed. Right now, the butler didn't have any better materials, so he couldn't upgrade Fong Chen's sword to the Chaos grade. Senior, you can't upgrade it to the Heaven Ascending grade? Fong Chen asked with some disappointment. The butler shook his head. To upgrade this sword to the Heaven Ascending grade, you will need a lot of rare materials. Before Master died, he had already used up most of the materials in the palace. I can't help you. What kind of rare materials do you need? Will golden wood work? Asked Fong Chen. Golden wood is a treasure for artifact forging. If you have this material, upgrading it to the Heaven Ascending grade will be easy. The butler nodded. Unfortunately, golden wood is rare in the world. It's too difficult to get it. Fong Chen took out a piece of wood from his arms and handed it to the butler. Senior, is this okay? The butler raised his head and looked at Fong Chen. He was instantly stunned. This is golden wood. Seeing the golden wood in Fong Chen's hand, the butler was very excited. You brat, you actually got golden wood. If I don't upgrade your sword to the Heaven Ascending grade, it won't make sense, said the butler. Senior, if you have swordwood, what grade can this sword be upgraded to? Fong Chen continued to ask. Swordwood is a Sword Dao Locust Tree treasure. It's compatible with your sword's attribute. I'm confident that I can upgrade it to the Heaven Ascending grade, said the butler. Don't tell me you have swordwood too. Fong Chen chuckled. I happen to have some swordwood. I hope you can help me. The butler stared at Fong Chen and pondered for a long time. He waved his hand and took the swordwood. He smiled. You are the most interesting guy I've ever seen. Don't worry. Since I've promised you, I will definitely help you. Senior, you have more precious materials than swordwood? Before Fong Chen could finish, the butler spoke first. However, he didn't believe that Fong Chen had more precious materials than swordwood. One should know that the preciousness of swordwood was comparable to a Heaven Ascending grade weapon. A material more precious than swordwood was rare, even if he followed his master all year round. I have some Heijin gold here, Fong Chen said softly. What? Heijin gold? Hearing these 3 words, the butler was completely shocked. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fong Chen. His heart was filled with stormy waves. That was Heijin gold. He vaguely remembered that his master's greatest wish was to get a piece of Heijin gold. However, he couldn't find Heijin gold after searching countless regions. It could be said that swordwood could attract the attention of profound god-level powerhouses, and Heijin gold could attract the attention of powerhouses beyond the profound god level. If it was in Starry Sky, it could definitely trigger a war. Senior, Fong Chen shook in front of the butler, and the latter finally woke up. However, he still looked at Fong Chen in disbelief and said, You really have Heijin gold? Fong Chen nodded and then took out Heijin gold. Seeing this, the butler's eyes were burning and his body was trembling. That's right. It's Heijin gold. I didn't expect that I could actually see the legendary Heijin gold. Ha ha ha. The butler was very happy. As a blacksmith, he was naturally very happy to see the legendary blacksmith material. Moreover, Heijin gold was his master's greatest regret when he was alive. Master, did you see it? There's a cycle of cause and effect. It must be God who asked him to bring Heijin gold to see you. The butler was so excited that he went crazy. After a long time, he calmed down. He looked at Fong Chen and said, If Heijin gold is integrated into the star-hidden sword, the grade can be directly upgraded to Chaos grade and it can continue to grow. Really? Fong Chen was excited. However, the butler's next words made Fong Chen a little helpless. However, I can't smelt the Heijin gold. Fong Chen staggered and almost fell. After saying so much, you can't smelt the Heijin gold? Then why were you so excited previously? You made me think that you could smelt the Heijin gold. However, don't be discouraged. Your Heijin gold is very useful. Cultivate well. One day, When your blacksmith level reaches my master's level, you can smelt the Heizhen gold. The butler said, "This piece of Heizhen gold is enough for you to make a set of armor. By then, your defense will be invincible." Chapter 2358. Of course, I know the use of the black vibranium. Fang Chen was speechless. The butler's expression was as if he was a virgin who had met a woman. He thought that the butler had the ability to smelt the black vibranium. In the end, when Fang Chen was full of hope, the butler's words directly broke his fantasy. Forget it, forget it. The black vibranium is hard to find. I got it by chance, and I'm considered lucky. The butler has already passed away and is just a remnant of his consciousness. How can he smelt the black vibranium? I was too impatient. He was too impatient and lost his composure just now. After keeping the black vibranium, Fang Chen said, "Senior, you can smelt the sword wood and golden wood into it first. Your long sword has 3 attributes. If you smelt the golden wood, it might swallow the 3rd attribute. You have to be mentally prepared." The butler said. Fang Chen nodded. "I'll leave it to you." "Haha, great." The butler waved his hand and the space lock was removed. He looked at He Xiao and the rest and said, "I'm going to refine weapons. Leave quickly and don't bother me." The butler controlled the palace and was unpredictable. Even He Xiao did not dare to make a sound. "Senior, the inheritance. With your standard, you're not qualified to get the inheritance. Turn left in front and there's a room for weapons. You guys can go and pick a few weapons." Having said that, the butler waved his hand and signaled them to leave. Only Fang Chen stood behind the butler. Before He Xiao left, he looked at Fang Chen with a murderous look. He clearly saw that there was a piece of golden wood and a piece of sword wood in the butler's hand. Damn it, what ability does that guy have to make the butler kiss him? He Xiao clenched his fist and said coldly. He had already guessed that the butler should be using the golden wood and sword wood to smelt the weapons for Fang Chen. He hated it, but there was nothing he could do. "Humph," He Xiao snorted and turned to leave. In the square, in front of the weapon refining table, the housekeeper had already prepared all the materials. He then cut a small piece of the golden wood and threw the rest of the golden wood to Fang Chen. "I only need this small piece to smelt the golden wood. The rest are unnecessary." With that, the butler began to smelt. Whoosh! The housekeeper's palms danced in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages that shocked Fang Chen. What an exquisite crafting technique! Fang Chen's heart trembled. After a short while, the smelting of the golden wood was completed. The housekeeper shouted in a low voice and forcibly integrated the golden wood into the star-hidden sword. Suddenly, a little bit of yellow stripes appeared on the red star-hidden sword. These stripes were the golden wood that had been smelted into the golden wood. An hour later, the smelting of the golden wood was completed. Around the hidden star sword, there were faintly flickering sword Dao runes, and a valiant aura gushed out from it. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely excited. He knew that from this moment onwards, the hidden star sword had become a weapon on the level of Ling Tian. Is this a weapon on the level of Ling Tian? It was rumored that weapons on the level of Ling Tian had their own consciousness, just like the weapon spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail. After the smelting was completed, the housekeeper continued to take out the sword wood. He also cut off a small piece and threw the rest to Fang Chen. Crafting was more about quality than quantity. With the housekeeper's crafting level, such a small piece was enough. It took a little more time to smelt the sword wood than the golden wood. After about 4 hours, the sword wood had been successfully smelted. A terrifying sword Dao aura burst out from the hidden star sword. Fang Chen could clearly feel the changes in the hidden star sword. What a strong aura! Just the aura alone is enough to suppress Han Tianxin. Fang Chen was excited. After selecting the weapons, they left the palace. He Xiao and the others' faces were gloomy. The housekeeper was simply sending them away. The weapons in that room were basically at the level of opening heaven. After careful selection, He Xiao had only chosen a few top-grade, heaven-opening grade weapons. Damn it, it's all because of him. He Xiao vented her bellyful of resentment on Fong Qin. If it weren't for Fong Qin, he would have most likely obtained the master of the palace's crafting inheritance, as well as the legendary Ling Tian or even Chaos Sky weapons. But now everything was for naught. He Xiao, are we just going to let it go like this? How is that possible? That brat Fong Qin ruined our plans. We must make him pay the price. But if he keeps hiding in the palace, are we going to keep wasting time here? He Xiao's eyes flickered. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, wait for him to come out. The golden wood and the sword wood were both crafting treasures. If he could get them, this trip would not be in vain. In the palace, Fong Qin naturally did not know that He Xiao and the others had already regarded him as a thorn in their flesh. He was focused on his battle partner, the hidden star sword. Holding the sword hilt, a hot aura surged. The hidden star sword emitted a trace of fluctuation, as if it was communicating with Fong Qin. Is this the best Ling Tian weapon? Legend had it that the toughness of a Ling Tian weapon was comparable to the body of an abstruse god. It was very powerful. It was Fong Chen's first time seeing it. Master. Are you talking? Fong Chen's face was full of smiles as he quickly asked. It's me. Spiritual intelligence like an artifact spirit could be external. Whoosh! A ray of light shot out from the hidden star sword, forming a ball of light in the void. From now on, I am willing to fight side by side with Master. A tender voice came from the ball of light. Ha, that's great. Fong Qin was very excited. Boy, with your current strength, you can't protect your long sword. The butler reminded him, with this long sword, Han Tianxin has nothing to fear, but if you are discovered by an abstruse god, they will use all kinds of unimaginable means to seize your long sword. At that time, they will kill the artifact spirit and breed a new one, the butler said. A Ling Tian weapon was enough to cause an abstruse god to fight over it. Don't use it unless you have no other choice, the butler continued to remind him. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Fong Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. Okay, I have helped you fulfill your wish. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. The butler waved his hand. Fulfill my promise? Fong Qin was stunned. Accept my master's artifact refining inheritance and improve your artifact refining realm through artifact refining. Only when you can refine a Ling Tian weapon can you leave the palace, the butler said with a smile. Fong Qin wanted to vomit blood. When did I make a promise? This is an order left by my master. I can't change it. After speaking, the butler ignored Fong Qin and flicked his finger. Dense artifact refining materials appeared on the square. If you want to leave the palace quickly, don't be lazy. In the void, the butler's sly smile could be heard. The chaos void was boundless. Other than the 33 heavens, there were also some very strange regions. The suicide cliff was located in the chaos zone between Dawn Moon Sky and Masha Sky. It floated in the dark chaos void all year round. Ordinary people couldn't get close to it. At this moment, there was a woman in green on the suicide cliff. Her face was filled with helplessness. Master, how long do I have to cultivate before I can leave? The woman in green felt very bored. Other than her master, she couldn't see anyone else. Moreover, the suicide cliff was very small, and the environment was harsh. She didn't know why her master would choose to cultivate here. Little girl, don't think about it anymore. If you don't cultivate to the abstruse god realm, don't even think about leaving here. A voice sounded. The woman in green was helpless and could only continue to cultivate. Don't take advantage of me. Who knows how many cultivators in the chaos void want to come to my suicide cliff to cultivate but can't. You can't wait to leave. How foolish. Master, I just want to return to Void Star Sky to take a look. The The woman in green's beautiful eyes flickered as she said softly, "You little girl, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't worry, when you reach the abstruse god realm, I will let you go down the mountain. At that time, you will have some strength to protect yourself." Hearing this, the woman in green didn't say anything more and closed her eyes to cultivate. However, at this moment, a furious voice sounded. "Bai Ching Ching, you stole my food again?" Chapter 2359. Inside the palace of Fenglan Castle, Fang Chen was studying his battle partner, the hidden star sword in the square. The supreme grade sky surmounting grade weapon was as hard as a profound god expert's body. With such a weapon, Fang Chen was not afraid of anyone in the celestial chaos realm. Even if it was an expert at the top of the saint ranking, Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against them. Previously, the hidden star sword had special attributes, namely the devouring attribute, the heavenly star, and the pestering attribute. This time, after refining the golden wood, the pestering attribute was devoured and replaced by a new attribute. This attribute was called the God Confining Lock. As the name implied, once the special attribute was activated, the golden wood hidden in the hidden star sword would be able to radiate a strong vitality. Golden branches would spread out and firmly bind the enemy in the void. In fact, the God Confining Lock's attribute was similar to the previous pestering attribute, but its power was obviously much higher. According to Fang Chen's test, once the God Confining Lock's attribute was used, even He Xiao, who was ranked 15th on the saint ranking, would not be able to resist. As for the devouring attribute, there was no change in essence, but its power had increased. Any weapon below the sky, surmounting grade, could devour it. As the hidden star sword's grade increased, the devouring attribute would also increase. The same went for the heavenly star. Its power had increased a lot. In fact, what really moved Fang Chen was the fourth special attribute. The sword domain was the fourth attribute of the hidden star sword. This attribute appeared because of the sword wood. Fang Chen had already tried it. The sword domain was actually similar to the thousand swords domain in essence, and the two complemented each other, increasing the power by several times. With Fang Chen's current strength, if these two domains were superimposed, he could imprison He Xiao and the others in minutes. Supreme grade sky, surmounting grade. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword tightly, his heart trembling. "Master, I just broke through and need to consolidate." The voice of the weapon spirit came from the hidden star sword. "It just so happens that I also want to cultivate the art of refining. You can consolidate it during this time. If you need anything, just tell me." After saying that, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. His pitch-black eyes flickered with a hint of ripples. He curled his lips and sighed. Then he began to refine his weapon. Sigh. Fang Chen did not blindly refine artifacts. He had his own unique understanding of the Tao of artifact refining. Therefore, the first thing he did was to comprehend the legacy of craftsmanship left behind by the owner of the palace. It took him a total of 3 days to finish looking through all the inheritances. After he finished reading them, he felt a lot of emotions. The path of refining, just like the path of martial arts, is endless. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Chen realized how vast the path of refining was and how insignificant he was in it. The master of the palace has reached a very high level of attainment in the art of refining. At the very least, he is an expert who can refine space-level weapons. Fang Chen sighed to himself. Even in the stellar sky, such a powerhouse would be fought over by all the major forces. In the following time, Fang Chen began to analyze and ponder over the artifact, refining legacy of the palace master. Time passed by. This time he spent a full month in seclusion. After a month, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that his theoretical knowledge had reached a certain level, and he urgently needed to put it into practice. Coming to the artifact refining platform, Fang Chen waved his hand suddenly. Suddenly, a fanatical flame spread out. In the next moment, Fong Qin began to smelt the materials. Every material had been carefully selected by him before he began to smelt them. The fire was very strong. It took about half an hour to finish smelting. Then it was time to condense. His technique was very skillful. In addition to the enlightenment he gained during this period, he applied all of it to refining. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin had refined a weapon. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Fong Qin's face was full of smiles. Heaven opening level. Although it was only a low-grade heaven opening level weapon for Fong Qin, it was also a kind of improvement. Continue. In the following time, Fong Qin was immersed in the world of artifact refining. He had almost no time to rest and had been refining weapons. Above the palace, the steward looked down at Fong Qin and nodded with satisfaction. This guy is too hardworking. For Han Tianxin, 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye. After 3 months, He Xiao and the others finally couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it, that kid must have guessed that we will wait for him outside the palace, so he doesn't dare to come out. If he keeps being a coward, won't we be wasting time? Damn guy. If I catch him, I will definitely turn him into ashes. Everyone present was basically an expert in the top 30 of the Saint rankings. They were proud in their hearts. If someone dared to provoke them like this in normal times, they would have slapped him to death. However, now, because of the steward's deterrence, they didn't dare to break into the palace and could only wait outside. He Xiao stared at the palace, his eyes flickering. After a long time, he shook his head, turned around, and said, "Let's go. It's a waste of time to wait any longer." "Are we going to give up just like that?" someone asked. The others also looked at He Xiao reluctantly. He Xiao spread out his hands and said, "Is there a way to find him just by waiting here? Even if he leaves the palace, he will definitely appear in Kanglin Castle. As long as he's still here, we will find him one day. Instead of wasting time here waiting for him, why don't we look for the Ashen Yuan Pearl or the inheritance of the 3 demon kings?" After hearing He Xiao's words, the others suddenly came to a realization. That's right, He Xiao is right. We are all experts at the top of the Saint rankings. We came to Kanglin Castle to seek opportunities. We can't hang ourselves on a tree. Fong Qin, let's just let him live a little longer. After a discussion, they decided to leave the palace first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After waiting for a while, the group had formed friendships. Under He Xiao's lead, they were ready to do something big. However, not long after they left the palace, they ran into the 5 tigers of Kanglin. "Be careful," He Xiao said without batting an eyelid. The 5 tigers of Kanglin arrived in front of He Xiao and the others. The aura of the 5 brothers was very powerful. It was very shocking. "Oh, it's the 5 tigers of Kanglin." He Xiao cupped his fists and greeted them. He Xiao, the eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglin, asked calmly, "Have you seen Fong Qin during this time?" Fong Qin? The Fong Qin who broke the great Dark World battle formation of the Dark World sect and killed Jietian? He Xiao asked. The 5 tigers of Kanglin nodded. He Xiao was secretly delighted. The 5 tigers of Kanglin must be targeting Fong Qin. Wasn't this a good opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Thinking of this, He Xiao said, "I have indeed seen him and wanted to kill him. Unfortunately what?" The second of the 5 tigers of Kanglin frowned and asked, "There's a palace up ahead. Its owner used to be a master craftsman. We entered together in hopes of obtaining a fortuitous encounter. However, Fong Qin messed up our plans." After a pause, He Xiao continued, "We were chased out of the palace by the housekeeper, but Fong Qin was favored by the housekeeper. We waited here for 3 months, but didn't see him. I suspect that he might have already received the inheritance of the owner of the palace." Hearing this, the 5 tigers of Kanglin's expression changed slightly. "Let's go," the eldest said. Immediately, the 5 tigers of Kanglin left. Seeing this, A trace of cold murderous intent appeared in the depths of Hijiao's eyes. The other experts on the saint ranking heaved a sigh of relief. They were very afraid just now. If the 5 tigers of Kanglin attacked them, they could only run for their lives. Let's go quickly. The 5 tigers of Kanglin are not to be trifled with. Let's leave quickly. Soon, Hijiao and the others disappeared from the wasteland. The 5 tigers of Kanglin arrived in front of the palace. This palace was very special. It was surrounded by a strong blacksmithing aura. It should be this palace, the second said. Eldest, according to Hijiao, that kid should be hiding here and doesn't dare to come out. What should we do? What's there to be afraid of? Just break into the palace and fight our way in. We, the 5 tigers of Kanglin, have never been afraid of anyone? The third said. Third, be careful, the fourth said. Hearing this, the eldest looked at the palace seriously and said, slowly, third is right. Let's fight our way in. Chapter 2360. The 5 tigers of Kanglin had been known for their absolute strength since their debut. Many profound gods in the Kanglin district had said that if it weren't for the war that had severely injured them and prevented them from entering the profound god realm, their future would have been limitless. From that moment on, the 5 tigers of Kanglin had become reclusive. On the path of martial arts, pursuing the peak was the dream of every martial artist. Despair was the most painful thing. For countless years, the 5 tigers of Kanglin had been looking for a way to break through. They were unwilling to give up. They had reached the pinnacle of the absolute saint realm and could even vaguely sense the profound god realm, but they couldn't enter it. It was the most painful thing. Ever since they had occupied the top 5 of the saint ranking, they had never fallen out. Even though they had disappeared for so long, the top 5 of the saint ranking hadn't changed. From this, one could see how much the profound gods in the Kanglin district valued the 5 tigers of Kanglin. They were almost invincible among the pure sky gods. If the 5 of them worked together, they could even fight a profound heaven realm profound god. This was also the reason why the 5 tigers of Kanglin had shocked the Kanglin district when they came back. After coming back, the 5 tigers of Kanglin had treated the Kanglin castle as their only opportunity. They wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. They had never failed to get what they wanted. A mere palace was nothing. If the owner of the palace hadn't died, they might have been afraid. But now it was obvious from the expression of the 5 tigers of Kanglin. All right, let's fight our way in. The 5th tiger laughed, and his aura surged. He was ready to attack at any time. Let's do it. The eldest tiger shouted and waved his hand. A scorching light shot out instantly. At the same time, the other 4 moved. 5 sun-like rays of light converged in the void and formed a gigantic sphere that made people tremble. Dong! The round ball slammed into the palace. Crack! The defense around the palace crumbled in an instant, and cracks appeared on the walls. Inside the palace, the steward was furious. Damn it! The housekeeper waved his hand and controlled the crumbling palace. Soon after, his anger soared to the heavens. Get lost! The steward rushed out of the palace and stood above it, looking down at the 5 tigers of Kanglin. You are the housekeeper of the palace? The butler's figure was illusory. He was just a wisp of remnant consciousness and could not intimidate the 5 tigers of Kanglin at all. You 5 bastards! How dare you attack the palace? Do you want to die? The butler roared furiously. Isn't it just a strand of remnant consciousness? Come and kill us if you have the ability. The eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglin said softly, Die. The butler stood on top of the pavilion and waved his hand, causing countless weapons to appear in the sky. These weapons were all heaven-opening grade weapons. The housekeeper flicked his wrist, and a dense array of weapons shot towards the 5 tigers of Kanglin like arrows. Ding, ding, ding. The 5 tigers of Kanglin quickly backed away. A layer of red light burst out of their bodies to resist the attacks of the weapons. Collect! The butler bellowed again, and the weapons that had been blocked returned to the air above his head. This is when the 5 tigers of blue orchid stabilized themselves. Boss's expression changed slightly. A trace of astonishment flashed across his pitch-black eyes. The way of controlling troops? Boss, what is the way of controlling troops? The second brother asked curiously. The butler above the pavilion harumphed coldly and glared at the 5 tigers of Kanglin with his pitch-black eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't leave the pavilion, he would have killed these 5 ants long ago. Damn it, these 5 fellows actually dared to attack the pavilion. This was a great disrespect to the master. Since you know it's the way of controlling troops, why aren't you scramming? If you dare to attack again, I will definitely kill all of you, the butler said coldly. Then he slipped into the pavilion like a wisp of smoke. Then the defense around the pavilion was set up again. Boss. Seeing this, the other 4 whispered softly. They were waiting for their boss's order, but he didn't say anything. We've underestimated the master of this pavilion, Songqing said. The eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglin was called Songqing. The second brother was called Songhe. The third brother was called Songsan. The fourth brother was called Songgu. And the 5th brother was called Songjinhan. The way of controlling troops. The legendary way of controlling troops. Songqing was knowledgeable, so he recognized that the butler was using the legendary way of controlling troops at a glance. The other 4 brothers still didn't know, so they looked at Songqing curiously. Boss, hurry up and tell us what the way of controlling troops is. Isn't it as simple as controlling troops to attack the enemy? The second brother Tsang, he said. Yeah, we can also control troops, but we can't control as many troops as the butler, the third brother Tsongsen said. Songgu and Songjinhan stared at their boss. Their intuition told them that the way of controlling troops wasn't as simple as they thought. Have you heard of Martial Soldier Honorable? Songqing suddenly asked. Martial Soldier Honorable? Of course, who in Stellar Sky doesn't know Martial Soldier Honorable? Tsang, he said. Boss, don't tell us that the master of this pavilion is the successor of Martial Soldier Honorable. He didn't dare to think that the master of the pavilion was Martial Soldier Honorable because it was too shocking. Songqing shook his head. The master of the pavilion isn't Martial Soldier Honorable, but he's related to him. Boss, are you saying that Martial Soldier Honorable cultivated the way of controlling troops? The 4th brother Tsang-gu asked hurriedly. Songqing said, It is said that Martial Soldier Honorable was extremely powerful, almost invincible, and was the person that most experts didn't want to provoke. The way of controlling troops he created wasn't as simple as controlling the troops, but communicating with the troops through the mind and treating them as a part of oneself. It is said that the pinnacle of the way of controlling troops is to control all the weapons as one wishes. With a thought, all the weapons in the entire chaotic void could be used by oneself. Unfortunately, Martial Soldier Honorable didn't reach such a height even after spending all his life's effort. The 4 brothers were shocked after hearing Songqing's words. Communicating with the troops through the mind and making them a part of oneself? Isn't this too exaggerated? No wonder Martial Soldier Honorable was able to intimidate so many experts. Songjinhan said with a grin. He was greatly shocked. What's this? Martial Soldier Honorable's comprehension of the way of controlling troops has reached an extremely high level. It is said that the attack power of the troops he controls is equivalent to his own body. Songqing said, Doesn't this mean that fighting against Martial Soldier Honorable isn't actually fighting against him alone, but against countless of him? What a joke! How could they win? The 4 brothers were shocked and were very interested in the way of controlling troops. Boss, was the way of controlling troops used by the housekeeper just now? The second brother Tsang, he said with a greedy look. The housekeeper is in the pavilion and has the advantage of time and place. Although his way of controlling troops isn't too strong, it's not something we can resist. Don't think about it. We can't get the way of controlling troops from him. The eldest brother, Tsang Ching, said, Hee, boss, we can't get it from the housekeeper, but we can get it from others. Song San smiled sinisterly. Their goal was Feng Chen. According to He Xiao, the former should have obtained the inheritance of the master of the pavilion. Wouldn't it be easier to get the way of controlling troops from him? Let's leave here for the time being. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we scare that kid and he never comes out. Song Qing said. The other 4 brothers nodded. Anyway, the pavilion is here. We can't run away. I heard that the inheritance of the Beast Tamer King has appeared and seems to have been obtained by someone else. Finally, the inheritance of the Guqin Sword Master has appeared. We can take advantage of this time to collect the inheritance of the 3 Demon Kings and the Tsangyuan Pearl. After a short discussion, the 5 tigers of Kanglin left. In the pavilion, the housekeeper's face became gloomier. The 5 tigers of Kanglin had discovered his way of controlling troops. Without a doubt, if Feng Chen left, he would definitely be hunted down by them. Sai, I've implicated you. The housekeeper sighed, shook his head, and disappeared into the clouds. In the square, Feng Chen was still refining weapons. In the huge square, there were many heaven-opening weapons of different grades. These were all made by Feng Chen. Whoosh! After a weapon was refined, Feng Chen looked at his weapon with joy. He was very excited. I can finally refine a mid-grade heaven-opening weapon. Chapter 2361. Time flew by slowly. It had been 3 years since the appearance of Kanglin Castle. During these 3 years, the outside world had been very peaceful, like the prelude to a storm. Everyone knew that Kanglin Castle was the fuse that caused all of this. The various first-rate forces were secretly recruiting people and buying horses, preparing to go all out. Once Kanglin Castle was closed, the entire Kanglin district would fall into chaos. Was this what they meant by heroes in troubled times? The 11 first-rate factions were not satisfied with the status quo and had been trying to annex other factions to become the overlords of the Kanglin district and reach into the innate world. However, many factions had failed over the years. Therefore, many experts set their sights on Kanglin Castle. The last time Kanglin Castle appeared, it had existed for nearly 100 years. This time, only 3 years had passed. Many factions were lying in wait, waiting for the best opportunity. The outside world was peaceful, but Kanglin Castle was surging with storms. In the short span of 3 years, many weak martial artists had already fallen. If they didn't fall in the hands of demonic beasts, then they fell in the hands of other martial artists. The changes on the Saint rankings could largely reflect the intensity of the competition between cultivators. However, no matter how the rankings changed, the 5 tigers of Kanglin remained in the top 5. No one could shake their position. During this time, they had found the last Guardian King's inheritance and obtained his token. Now, they had the tokens of 2 Guardian Kings. As long as they could find the Guardian King's token, they could summon the place where venerable Kanglin cultivated. At that time, no one in the entire Kanglin district would be able to resist the 5 tigers of Kanglin. However, after searching the entire Kanglin castle, they still could not find the Guardian King's inheritance. Eldest brother, I thought of a possibility. Second brother Tsang, he suddenly said. What possibility? Tsang Qing asked. In the past 3 years, we've searched the entire Kanglin castle. None of the cultivators have obtained the Guardian King's inheritance. According to what we know from the tokens of the other 2 Beast Kings, the inheritance of the Beast Tamer King has already appeared in the world and has been obtained by someone else. Tsang, he said faintly, everyone has been checked except for one person. At this point, even an idiot would know who Tsang he was talking about. Second brother, are you talking about Feng Chen who is hiding in the palace? Tsang Sen asked. That's right. What second brother? Said makes sense. Perhaps Feng Chen really did obtain the inheritance of the Beast Tamer Guardian King, said Sanggu. A gloomy look flashed across Tsang Jinhan's eyes. Hearing this, Song Qing nodded and said, "Second brother's words are not without reason, but that boy has been hiding in the palace, so we can't do anything to him. Let's not think about these things for the time being and look for the azure origin bead." In the past 3 years, the 5 tigers of Kanglin had already found 7 azure essence pearls through their hard work. Not long ago, I heard that Hishan obtained a sky essence pearl. Song He chuckled. "Let's go." The 5 tigers of Kanglin quickly disappeared from the ground. The 5 tigers of Kanglin were a powerful force. The 5 brothers had never separated and had always been together. Therefore, offending one of the 5 tigers of Kanglin was equivalent to offending 5 extreme Saint Stage powerhouses. On a certain mountain peak, the 5 tigers of Kanglin were engaged in a fierce battle with a white-robed man. Rumble. The sound of battle was endless. It was not easy for the white-robed man to fight the 5 tigers of Kanglin to such an extent. Bang! Finally, during one of the attacks, the white-robed man made a mistake that led to his defeat. His body was sent flying by the 5 tigers of Kanglin. After falling to the ground, the white-robed man spat out a trace of blood, and his face was slightly pale. I, Hishan, admit defeat at the hands of the 5 tigers of Kanglin, but the white-robed man was Hishan, who was ranked 6th on the Saint ranking. He was also the strongest Han Tianshin outside of the 5 tigers of Kanglin. He stared at Song Qing with his pitch-black eyes and said in a deep voice, "Song Qing, do you dare to fight me alone?" Hishan believed that Song Qing was no match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, he was no match for the 5 of them when they joined forces. "If we had a blood feud, you would have died long ago. What right do you have to talk terms with me?" Song Qing said indifferently. He did not think that there was anything embarrassing about the 5 of them joining forces against Hishan. "Don't you know that the 5 tigers of Kanglin have always advanced and retreated together? Moreover, you want to challenge Big Brother with your little strength? What a joke," Song He said. "Stop talking nonsense. We have no intention of killing you. Hand over the ash origin pearl obediently," Song Sen said. Song Gu and Song Jinhan also stared at Hishan. The latter smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it." If he could not protect himself, he would give up. Fortunately, the 5 tigers of Kanglin were not crazy enough to kill him. They only wanted to force him to hand over the ash origin pearl. Whoosh! Hishan threw out the ash origin pearl he had obtained. After catching the ash origin pearl, the 5 tigers of Kanglin disappeared from the mountain peak. Looking at the backs of the 5 of them disappearing, Hishan was not dispirited by the battle. Instead, he seemed to be full of fighting spirit. "The 5 of you will never be able to step into the profound God level. However, I, Hishan, have limitless possibilities." Hishan clenched his fists when he thought of this. He would repay the humiliation he had suffered today with blood in the future. In the square of the palace, the huge square was completely covered by weapons. Looking from the outside, Fong Chen's figure could no longer be seen. The weapons were piled up like a small mountain. Fong Chen was in the middle of the square, still crazily refining weapons. After 3 years of hard work, Fong Chen's refining skills had greatly improved. Now he could easily refine high-grade heaven-opening weapons. He was only 1 step away from the master of the palace. Hiss! Just as Fong Chen was refining weapons, a strange change suddenly occurred. The weapons that were taking shape suddenly began to crumble. Oh no! Fong Chen cursed inwardly. In an instant, he discovered the problem. The alchemy herb and the fire-dissolving ointment are conflicting with each other. The problem that weapon refiners were most afraid of was when materials conflicted with each other. In fact, these 2 materials originally wouldn't conflict with each other, but when the 2 were completely smelted with high temperature, some special properties hidden inside the 2 would erupt, thus forming a conflict. Under normal circumstances, if the materials conflicted with each other, the refinement would definitely fail. However, Fong Chen was not willing to give up. He had a vague feeling that he might be able to reach a higher level in weapon refinement this time. What should I do? What should I do? Fang Chen was somewhat anxious. The liquid metal that was about to take shape was continuously falling from the weapon. If he did not control it, it would fail at any moment. Alchemy grass is a metal-type material, while fire-melting ointment is a fire-type material. Fang Chen's mind was rapidly working. How could these two materials complement each other and not repel each other? Crack! No matter how hard Fang Chen tried, the weapon was still crumbling. Forget it! Suddenly, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. In the next moment, he released his terrifying divine sense. An enormous soul path aura directly separated the alchemy grass and fire-melting ointment. Hiss! The high temperature was burning Fang Chen's soul path power. He gritted his teeth and performed the innate soul reversal technique to protect his primordial spirit from being contaminated. Open! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The body of 10,000 swords at the 5th level was activated, and a violent power gathered in his hands. With great difficulty, he separated the alchemy grass and fire-melting ointment. It's working. Next, Fang Chen began to slowly integrate the alchemy grass into the weapon. Whoosh! When all the alchemy grass had been integrated, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the fire-melting ointment. The fire-melting ointment contains a very delicate metal. It is this metal that repels the alchemy grass. Fang Chen said softly, "How can this metal be cut open?" Fang Chen racked his brains, but still could not find Fang Chen. The temperature is already dropping. Time waits for no one. Fang Chen began to feel anxious. His mind was filled with a large amount of refining information. Suddenly, a light flashed in Fang Chen's mind, and he immediately locked onto some of the information. He had studied the refining inheritance of the master of the palace for 3 years, but had not discovered this hidden information. Ha ha ha! Immediately, Fang Chen laughed wildly. Chapter 2362. The problem that had been troubling him for a long time was easily solved. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. No wonder I faintly felt that something was wrong. Fang Chen laughed happily in his heart. After discovering this hidden message, he felt happier than refining a superb, heaven-opening weapon. Buzz! At the same time, the message hidden in the legacy of refining gradually poured into Fang Chen's primordial spirit. In an instant, Fang Chen felt that his state of mind had improved a lot. His understanding of refining was beyond his imagination. Boom! All of a sudden, a frenzied smithing aura exploded in his mind, forming a colorful firework. In the end, these fireworks converged into words under Fang Chen's gaze. Command. The first word was the word for beast. Fang Chen didn't know what it meant. After this word condensed, Fang Chen felt that there was some mysterious and complicated information in his mind. Before he could react, the second word was condensed. Command. The word for weapon. Fang Chen could understand the meaning of this word. It should be the way of refining weapons. Then, the third word and the fourth word appeared one after another. The way of commanding weapons. What is this? Is it a way of refining weapons? Staring at the 4 big words in his mind, Fang Chen was lost in thought. These 4 words seemed to be alive. They seemed to be conveying some complicated and obscure message to Fang Chen. Boom! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a pain in his head as if it was about to explode. He held his head with both hands, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Ah! A miserable scream came out of his mouth. The steward was alarmed. His shadow appeared and looked down at Fang Chen with an excited smile on his face. Did you finally succeed? The steward glanced at the half-refined weapon, and then his eyes fell on Fang Chen. Condense. Then the steward stretched out his finger and pointed gently. A ray of light went into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's body finally took a turn for the better. The pain gradually disappeared. Continue. Just as Fang Chen was about to take a break, The butler's voice sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. That's right, I'm still refining weapons. Thinking of this, Fang Chen continued to refine weapons. However, what surprised him was that after the little episode just now, his comprehension of the Tao of weapon refinement had reached an even higher level. Refining this somewhat difficult weapon in his hands was like playing with a toy. Voila! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had successfully forged the weapon. After going through his hands, the alchemy grass and the flame-dissolving ointment merged together perfectly, complementing each other. It could be said to be perfect. Extreme grade heaven opening grade. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he gripped his weapon. When Fang Chen thought of the 4 words in his mind, there was no longer any joy on his face, because compared to those 4 words, what was a mere top-grade heaven-splitting weapon? Voila! The butler's figure appeared out of thin air. He looked at Fang Chen with a smile and said, "How do you feel?" Fang Chen nodded and then shook his head. The butler was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "It's always like this at the beginning. After you accept it, you'll slowly get better." Then the butler pointed to the weapon in Fang Chen's hand and said, "Congratulations on refining a top-grade heaven-splitting weapon. Although this is only the beginning, you have perfectly passed the initial stage and are qualified to be the inheritor of the Tao of weapon refinement." The Tao of weapon refinement. The butler also knew about the Tao of weapon refinement. What kind of Tao was it? Fang Chen's eyes stared straight at the butler. His face was full of doubt. "Do you know who my master is?" The butler asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. "Then do you know Soldier Marshal Venerable?" The butler continued to ask. "Soldier Marshal Venerable? The peerless expert who once shocked Starsky?" Fang Chen asked. Soldier Marshal Venerable's name was like thunder to his ears. Shadow Moon Immortal Sect was in dire straits back then, but there were still records of Soldier Marshal Venerable in the sect's ancient books. The expert who can command tens of thousands of soldiers. The butler nodded and said, "Yes, that's the expert. However, Soldier Marshal Venerable is much stronger than you think. What I'm going to tell you today is related to Soldier Marshal Venerable." Fang Chen's heart jumped. Related to Soldier Marshal Venerable? Could it be the Tao of weapon refinement? Right, weapon refinement. Wasn't it controlling weapons? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes burned even more. Intuition told him that the so-called Tao of weapon refinement was not ordinary. Soldier Marshal Venerable's strongest martial Tao is the Tao of weapon refinement. According to legend, when the Tao of weapon refinement is cultivated to the extreme, one can control all weapons in the chaotic void with a thought and destroy a part of the world with a raise of his hand, the butler said. Fang Chen was shocked. The Tao of weapon refinement was so strong. "And my master is one of the successors of the Tao of weapon refinement. It's a pity that my master did not go far on the Tao of weapon refinement." The butler sighed and said, "The Tao of weapon refinement that my master mastered was only the most basic. He left it in the palace, waiting for the fated person. And you have successfully opened the Tao of weapon refinement. I believe that you have seen the 4 big words in your mind?" Fang Chen nodded, trembling. Those 4 big words contained a little bit of the Tao of weapon refinement. From today onwards, you can be considered as the successor of the Tao of weapon refinement. If you can cultivate to a high level in the future, you can find Soldier Marshal Venerable and ask for the rest of the Tao of weapon refinement. In fact, the legacy of weapon refinement that the master of the palace left behind was not the main point. The main point was Soldier Marshal Venerable's Tao of weapon refinement. Of course, he had only mastered the most basic part. Fang Chen triggered a mechanism in the process of weapon refinement and received the Tao of weapon refinement. "I received the Tao of weapon refinement?" Fang Chen was a little dazed, as if he was in a dream. How could such a powerful martial art be so easily obtained by him? Don't think too much. Although you have received the most basic Tao of weapon refinement, it does not mean that you can truly cultivate it. The butler said, the Tao of weapon refinement's requirements for martial artists are too strict. One of the requirements has already blocked you completely. To cultivate the Tao of weapon refinement, one must at least have the battle strength of a profound god. The current Feng Qin was still too far away. However, don't be discouraged. At least you are already qualified to cultivate the Tao of weapon refinement. From this point, you are many times more outstanding than other experts of the same level. The butler was afraid of hurting Feng Chen's self-confidence and comforted him. Seize the opportunity well. The butler left, leaving Feng Chen behind to let him digest everything that he had experienced today. Until nighttime, the butler appeared again. Feng Chen had already regained his composure. He had completely accepted everything that had happened during the day. Senior, the butler nodded with satisfaction. Don't tell anyone that you have received the Tao of weapon refinement. Once the world knows, you should be prepared to escape. Speaking of this, the butler suddenly thought of the 5 tigers of Kanglin. He immediately warned, 3 years ago, 5 guys came here and attacked the palace. I defeated them. Some of them recognized the Tao of weapon refinement. If you have the chance, kill them all. In order to not leak the news, he had to eliminate the source of the problem. The 5 tigers of Kanglin? According to the butler's description, Feng Qin immediately thought of the 5 tigers of Kanglin. Senior, have you also cultivated the Tao of weapon refinement? Feng Qin secretly noted this in his heart and immediately asked. The butler nodded. Then can you demonstrate it to me? In the star sky, there were too many legends about the honorable warrior of weapon refinement. Feng Chen was naturally very excited to have the opportunity to cultivate the Tao of weapon refinement. He could not wait to see it. Okay, I will demonstrate it to you. The butler chuckled. Immediately, a strong aura surged around him. Then he flicked his finger. Immediately, numerous weapons appeared behind him. Even the weapons piled up like a mountain on the square began to sway unceasingly. Seeing this, Feng Chen felt his scalp go numb. Conservatively speaking, there were at least tens of thousands of weapons. If they all attacked one person at the same time, how powerful would it be? He did not even dare to think about it. Too powerful. Feng Chen's heart trembled as he exclaimed, I am just a remnant consciousness of the soul formation realm, so my use of the Tao of weapon refinement is limited. I can only control some heaven-opening weapons. The butler said the true successor of the Tao of weapon refinement can control weapons of any level. Hundreds of millions of miles away, killing the enemy and guarding the law will be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Chapter 2363. Feng Qin was truly shocked. The steward was just an incarnation of a remnant consciousness and had many restrictions. However, his weapon-controlling Tao was actually so powerful. One had to know that the weapons on the square were basically all forged by him in the past 3 years. Although they were all heaven-opening grade weapons, it was almost impossible to control so many weapons at once. If so many weapons were to attack a single person at the same time, even a top expert on the Saint rankings would most likely perish. Seeing this scene, Feng Qin truly understood the power of the weapon-controlling Tao. Too powerful. Feng Chen's heart trembled as he muttered to himself. If he could cultivate this, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Unfortunately, he couldn't cultivate the weapon-controlling Tao for the time being. Your potential is not bad. Cultivate well, and one day you will cultivate the weapon-controlling Tao. The steward said faintly, All right, you can leave now. Since the master of the palace had died here, as his attendant, the steward naturally had to accompany him. Standing on the ground, he cupped his fists and bowed deeply to the palace. Then, Feng Qin turned and left. In 3 years, Feng Chen's cultivation had broken through from the early stage to the middle stage of the earth opening realm. Weapon forging was like cultivation. In the process of weapon forging, Fang Qin constantly explored the connection between weapon forging and martial arts. After accumulating enough strength, he broke through to the middle stage of the earth opening realm. With his current strength, he could almost fight against the top 10 experts on the Saint rankings. Moreover, he also had the supreme grade Heaven Ascending Grade Star Concealing Sword. Once he fully activated it, even the 5 Tigers of Kanglin could do nothing. Unknowingly, Fang Qin was already standing at the top of the Saint rankings. However, the many heaven gods in Kanglin Castle were completely unaware. In the past 3 years, He Xiao and the others had been looking for Fang Qin's whereabouts. On this day, a thought suddenly appeared in He Xiao's mind. It's been 3 years. I wonder if that kid has come out yet? He Xiao muttered to herself. I think that kid is most likely hiding in the palace and doesn't dare to come out. Otherwise, once he appears, we will definitely receive news. That damned fellow, do you think you can sit back and relax just because you're hiding in the palace? Humph, if I meet him, I'll definitely tear him to pieces. When they mentioned Fang Qin, their hearts were filled with anger. However, just as He Xiao was about to speak, her communication jade pendant suddenly rang. A moment later, a sinister smile appeared on He Xiao's face. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. You finally dare to appear? Just now, someone had sent him a voice transmission, saying that they had seen Fang Qin in a certain area. Fang Qin has already left the palace. Let's hurry over. He Xiao looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, He's out? That's great. The group of people quickly rushed towards where Fang Qin was. Fang Qin's appearance directly caused a stir in the entire Kanglin Castle. Many of the top powers on the Holy Board gathered at his location. When the 5 Tigers of Kanglin heard the news, they also headed over immediately. Kanglin Mountain. It was the most majestic mountain in Kanglin Castle. It was said that Reverend Kanglin had once rested and cultivated on this mountain. Reverend Kanglin had left behind some of his aura on this mountain. As time passed, this aura gradually formed a natural protection around Kanglin Mountain. Experts below the Absolute Saint Realm were unable to set foot on Kanglin Mountain. This made Kanglin Mountain one of the most famous mountains in Kanglin Castle for a time. At the peak of Kanglin Mountain, Fang Qin stood quietly and looked around. He was a little shocked. Are these the footprints left behind by Reverend Kanglin? Fang Qin's gaze fell on a piece of green stone at the peak of the mountain. The green stone lay quietly, and there was a pair of obvious footprints on it. At first glance, there was nothing special about the footprints. However, only a true expert would be able to tell that the footprints contained Reverend Kanglin's powerful aura. Although countless years had passed, there were still remnants of it. So strong! Fang Qin walked in front of the green rock and stretched out his hand. He gently touched a pair of footprints. Immediately his mind trembled. Various images appeared in his mind. At the peak of a miniature universe, a middle-aged man in green robes stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The power of the laws of heaven and earth surrounded him as if he was the master of the universe. Behind him stood a stooped old man who exuded an evil aura. Boom! The two men didn't say a word and suddenly started fighting. A walking stick appeared in the old man's hand. Whoosh! Under the old man's control, the walking stick rapidly expanded and emitted a dazzling light. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 sparkling diamonds appeared on the walking stick. The Lich Staff! The man in green robes finally spoke. That's right. You can rest in peace after dying under the Lich Staff. With that, the old man stomped his foot and the entire void trembled. He clenched his hand and the 9 sparkling diamonds instantly erupted with violent power. Then, the 9 forces gathered together. In the next moment, the Lich Staff emitted a shocking light. Dong! The old man held the lich staff and smashed it with an evil aura toward the middle-aged man in green robes. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in green robes seemed to know the power of the lich staff. He didn't choose to face it head-on. Instead, he moved his body sideways and dodged the attack. Rumble! In the next moment, the old man unleashed the power of the lich staff to the extreme. The battle between the two men caused a huge commotion. If the middle-aged man in green robes hadn't protected the miniature universe while fighting, this miniature universe would have been destroyed long ago. Kanglin, fight me head-on. Finally, after a fierce battle, the hunchbacked old man grew anxious and shouted loudly, "Let's go!" Activating the lich staff consumed a lot of energy. If the battle dragged on, he would lose without a doubt. Humph! Reverend Kanglin snorted coldly. His body flashed, and a faint light appeared in his palm. Condense! Following Reverend Kanglin's shout, his palm suddenly expanded and came down. Dong! The entire miniature universe trembled. Reverend Kanglin's attack seemed simple, but it contained a powerful killing intent. Pucci! The stooped old man hastily used the lich staff to block Reverend Kanglin's attack. At this moment, the stooped old man's eyes turned scarlet. Kanglin, you will regret this. After saying that, the old man held the lich staff and began to attack the miniature universe without restraint. If you continue to dodge, I will destroy this miniature universe. The old man knew how important this miniature universe was to Reverend Kanglin. Kacha! The lich staff slammed down and penetrated the void, almost piercing through the miniature universe. Damn it! Reverend Kanglin finally stopped dodging and took the attack head-on. Boom! Deafening noises rang out incessantly. The violent power of the light enveloped the two men. Fong Qin couldn't see the battle clearly. He could only feel his heart trembling. This battle lasted for about an hour. Suddenly, the miniature universe trembled. Immediately after, a figure escaped into the distance. Voila! The smoke dissipated and the green-robed Reverend Kanglin appeared. His clothes were tattered. Obviously, he had suffered heavy injuries while resisting the lich staff. Voila! At this moment, the lich staff appeared in the void space. It kept falling until it finally disappeared into the miniature universe. I shall seal you here. I hope the world will never be disturbed by the lich staff again, Reverend Kanglin said. Reverend Kanglin said. Then he waved his hand and sealed the famous lich staff. Dong! Fong Qin felt his heart tremble and opened his eyes. His heart was in turmoil. He had just fallen into an illusion. The battle between Reverend Kanglin and the old man. He knew very well that the battle he saw in his mind was definitely real. The scene was simply too majestic, causing Fong Qin to be extremely shocked. But soon, Fong Qin calmed down. Reverend Kanglin deliberately left this scene here. What is his intention? Fong Qin was surprised. His eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. After a long while, his pitch-black eyes landed on a pair of footprints. The lich scepter. I think the root of everything should be this scepter, right? Fong Qin murmured. In that battle, the lich staff had severely injured Reverend Kanglin. One could imagine how powerful this weapon was. Chapter 2364. Fong Qin is on Kanglin Mountain. Let's go. You guys seal off Kanglin Mountain. Don't let him escape. This is a chance. If we can capture him, He Xiao will reward us handsomely. Just as Fong Qin was deep in thought, he suddenly heard some voices. Then there was the sound of air being torn apart. A group of absolute Saint Realm martial artists arrived at the peak of Kanglin Mountain. He is here. When the leader saw Fong Qin, his eyes flashed with joy. He immediately sent a message to He Xiao, telling him that Fong Qin was on Kanglin Mountain. Kid, you've been a coward for 3 years. Now you finally dare to show yourself? The leader looked at Fong Qin and said with disdain. Fong Qin was stunned for a moment, but when he heard He Xiao's name, he had already guessed it. Are you He Zhao's lackeys? Fang Qin asked calmly. You humph. You're about to die, but you still dare to be so stubborn. Do you believe that I will kill you? If it wasn't for Boss He Zhao's order to capture you alive, you would have been dead. The leader was Yashan, ranked 27th on the Saint ranking. The group of absolute Saint realm martial artists behind him were all elders of the Black Cliff sect. Looking at Yashan, Fang Qin frowned slightly. Was He Zhao so vengeful? Was he trying to provoke him? He looked at Yashan and said, Humph. Even if He Zhao was here, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Who do you think you are? Fang Chen's attitude was arrogant. He didn't care about Yashan and the others at all. Hearing this, Yashan almost laughed out loud. This was the first time he had seen such an ignorant person who dared to talk to him like this. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to talk to Yashan like this? Yashan sneered. Break the Black World Battle Formation? Kill the World Sky? Can you break the Big Dark World Battle Formation? Fang Qin asked. Yashan was speechless. He said angrily, Humph. What's so amazing about breaking the Great Dark World Battle Formation? You might have used some underhanded method to break it. Why are you pretending in front of me? Behind Yashan, one of the elders took a step forward and aggressively walked in front of Fang Qin. He said, Yashan, why are you wasting words with this kind of person? Let me capture him and wait for He Zhao to arrive. The Black Cliff sect was cooperating with He Zhao to get what they needed. Brat, I don't want to kill anyone. Surrender, the absolute Saint Realm elder from the Black Cliff sect said as he stared at Fang Qin. You repeated what I said. Fang Qin said, I'll give you the same words. Obediently kneel and kowtow to this young master 3 times. Then get the hell out of Mount Kanglin. Don't let me see you again in the future. Otherwise, I don't mind twisting your heads off and kicking them around like balls. Coldness flashed through the absolute Saint Realm elder's eyes. Do you know what you're saying? The absolute Saint Realm elder asked. I know. When you kneel and call me young master, then get the hell out of Mount Kanglin, Fang Qin repeated. Finally, the people from the Black Cliff sect were completely stunned. Brett, don't be arrogant. The absolute Saint Realm elder's aura shook as he punched out. The fist tore through the air like a shooting star, heading toward Fang Qin. Wild power swept through the air, and it was extremely oppressive. Voila! At the same time, the absolute Saint Realm elder stepped forward and appeared in front of Fang Qin like a ghost, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Fang Qin. However, just as his fist was about to land on Fang Qin's body, something shocking happened. Fang Qin disappeared. Where did he go? The absolute Saint Realm elder looked around, searching for Fang Qin. Are you looking for me? Fang Qin's voice suddenly entered the absolute Saint Realm elder's ears. The latter was shocked and immediately threw out a punch. However, it was too late. Too late! The dominating power covered the sky. Fang Qin's fist smashed into the absolute Saint Realm elder's head. Crack! The elder's head shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Thunder rumbled in the air, and a shocking aura spread out. The entire Mount Kanglin was deathly silent. The mocking smile on Yashan's face instantly froze. An absolute Saint Realm elder died. Just like that? When he looked at Fang Qin, his eyes were filled with seriousness. Right now, he had no choice but to reevaluate Fang Qin. Was this fellow really that fearless? Or was he just putting on an act? A middle stage opening earth realm cultivator killed an absolute Saint Realm cultivator with one punch? How was this possible? Yashan couldn't understand. The elders of the Black Cliff sect behind him were all furious. Damn it! How dare you kill an elder of the Black Cliff sect? You're dead. Kid, hand over your life. Stop! Yashan regained his calm and looked at Fang Qin with a complicated expression. Yashan, the elders of the Black Cliff sect looked at Yashan with fiery eyes. You're not his match. Let me do it, Yashan said. An elder of the Black Cliff sect can't die for nothing. Seeing this, Fong Chen laughed coldly. Are you sure you want to attack? Fong Chen asked. A trace of fear appeared in Yashan's heart. No, he's not very strong. He must have used all his strength in that punch. He can't use such a powerful attack a second time. Yashan struggled in his heart. A moment later, Yashan raised his head and glared at Fong Chen with his pitch-black eyes. He said, Fong Chen, I have to admit that you are very powerful. You have exceeded my expectations. However, you have killed a member of my Black Cliff sect. This matter cannot be forgotten. So, Fong Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. So you have to die. As soon as Yashan finished speaking, he jumped up. His body seemed to have turned into a cheetah in the sky. With terrifying power, he charged at Fong Chen with shocking speed. The ends of the earth beneath my feet. A clear voice came from Yashan's mouth. Suddenly, Yashan's feet expanded. Just like the barefoot immortal in the legends on Earth, he stomped on Fong Chen. At the peak of Kanglin Mountain, the elders of the Black Cliff sect were very excited. I didn't expect Yashan to have cultivated the secret technique to such a level. He's really powerful. Yeah, this stomp is enough to crush someone in the top 50 on the Saint rankings. Fong Chen is nothing to be afraid of. What's this? If I'm not wrong, Yashan has already cultivated this secret technique to such a high level. If he stomps with both feet, even He Xiao wouldn't dare to face it head-on. With Yashan, the Black Cliff sect will rise in the future. Fong Chen will be Yashan's stepping stone this time. For a moment, the elders of the Black Cliff sect were all overjoyed. They were all very happy that Yashan had used the secret technique of the Black Cliff sect right from the start. Fong Chen's face was calm and expressionless. It was as if Yashan's attack couldn't arouse his interest. In the air, Yashan controlled his left foot and stomped down with force. As he swooped down, the sole of his foot continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, his left foot was already as big as a small mountain. You're just putting on a show. With this stomp, you'll definitely die. Yashan sneered and increased the strength of his foot as he stomped down on Fong Chen. Petty tricks. Fong Chen activated his level 5 10,000 swords body. Violent energy surrounded his body and raised his defense to the maximum. At the same time, the 10,000 swords domain was also activated. You can't even break through my defense and you want to kill me? Fong Chen sneered, his face full of mockery. At this moment, a foot the size of a small mountain ruthlessly stepped on his body. Dong! The terrifying power formed a layer of ripples that spread out rapidly, causing the entire Kanglin Mountain to tremble. The elders of the Black Cliff sect also staggered, and it took them a great deal of effort to stabilize themselves. Is he dead? The elders looked at the mountain-like foot and couldn't see anything. They thought that Fong Chen was dead. However, a miserable cry suddenly rang out. Bang! Yashan's foot, which was the size of a small mountain, suddenly soared into the sky. Even Yashan's body was sent flying. Splash! In the process, a smear of fresh blood dyed the air red. That bright red color caused the entire void to tremble. That was Yashan's blood. Chapter 2365. How is this possible? The elders of the Black Cliff sect cried out when they saw this scene. They could not believe that it was Yashan's blood. They shook their heads furiously as they stared at the sky with their dark eyes. Whoa! The corners of Yashan's mouth twitched as he felt a sharp pain in his foot. When he steadied himself, a bloody hole had appeared on his foot. Blood flowed out from the hole and dripped into the air. The elders of the Black Cliff sect were completely stunned when they saw this scene. Yashan had used such a powerful secret technique, but he was still unable to kill Fong Chen. Instead, he was injured. Is that brat dead? It was unknown who added the question. Instantly, all the elders of the Black Cliff sect looked over. However, what they saw was a figure whose robes fluttered in the wind. There were no wounds on his body. He stood quietly in the wind like a peerless god of war. "He's fine." The elders of the Black Cliff sect were shocked. How is this possible? Yashan's attack could not even break through his defense? How strong is his defense? Too strong. He's not human. Yashan has met his match. At this moment, the elders of the Black Cliff sect still believed that Yashan would not be defeated so easily. In the air, Yashan stared at Fang Chen and said, "Your defense is very strong. Unfortunately, your attack is too weak." Fang Chen did not give Yashan any face as he said indifferently, "Cliff Mountain was not angry." At this stage, being angry was useless. Their ultimate goal was to ruthlessly trample their opponent under their feet. "The power of my kick did not break through your defense." Yashan said, "Your body is very strong. When I got close, I felt like I was in a swamp and my speed decreased." This was why Yashan did not use his full strength. "However, I won't make the same mistake next time," Yashan said calmly. "Don't." He stomped his right foot on the ground, and a violent force instantly engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, his right foot had grown to the same size as his left foot. "You were able to withstand the might of one of my kicks. I wonder if you can withstand the might of both of my kicks?" Yashan said coldly as he looked down at Fang Chen from above. "Let's not talk about 2 feet. Even if there were 10,000 feet, it would be useless," Fang Chen said calmly. Yashan was furious when he heard this. He let out a low shout and stomped his feet. Soon after, his body followed his feet and continued to dive downwards. Attacking with both feet was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Looking at his feet, Yashan regained his confidence once again. "No matter how strong your body is, you can't block my iron feet," Yashan said coldly. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was standing at the peak of Mount Kanglin, was also pondering. "If I were to cripple the legs that you were so proud of, what kind of expression would you have?" Sometimes, torturing a person was more than killing them. 1. The 10,000 sword domain shrunk and the binding force became stronger. With the 10,000 sword body's insane defense, Fang Chen could not move at all. Die. In the blink of an eye, Yashan's feet appeared above Fang Chen. With a furious roar, he kicked Fang Chen's head fiercely. "Charge!" Just as he got close to Fang Chen, he felt like he was in a swamp. However, Yashan did not give up this time. Instead, he forced his way through. Rumble! A pair of iron feet charged into the 10,000 sword domain with a shocking aura. Condense! Fang Chen's finger lightly tapped out, and the turbulent Azura sword chi poured into the myriad sword domain. Suddenly, the power of the 10,000 sword domain increased. Yashan, who was halfway there, was shocked. "Impossible!" Yashan cried out involuntarily. He had originally thought that the binding power from before was already the limit. Who would have thought that the binding force was still increasing? When he saw the strange smile on Fang Chen's face, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Now that things have come to this, I can only charge forward. Thinking of this, Yashan activated all the strength in his body and even started to burn his essence blood. Boom! The power of his feet increased again. Cracking sounds could be heard. The binding force of the 10,000 sword domain was limited and could not stop Yashan's feet. Finally, after some effort, his feet broke through the binding force of the 10,000 sword domain and arrived in front of Fang Chen. "Die," Yashan said coldly as his feet stomped on Fang Chen's body. "Don't!" A deafening sound resounded through the sky. "You should be dead now, right?" Yashan whispered when his feet landed on Fang Chen's body. However, just as Yashan was about to stomp on Fang Chen's body, he suddenly felt that his left foot could not move forward. "What's going on?" Yashan hurriedly looked over and saw that Fong Qin had lifted his left foot with one hand and was looking at him with a smile. No, this is impossible. At this moment, Yashan was completely shocked. An earth-splitting realm martial artist could lift his left foot with one hand with just his physical strength. How much strength did that require? Even even Yashan, who is ranked 6th on the Saint rankings, might not have such strength. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound could be heard. Then, a miserable cry came from Yashan's mouth. His left foot, which was like a small mountain, quickly shrank like a deflated balloon. When it shrunk to its normal size, Fong Qin twisted his hand and broke his left foot. Blood splattered into the sky as Yashan's body twitched. At this moment, his right foot had already landed on Fong Qin's body. Yashan's only hope was that his right foot could break through Fong Qin's defense and take the opportunity to escape. Dong! Unfortunately, when his right foot landed on Fong Qin's body, it only caused a small ripple. After that, it couldn't move an inch forward. Seeing this scene, Yashan's pupils dilated. Like a deflated balloon, he gave up on struggling. The powerful secret technique that he was so proud of couldn't even break through Fong Qin's defense. What was the point of fighting? Crack! Fong Qin didn't show mercy because of this. He twisted his hand and crippled Yashan's right foot. Bang! Yashan's body flew back. The center of the battle was enveloped by a violent energy. The elders of the Black Cliff sect couldn't see anything clearly. Yashan is too strong. Even Mount Kanglin trembled when he attacked with both feet. Yeah, if Yashan had another 100 years, he might have already reached the profound god realm, let alone the top of the saint rankings. Fong Qin doesn't know what's good for him. Since he dares to challenge Yashan, he will definitely die. However, just as the few elders were discussing, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Bang! When they saw the figure clearly, they almost fainted. Yashan? How can it be him? After recovering from their shock, the elders of the Black Cliff sect quickly ran to Yashan's side. Yashan, how are you? Yashan lowered his head. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He didn't say a word. The ghastly scarlet wounds on his feet caused the elder of the Black Cliff sect to be thoroughly shocked. Mount Kanglin was deathly silent. After a long while, the elder sighed and said, "There's actually such a defense in the world. We lost." After temporarily stopping Yashan's bleeding, one of the elders helped Yashan, who had already lost his confidence, up. The other elders stood up and looked at Fong Qin. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The elders all apologized and bowed to Fong Qin. "Fellow Taoist Fong, it was our Black Cliff sect's fault. Now that Yashan has been punished, we hope that fellow Taoist Fong can let us go." Right now, they didn't even have the right to negotiate with Fong Qin. How could they negotiate? Even the most powerful cliff mountain was crippled by Fong Qin. They didn't think that a few old guys together could defeat Fong Qin. Thus, at that moment, they lowered their attitude to the lowest possible level. They only hoped that Fong Qin would spare their lives. "What? You won't kill me?" Fong Qin said indifferently with his hands behind his back. The few of them smiled bitterly. Recalling their arrogant words from before, they felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had just been slapped. "Fellow Taoist Fong, please be magnanimous and forgive me." Before the Black Cliff sect elder could finish speaking, Fong Qin waved his hand to stop him. "I don't want to kill you. Just answer a few questions for me." For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2366. Indeed, with Fong Qin's current strength, he couldn't be bothered to kill these ordinary absolute saint realm martial artists. In his eyes, the 5 tigers of Kanglin were his opponents. As for Yashan, his legs were crippled, so he was basically useless. He was no threat. One of the elders let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Fellow cultivator Fong, ask away. As long as we know, we'll definitely tell you." "Who sent you to kill me?" Fong Qin asked. It's He Shao, 15th on the saint ranking. He has a deal with the Black Cliff sect. We will help him search for your whereabouts. The elder of the Black Cliff sect said. He Shao. Fong Qin frowned slightly. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had never had any interactions with He Shao before. It was only because of his outstanding performance in the temporary residence that He Shao became jealous of him. Such a person was too narrow-minded. Fellow cultivator Fong, there's something I don't know if I should say, the Black Cliff sect elder said in a low voice. Speak. You're now a famous person in Kanglin Castle. Not only is He Shao looking for you, but even the 5 tigers of Kanglin are looking for you. Fong Qin frowned. A cold glint was emitted from his pitch-black eyes. 3 years ago, you broke the Great Dark World Battle Formation and became famous. Many experts on the Saint ranking are looking for you to get the Great Dark World Battle Formation. And what? The Black Cliff sect elder organized his words and continued. It said that the 5 tigers of Kanglin have searched the entire Kanglin castle, but they couldn't find the inheritance of the Beast Tamer Guardian King. So, they guess that you've obtained the inheritance of the Beast Tamer Guardian King. Murderous intent surged in Fong Chen's heart. He could imagine how many people would treat him as a great enemy once this news spread. He clenched his fists and said coldly, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fellow cultivator Fong, the 5 tigers of Kanglin are very powerful. You can't be careless, the Black Cliff sect elder reminded. Fong Chen nodded slightly and withdrew his murderous aura. Then he looked at the Black Cliff sect people and his gaze landed on Yashan. Scram, I don't want to see you. Thank you for sparing my life, fellow Taoist Fong. The elder of the Black Cliff sect brought Cliff Mountain and quickly left Kanglin Mountain. After walking down Kanglin Mountain, the dispirited Yashan suddenly raised his head and crazily asked, Why did you compromise with that fellow? Our Black Cliff sect's face has been thrown away by you. Nonsense. One of the elders berated. Yashan, do you know what you've done today? You almost caused the foundation of our Black Cliff sect to be completely destroyed here. In order to obtain Reverend Kanglin's legacy and assist Cliff Mountain in their cultivation, Lucien had no choice. The Black Cliff sect had sent all of their absolute Saint Realm elders here. If Fong Chen were to get angry today, none of them would be able to withstand his attack. In the end, only death would await them. And all of this was because Cliff Mountain had provoked Fong Chen. But no matter how powerful he is, could he be more powerful than the sovereign? Yashan was unconvinced. Hearing this, the elder of the Black Cliff sect laughed coldly and said, Can the sovereign enter Kanglin Castle? As long as we're here, we have no chance of winning. I only begged for mercy to protect the foundation of the Black Cliff sect. After we leave Kanglin Castle, I will report this matter to the sect master. Some of the elders were already somewhat dissatisfied with Cliff Mountain. But as long as we wait for He Shao to arrive, Fong Chen will definitely die. Pa, the elder of the Black Cliff sect, slapped Yashan's face. Don't you understand? After speaking, he left Kanglin Mountain in a huff. Damn that Fong Chen. Yashan's heart was filled with anger towards Fong Chen. Looking at his feet, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He Shao will avenge me. Before the Black Cliff sect people could leave the plains, they met He Shao and the others who had come to capture Fong Chen. Isn't that Yashan of the Black Cliff sect? Why is he being supported by the elders? After a while, He Shao and the others arrived in front of the Black Cliff sect people. Yashan, He Shao said, what happened to you? Brother, He Shao, you have to avenge me. It's Fong Chen's fault. He crippled my feet and humiliated me, Yashan said loudly when he saw He Shao. It was as if he had grasped at straws. Yashan, shut up! The elder of the Black Cliff sect scolded. Then he cupped his fists at He Xiao and said, Fang Qin is too strong. We can't afford to offend him. We'll leave now. After speaking, the elders prepared to leave with Yashan. Pucci. At this moment, an expert on the saint ranking beside He Xiao attacked. His aura shook as he waved his hand. Instantly, a cold blade light entered the body of one of the Holy Realm elders. Bang! The Holy Realm elder fell to the ground. What is the meaning of this? One of the elders who was walking at the front roared angrily. The person who killed the elder of the Black Cliff sect is Fang Qin, He Xiao said with a smile. It wasn't easy for them to get a chance to weaken the Black Cliff sect. More importantly, they could shift the blame to Fang Qin. You, the elder of the Black Cliff sect, bared his teeth. Even Yashan was dumbfounded. Brother, He Xiao, what are you doing? Don't leave a single one alive, He Xiao ordered. Instantly, screams of agony sounded. Whoosh! Whoosh! The elder of the Black Cliff sect risked being injured and quickly ran away. Hurry up and leave. I'll cover you. The other elders were filled with despair. They were prepared to die, but they couldn't accept it. They had to let one of the elders escape and spread the news. Die. How could the elders of the Black Cliff sect fight against an expert on the saint ranking? This was a massacre. In the blink of an eye, the elders of the Black Cliff sect were all dead. Seeing someone escape, one of the experts on the saint ranking said, I'll go after him. Yashan sat on the ground and shook his head. This was all because of him. He was the sinner of the Black Cliff sect. How could this be? Yashan muttered. He couldn't believe that He Xiao would attack the Black Cliff sect. Brother, He Xiao, you. Before Yashan could finish, He Xiao killed him with a finger. Without your legs, how are you any different from trash? This kind of person didn't have the right to be brothers with He Xiao. Let's go. We'll go meet Fang Qin. After killing the Black Cliff sect, He Xiao's dark eyes looked at Kanglin Mountain. At the same time, on the summit of Mount Kanglin, Fang Qin's eyes were also looking at He Xiao. Is he finally here? Fang Qin muttered to himself. He had seen He Xiao slaughter the Black Cliff sect. Although he was unhappy, he didn't do anything. The Black Cliff sect had nothing to do with him. He had even spared their lives before. It could only be said that Yashan had brought this upon himself. Whoosh! 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 Soon, the expert on the saint ranking who had chased after the Black Cliff sect elder returned. He looked somewhat displeased as he said he got away. Don't be afraid. The outcome has been determined. He can't escape. As long as he was still in Kanglin Castle, there was no need to be afraid of him causing trouble. Under He Xiao's lead, the group walked up Kanglin Mountain. In an extremely hidden place, a cultivator with tattered clothes and covered in blood sat on the ground, panting. Damn that He Xiao! At this moment, the elder of the Black Cliff sect hated He Xiao the most. He didn't hate Fang Qin at all. Stupid Yashan. He's the one who harmed the Black Cliff sect. The elder of the Black Cliff sect said regretfully, No, I can't die. I have to spread this news. The Black Cliff sect isn't so easy to bully. He was the only person from the Black Cliff sect in Kanglin Castle. If he died, then He Xiao and the others would get away scot-free. From now on, we'll hide as much as we can. We won't see anyone. After the incident with He Xiao, the elder of the Black Cliff sect no longer trusted anyone. After a short rest, the elder of the Black Cliff sect disappeared into the mountains. On Kanglin Mountain, the auras of He Xiao and the others intertwined as they climbed up the mountain. We meet again. He Xiao grinned. Yes, we meet again. Fang Qin was also very emotional. 3 years ago, I didn't think that I would kill you with my own hands. Oh, so you're very confident in yourself? He Xiao sneered and said with a face full of mockery, If you want to read a novel, please visit Chapter 2367. From the beginning to the end, He Xiao did not even look at Fang Qin. In his opinion, the latter was just a nouveau riche. When have you ever seen a nouveau riche compete with a true nouveau riche? If it was 3 years ago, I might not be your opponent, but today, 3 years later, I can kill you as easily as squashing an ant, Fang Qin said calmly. His words were calm, but they were full of confidence. As easily as squashing an ant. Hearing this, He Xiao chuckled, and a touch of indifference appeared on his face. In the depths of his eyes, there was killing intent. However, he did not make a move, and the expression on his face said it all. Fang Qin was not qualified for him to make a move. He Xiao, let me capture this guy for you. The people who followed He Xiao were all experts at the top of the Saint rankings, and only one of them was ranked 22nd on the Saint rankings. The person who spoke was him. He Xiao nodded and said, Go easy on him and spare his life. After all, what he cared about the most was the inheritance of the master of the palace and the method to break the battle formation of the big dark world. Don't worry, I will serve him well. When he said the word serve, a sinister smile appeared on his face. You are no match for me. Fang Qin shook his head gently, then looked at He Xiao and said, You don't dare to make a move, so you let him test me? Humph, if you want me to make a move, defeat him first, He Xiao said coldly. If you can't even defeat him, why talk about me making a move? Hearing He Xiao's words, Fang Qin felt it was ridiculous. I'm afraid that when I defeat him, you won't dare to make a move, Fang Qin said. Boy, you talk too much. Whoosh! The man held a long spear, and the aura around him shook as he stabbed at Fang Qin. On the long spear, there was a powerful halo, and wherever it passed, the space collapsed. On the tip of the spear, there was a little light lingering, and the power was very terrifying. Die. The man shouted and urged all the power in his body to pour into the long spear and stabbed at Fang Qin fiercely. I've said it before. You're no match for me. If you force yourself, you'll only speed up the process of your death. Facing someone who wanted to kill him, Fang Qin didn't need to hold back. This person was a cultivator ranked 22nd on the Saint rankings. It would be impossible to defeat him with just physical strength. Therefore, Fang Qin directly took out the hidden star sword. At this moment, the hidden star sword had already disguised itself as an ordinary, heaven-splitting, grade weapon. As it was held in Fang Qin's hand, a shocking aura whistled out. Azura Sword Dao, Azura Sword Art's first move. Whoosh! A violent sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. It pierced through the sky and directly pierced the man's body. Pucci! When the gale in the sky gradually calmed down, the man stood there quietly. He felt a pain in his chest. When he looked down, he was shocked to find that there was a bloody hole in his chest. Blood kept flowing out. No! A hoarse voice came from his mouth as his body fell limply to the ground. Seeing this scene, He Xiao's face turned completely solemn. He killed a powerhouse ranked 22nd on the Saint rankings with a single strike? The few people behind He Xiao were completely stunned. Even they would not be able to do such a thing. Could it be that his strength is comparable to the top 10 powerhouses on the Saint rankings? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Who else wants to die? Fang Qin held the hidden star sword in his hand and said indifferently. Hearing this, the few people behind He Xiao kept retreating. They were afraid that they would be targeted by Fang Qin. He Xiao's dark eyes stared at Fang Qin and said coldly, Do you know what you've done? I killed someone, Fang Qin said. Ha! He Xiao let out a cold laugh and said, Next, you'll be sentenced to death. As soon as she finished speaking, He Xiao pushed off the ground with the tip of her foot and leaped forward. She arrived before Fang Qin and began to fight him. As time went by, countless martial artists gathered in front of Kanglin Mountain. Many of the top powerhouses on the Saint rankings, including the 5 tigers of Kanglin, gathered together to watch the battle on Kanglin Mountain. This guy's strength has increased a lot. Some of the powerhouses on the Saint rankings who had interacted with Fang Qin 3 years ago, said to themselves. I didn't expect him to go from a nobody to the top 20 on the Saint rankings in just a few years. It's unbelievable. Since the establishment of the Saint rankings, no one has been able to enter the top 20 in such a short time. Yeah, even the 5 tigers of Kanglen back then had to work hard for countless years to get to where they are today. Many of the martial artists sighed and sighed in their hearts. This was the path of martial arts. It wasn't about who cultivated first or who cultivated for the longest time who could stand at the peak of martial arts. There were many factors that determined a martial artist's future. Cultivation resources, cultivation progress, potential, talent, and all kinds of external factors were indispensable. However, the most important factor was luck. Everyone shook their heads when they saw Fong Chen fighting fiercely with He Xiao, who was ranked 15th on the Saint rankings. Fong Chen had become so powerful that it was impossible to kill him unless the 5 tigers of Kanglen acted. In their opinion, Fong Chen's luck was too laudifying. The 5 tigers of Kanglen stood side by side in the void. Boss, this guy has great potential. He'll be a disaster if we let him live, said the second boss, Songhe. That's right. It's only been 3 years, but he already has the power to fight with He Xiao. If he's given more time, he might reach our level. The 5 tigers of Kanglen have been waiting for this day for countless years. We won't allow anyone to destroy it, said Song San. As long as we can get Reverend Kanglen's inheritance, we'll be able to find a solution to heal our origin injuries. Once our origin injuries are healed, we'll be able to step into the profound God realm, said Songgu. There were many experts in Stellar Sky. Only by stepping into the profound God realm could one be considered to have the power to protect themselves. The 5 of them had reached the peak of the absolute Saint realm, but they couldn't step into the profound God realm. Just as Big Brother said, this guy must have gotten the inheritance of the beast-taming Guardian King. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have improved so quickly, said the 5th boss, Song Jinhan. The 4 brothers all spoke. Only the eldest, Song Qing, remained silent. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the peak of Kanglen Mountain. Why does his sword principle feel so familiar? Song Qing thought to himself. At the peak of Kanglen Mountain, the battle between Fong Chen and He Xiao had reached its climax. Boom! Fong Chen slashed out with a sword, and a terrifying aura shrouded He Xiao. Seeing this, the latter's pupils shrank. He quickly retreated and dodged the shocking sword. Damn you! At this point, He Xiao had already entered a frenzied state. He didn't even dream that Fong Chen's strength had reached such a level. I'll kill you. As he spoke, He Xiao's body started to expand. A crescent moon appeared above his head. After the blood-red crescent moon appeared, the entire peak of Kanglen Mountain was filled with the smell of blood. Everyone kept retreating. The experts on the Saint rankings, watching the battle from afar, all exclaimed, "Blood moon fatal blow." Hishan, who was 6th on the Saint rankings, exclaimed, "What's that?" An expert on the Saint rankings, who didn't know what was going on, asked, "The blood moon fatal blow is a powerful technique created by an evil path expert in the ancient times. Those who cultivate this technique need to constantly absorb human blood to maintain the power of the blood moon," Hishan said. Hishan said, "Once the blood moon ultimate strike is unleashed, it will form a blood-red crescent moon that contains a power close to the profound heaven realm." Speaking of this, Hishan's heart trembled. Experts on the Saint rankings couldn't be underestimated. Any cultivator who could make it onto the Saint rankings would have a trump card. He Xiao was an example. He had even used the blood moon fatal blow of an ancient evil path expert. However, the 5 tigers of Kanglen didn't think so, especially Tsang Qing, who shook his head slightly. Although the blood moon fatal blow is powerful, He Xiao clearly hasn't mastered it yet. He's dreaming if he wants to kill Fong Chen with this half-baked technique. Fong Chen's strength has already surpassed He Xiao's. It's only a matter of time before He Xiao loses, Tsang He said. Isn't this guy's physical strength too strong? What a freak, Song Sen said speechlessly. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2368. Blood Moon Ultimate Kill, Blood Rain Falling. He Xiao cried out in a low voice. With a stomp of his foot, he stood on the blood-red crescent moon. His blood-red eyes stared intently at Fong Qin as he coldly said, "Let's end this." When He Xiao used the Blood Moon Ultimate Kill, this battle could already be considered over. Of course, Fong Qin thought so too. He Xiao was still very strong, but he was no match for him at all. If it wasn't for the hidden star sword, he would have pierced through He Xiao. However, even if the hidden star sword couldn't be exposed, it was enough to kill He Xiao. In that case, then, in the next moment, Fong Qin closed his eyes and his primordial spirit shook. The 7 golden figures moved continuously and emitted a violent soul Dao power. Innate Soul Reversal Technique, Level 3. The powerful soul Dao power twisted in the void and finally formed a soul Dao long sword. The long sword was full of mottled starlight. Go! Fong Qin spat out a word and immediately stabbed the soul Dao long sword at He Xiao. Kacha! When the soul Dao long sword reached He Xiao's feet, it was instantly devoured by the blood-red crescent moon. Dong! There was a riot in the blood-red crescent moon. The soul Dao longsword was destroying the insides of the blood-red crescent moon. Suppress. Seeing this, He Xiao shouted and forcibly controlled the blood-red crescent moon to suppress the soul Dao longsword. After a while, the blood-red crescent moon calmed down, and the soul Dao longsword was completely devoured. What else can you do? He Xiao said coldly. Fong Qin smiled faintly. He never thought of using the soul Dao longsword to defeat He Xiao. The purpose of the soul Dao longsword was to disrupt the internal operation of the blood-red crescent moon, and now it had completed its mission. Next, it was time for the final blow. I hope you can take my final blow, Fong Qin softly said. Soon after, he stomped his foot, causing dust to fly into the air. With a leap, he actually arrived before the blood-red crescent moon. What is he doing? In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. Under their gazes, Fong Qin rushed to the sky above the blood-red crescent moon. Then, with an unimaginably tricky angle, he sent He Xiao flying with a punch. You want to kill me with this lousy crescent moon of yours? Fong Qin's disdainful voice resounded in the air. He pushed the Azura sword skill to the limit. The tyrannical Azura sword chi drilled into the blood-red crescent moon, destroying its internal operations with extreme force. Crack! Fong Qin raised the hidden star sword vertically and ferociously inserted it into the crescent moon. Wang! The hidden star sword's artifact spirit had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Controlling its formidable power, it destroyed the blood-red crescent moon. Because the star-hidden sword had already completely entered the blood-red crescent moon, it caused everyone to be unable to clearly see what was happening inside. A moment later, a deafening voice echoed across the sky. Under everyone's gaze, the blood-red crescent moon exploded. Fong Qin held the hidden star sword in his hand and floated in midair. He didn't have the slightest injury. Pucci! With the blood moon ultimate kill broken, He Xiao suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Defeated, He Xiao, ranked 15th on the Saint rankings, had lost to Fong Qin. The foot of Kanglin Mountain was in an uproar. Countless cultivators looked at Fong Qin with reverence in their eyes. It was unbelievable that an earthly split realm cultivator could be so powerful. At the peak of Kanglin Mountain, Fong Qin looked around at the crowd with a deep gaze. Pucci! With a flick of his finger, He Xiao's head fell to the ground. This was a warning to those who coveted him. If they wanted to do something to him, they had to at least be stronger than He Xiao. Fong Qin has already become a force to be reckoned with. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Even He Shan, ranked 6th on the Saint rankings, shook his head helplessly. I'm inferior to him. His words shocked many of the surrounding warriors. He, Shan, was ranked 6th on the Saint rankings. Even he admitted that he was inferior to Fang Chen. Didn't this mean that Fang Chen's strength was enough to enter the top 6 on the Saint rankings? It was unimaginable and unbelievable. The 5 tigers of Kanglin looked at each other. Then Songqing said, "Let's go and meet him." Whoosh whoosh. As the 5 tigers of Kanglin moved, the others also ascended Kanglin Mountain. They wanted to witness a legendary moment and didn't want to miss a peak battle. The appearance of the 5 tigers of Kanglin meant that they were ready to make a move on Fang Chen. After this battle, no matter the result, it would become a classic. Clap, clap, clap. Songqing clapped his hands with a smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. Saying not bad twice in a row was enough to show how strong Fang Chen's potential was in Songqing's eyes. I heard that you were also looking for me. Fang Chen raised his head, looked at Songqing, and asked straightforwardly. Today, at the peak of Kanglin Mountain, he wanted to let the world know that he, Fang Chen, was not to be trifled with. Songqing nodded and said, "You should have died 3 years ago, but you were lucky and hid in the palace. I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level 3 years later. He Xiao has nothing to say if he died in your hands. He can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. However, if you think that this is your trump card, then you're gravely mistaken," Songqing continued. Everyone was excited. Were the 5 tigers of Kanglin finally going to make a move? After today's battle, would the top 5 positions on the Saint rankings, which hadn't changed for a long time, change? Would Fang Chen be able to defeat the 5 tigers of Kanglin? Would the 5 of them join forces to deal with Fang Chen? Even he Shan was excited. This kind of peak battle wasn't common. You Manlus, people rushed over from the crowd. Fang Chen. Fairy Yu Hua's temperament was even more outstanding now, which made people sigh with emotion. She followed Yu Manla's people to the peak of Kanglin Mountain. When she saw Fang Chen, she was a little anxious. Don't be rash. The 5 tigers of Kanglin are too strong. After all, she fought side by side with Fang Chen back then. Fairy Yu Hua didn't want to see him killed by the 5 tigers of Kanglin. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stared at Songqing. Are you guys going to join forces? Or fight one-on-one? With your strength, my 5th brother can defeat you alone. However, we 5 tigers of Kanglin have always fought together, so you are no exception. Songhe said, this was the rule of the 5 tigers of Kanglin. No matter who the opponent was, they would join forces to fight the enemy. Hearing this, a sneer appeared on Fang Chen's face. That's right. If you guys fought one-on-one, the top 5 positions on the Saint rankings would have changed hands long ago. Fang Chen, you are courting death. Song Sen had a bad temper and roared directly. Song Gu and Song Jinhan also stared at Fang Chen with cold eyes. As long as their boss gave the order, they would attack immediately. Haha, Song Qing chuckled and said, at our level it's useless to show off. If I'm not wrong, you have obtained the beast-taming Guardian King's inheritance, right? Fang Chen looked straight at Song Qing and said, that's right. I have obtained the beast-taming Guardian King's inheritance. Even the Ash Essence Pearl is in my hands. Hearing this, Song Qing's face finally became solemn. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, he said, in that case, it's even better. We will kill you and take the beast-taming Guardian King's inheritance and the Ash Essence Pearl. In the entire Kanglin Castle, who can stop us 5 tigers of Kanglin? In the crowd, everyone was whispering. The 5 tigers of Kanglin are really despicable. The 5 of them joined forces to fight Fang Chen. Don't they feel ashamed? Do you want to die? If the 5 tigers of Kanglin hear this, you are dead. Hearing this, the others hurriedly shut up and stopped talking about the 5 tigers of Kanglin. However, there were some nosy people who were betting on who would win between the 5 tigers of Kanglin and Fangchen. I think the 5 tigers of Kanglin have a higher chance of winning. Isn't that nonsense? 5 against 1. If they lose, it will only prove that the 5 tigers of Kanglin have an undeserved reputation. I bet that the 5 tigers of Kanglin will win. I also bet that the 5 tigers of Kanglin will win. Don't any of you think that Fangchen will win? This guy is an out-and-out dark horse. Maybe he can be an upset this time? However, there were too few people who thought that Fangchen would win. The people of Yumanlu also shook their heads. This guy is too arrogant. An elder of Yumanlu said. Fairy Yuhua stared at Fangchen with her beautiful eyes and shook her head gently. Her red lips moved slightly and said, No, I know him. With his personality, he won't be so reckless. The only explanation for him daring to challenge the 5 tigers of Kanglin so openly was that he was confident that he could defeat the 5 tigers of Kanglin. Chapter 2369. It's too late. Fangchen said softly with a grin when he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Although Tsang-he was fast, it was still within his expectations. Fangchen, you're dead meat. Tsang-sen took a few steps back to buy some time for Tsang-he to arrive. However, Fangchen shook his head and said, You'll know in a moment how ignorant you are. My second brother's speed is amazing. I can guarantee that when you attack, his attack will arrive before yours, Tsang-sen said confidently. His speed? Too slow. Fangchen shook his head and stomped his foot. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of everyone. He disappeared. In the distance, everyone was shocked. They looked around to see if Fangchen could be found. They thought that he had hidden himself to avoid Tsang-he's attack. Suddenly, Hishan exclaimed he didn't hide. Hishan stared at the space in front of Tsang-sen and muttered to himself, Can Han Tianshin's speed be so fast? Could he still be called a human martial artist? His speed was even faster than that of bird-type demonic beasts. In front of him, Tsang-he's speed was not worth mentioning. Fangchen's sudden burst of strength also stunned Tsang-he for a moment. No. Tsang-he roared and flew with all his might, trying to save Tsang-san. The other 3's faces darkened. Kill. The 3 of them increased their attacks, trying to stop Fangchen. It's too late. Fangchen turned around and smiled evilly. He looked at Tsang-san again. Puchi. The hidden star sword pierced Tsang-san's body, and blood flowed out from the wound. No, my gravitational body is invincible. You can't. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a kick from Fangchen. Don't. Tsang-san's body landed heavily on the mountainside, creating a huge crater. Fangchen had severely injured Tsang-san in just one move. He had shown everyone his powerful side. Whoosh! Fangchen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and cast space-time collapse again to pursue Tsang-san. Third brother. Tsang-ching roared. His saber light arrived at this moment, but unfortunately it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Fangchen killed Tsang-san. At this moment, the tyrannical attacks of the other 4 also whistled through the air. Voila! Fangchen didn't face it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. Dong! The entire Mount Kanglin was on the verge of collapsing. Dust flew everywhere as a violent aura swept through the entire sky. Tsang-ching and the other 3 held Tsang-san's corpse in their arms. Third brother. Tsang-ching's heart was burning with anger. They, the 5 brothers, had depended on each other for survival since childhood, all the way until now. But now, Tsang-san had died right under their noses. This was all because they were too confident in their own strength. This was especially true for Tsang-he. He lowered his head and attributed Tsang-san's death to himself. Third brother, I'm sorry. Second brother has let you down. Tsang, he said in pain. If he had been a bit faster, Tsang-san would not have been killed like this. He clenched his fists, and his heart was burning with anger. Third brother, don't worry. I will avenge you. A trace of determination flashed across Song Qing's face. He placed Song Sen on the ground and then stood up. The four brothers walked side by side toward Fong Qin. "You killed my brother," Song Qing said, and then Fong Qin shrugged and asked, "You want to die?" Song Qing said, "You can't kill me." Boom! Song Qing held the saber in his hand and waved it wildly in the void. One slash after another caused the entire void to distort. Kacha! When he made the 9th slash, a peerless saber appeared in the sky. It was formed by 9 saber lights, 9 dragons' saber art. Everyone recognized Song Qing's saber Dao divine technique and couldn't help but be speechless. Song He, Song Gu, and Song Jinhan also displayed their ultimate techniques at the same time. They were determined to kill Fong Qin. Voila! With a thought, Fong Qin set up a heaven-opening grade formation. Just when Song Qing and the others snorted, he combined the illusion with the formation to form a huge illusory formation. The layers were stacked, and Song Qing and the others couldn't break through it. Under the premise of not using the star-hidden sword, if I want to kill these 4 people, I can only defeat them one by one, Fong Qin said to himself. Then he entered the illusory formation, found his target, and was ready to attack. This time his target was Song Jinhan. He was the weakest among the 5 brothers. He was even weaker than Song San. "Killed Song Jinhan first," Fong Qin said in a low voice. Immediately he jumped and appeared in front of Song Jinhan like a ghost. "Ice seal." Song Jinhan was already prepared and directly used the ice seal technique to freeze Fong Qin. "Big brother, the thief is here. I have frozen him." Because they were in the illusory formation, Song Qing and the others couldn't see Song Jinhan, but they could hear his voice. Soon, Song Qing and the others came in front of Song Jinhan. "Kill him." Song Qing's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Immediately, he pierced through the ice seal and stabbed into Fong Qin's body. At this time, Song Qing seemed to have noticed something, and his face changed greatly. "Not good," Song Qing cried out. Immediately, he turned the saber in his hand and slashed toward the void. Crack! The void shattered, and Fong Qin's figure disappeared in a flash. "Damn it!" Song Jinhan was furious. He once again used the ice seal index to freeze the illusory formation. Rumble! Deafening noises rang out incessantly. On Kanglin Mountain, many experts on the saint list stared at the illusory formation with wide eyes. What's the situation now? After Fong Qin killed Song San, everyone began to support Fong Qin, thinking that he could create a miracle. Song Qing is angry. Fong Qin is doomed. Of course, some people were still not optimistic about Fong Qin. They thought that Song Qing would kill Fong Qin with one slash. Dong! The earth-shattering battle resounded through the sky. Finally, after a fierce battle, the illusory formation was shattered by Song Qing. "You want to stop me with a mere illusory formation." In the void, Song Qing held the saber in his hand like a demon god. His body exuded a terrifying aura. However, when the illusory formation completely collapsed, everyone's eyes narrowed. Song Qing seemed to feel that something was wrong. He looked down and found that his 5th brother, Song Jinhan, had fallen to the ground and lost his vitality. Beside him, there was a pool of blood which merged with his ice seal. It was particularly dazzling. Fong Qin's figure disappeared in front of Song Jinhan. After a few leaps, he was far away from Song Jinhan. "5th brother." Song Qing's sad voice came from the air. Many experts on the saint list were completely shocked. They stood at the edge of Kanglin Mountain and stared blankly at Song Jinhan, who was lying in a pool of blood. Song Jinhan was dead. This was too shocking for many experts on the saint list. Killing Song San could be said to have caught the 5 tigers of Kanglin off guard. But now, under the siege of Song Qing and the others, he had killed Song Jinhan. This kind of strength was enough to defy the heavens. A frenzied roar broke the deathly silence of Mount Kanglin. Songqing, Tsanghe, and Tsanggu had fallen into a state of madness. This ant-like existence in their eyes had killed two of their brothers in an instant. "Big brother!" Tsanghe roared. Tsanggu's blood-red eyes also stared at Songqing. After a short period of madness, Songqing gradually calmed down. The more he acted like this, the angrier he was. He placed Song Jinhan's body beside Song San, then stood up and gently patted the shoulders of the furious Song He and Songgu. "The enemy is much stronger than we imagined. Don't underestimate him." He didn't say the rest, but Song He and Songgu knew that Song San and Song Jinhan had ended up like this because they had underestimated the enemy. "Big brother, I swear to avenge third and fifth," Song He said. Song Qing raised his saber and looked at Fong Qin. "You won't have any more chances. I will torture you with the cruelest punishment in the world and make you beg for death. At the same time, I will kill everyone related to you as a sacrifice to the souls of my third brother and fifth brother in heaven." Fong Qin frowned when he heard this. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance," Fong Qin said coldly with killing intent and sword chi soaring to the sky. "I underestimated the enemy too much and lost the lives of third and fifth brothers. This is a lesson learned in blood," Song Qing said. The price of a lesson in blood was too great. Even Song Qing couldn't bear it. Chapter 2370. The 5 tigers of Kanglin, who were ranked 5th on the saint list, were aggressive. In their eyes, Fong Chen was just an ant. However, in the blink of an eye, the 3rd and 5th brothers had fallen at the hands of Fong Chen. The 5 tigers of Kanglin were like a whole. Without any one of them, they were incomplete. Song Qing's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. If looks could kill, Fong Chen would have died many times over. The 3 brothers were emitting an indomitable aura. That kind of aura caused despair to rise in people's hearts. Song Qing admitted that they had underestimated their enemy. They had also suffered an unbearable price. The deaths of the 3rd and 5th brothers had completely provoked Song Qing. The latter held the battle saber in his hand, and the 9 dragons' saber art in his body began to circulate. A despairing saber chi emerged from his body. Many martial artists on the saint list had already retreated from Kanglin Mountain. They stood on the plains and looked up at the peak of Kanglin Mountain. They were surrounded by a powerful protective aura for fear of being affected by the battle on the mountain peak. This battle was known as the most intense and spectacular battle between gods of the pure heaven level in the past 1,000,000 years. Fong Qin alone had taken on the 5 tigers of Kanglin. Before the battle was over, Fong Qin had killed 2 tigers. At this moment, Fong Qin stood quietly, his robe fluttering without wind. After sensing the killing intent from the 3 brothers, Fong Qin shook his head gently. He had said that he was not afraid of anyone in the gods of chaos. Originally, his killing intent towards the 5 tigers of Kanglin was not so strong. However, there was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to kill all of them. How dare they threaten him and target his family? This was Fong Chen's taboo. 9 dragons, saber art. Suddenly a loud roar sounded. Song Qing's figure flashed, and he swung the battle saber in his hand into the void. Suddenly, the battle saber cut through the sky and rushed towards Fong Chen. At the same time, a loud dragon roar sounded in the sky. It was as if a dragon had appeared above the 9 heavens. Crash! 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 9 streams of saber chi shot out from the battle saber and floated in the sky. They transformed into 9 giant dragons, roaring ferociously. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. That kind of aura made people despair. Blade Dao of Despair? Fong Chen raised his head and stared at the 9 ferocious dragons with his pitch-black eyes. There were tens of thousands of Daos in the primal chaos void. The Saber Dao of Despair was one of the countless Saber Daos. Rumor has it that when one cultivates the despair saber Dao to its peak, just the state of despair that one exudes can force the enemy to retreat. Clearly, Song Qing's despair saber Dao has not reached perfection. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Although it seemed like he was commenting, he was actually activating the myriad sword domain. He brandished the hidden star sword and performed the Azura sword art. Boom! Boom! A series of deafening noises could be heard in the sky. After Song Qing performed the 9 dragons saber art, he stepped into the void and flew towards Fong Chen. The battle saber in his hand shot out beams of dazzling light, carrying the despair saber intent. Die. Song Qing's eyes were red as he slashed down with his saber. This saber was so powerful that even an ultimate Saint Realm expert would not dare to face it head-on. It was because of this saber that Song Qing was able to surpass many experts on the Saint ranking and become the first on the Saint ranking. No matter how many years had passed, no one had been able to do what Song Qing had done. Song Qing's position was unshakable. Today, they had seen the legendary saber once again. At the foot of Kanglin Mountain, many experts on the Saint ranking were completely stunned. This was simply an unprecedented battle, a heaven-shaking battle. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Song Qing's name would go down in history, and countless people would look up to him. Song Qing has become stronger again. Hishan, who is 6th on the Saint ranking, narrowed his eyes and stared at the battle saber in Song Qing's hand. At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. He was shocked to find that after seeing the despair saber intent, he did not even have the courage to attack Song Qing. After a long while, Hishan shook his head and sighed. Times had changed, and it was time for the Saint ranking to change. Countless exclamations came from the crowd. At this moment, the outcome of the battle was no longer important. In their eyes, this was a battle of the gods. No matter who won in the end, they were worthy of respect and were destined to become a top expert in the starry sky. Despair saber intent. At the peak of Kanglin Mountain, when Song Qing was infinitely close to Fong Chen, he suddenly raised the battle saber in his hand. A milky white light appeared on the tip of the saber. As soon as the light appeared, Song Qing roared. The strongest move of the 9 dragon saber art, the despair saber intent. At this moment, it was perfectly executed. Kill. He and Song Gu were not idle when Song Qing executed his strongest move. Song He's speed was raised to the extreme, and he was almost 30% faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Song Qing. Before Song Qing's despair saber intent could completely strike, Song He's killing move quietly arrived. Roar! Song He turned into a white crane and soared with his wings spread. With an invincible posture, he rushed directly in front of Fong Chen. Song Gu was a little slower. He executed the bone-killing technique, and all the bones in his body crackled. He seemed to have changed his appearance and followed closely behind. What a pity! If your comprehension of the despair saber Dao was a little higher, I might not be your opponent when combined with the 9 dragon saber art. But now, your despair saber intent can't hurt me at all. Fong Chen said faintly. Then he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Formation, rise!" As soon as his voice fell, a violent storm rose at the peak of Kanglin Mountain. Waves of violent formation, Dao aura burst out from Fong Chen's body. Finally, it turned into specks of light in the void and quickly sank into the ground. Crash! Burning sky, 9 changes formation. The current Fong Chen already had an incomparably easy time controlling the burning sky, 9 changes formation. Although this formation had not reached the extreme, it was more than enough to deal with Song Qing and the others. Buzz! Song Qing and the other 2, who had come with great momentum, suddenly found that Fong Chen had disappeared. The next moment, they found themselves trapped in a formation. What formation is this? Why do I feel that my strength is dissipating? Song, he cried out involuntarily. Boss, what should we do now? Sanggu asked anxiously. It's just a formation. I'll split it open with one saber. Song Qing shouted in a low voice. The despair saber intent suddenly slashed down, and a rumbling sound was heard. The burning sky 9 changes formation shook and some cracks appeared. However, in the end, it blocked Song Qing's despair saber intent. How is this possible? Song Qing cried out involuntarily after stabilizing his body. The despair saber intent was his strongest attack so far. What was this formation? Why was it able to block his killing move? There was an uproar at the foot of Kanglin Mountain. Hishan, who was ranked 6th on the Saint rankings, opened his eyes wide and stared at the burning sky 9 changes formation. Amazing. It's unbelievable that he can still casually set up such a formation at this stage. Hishan sighed. After today, Fang Chen will be invincible among the pure sky gods. When he saw this formation, Hishan had already predicted the outcome. The strength of this formation made his heart palpitate a little. Bound by the formation, Hishan could imagine Fang Chen defeating Song Qing and the other 2 one by one. Thinking of this, Hishan shook his head. Were the legends of a generation, the 5 tigers of Kanglin Mountain, going to disappear in the river of history just like that? He could only sigh. Fortunately, he had not offended Fang Chen. Otherwise, he did not know how he would have died. Song Qing and the other 2 were trapped in the burning sky 9 changes formation. Attack together. Let's break this formation first, Song Qing said. Don't split up. Song Qing added. He was afraid that Fang Chen would break them one by one while they were attacking the formation. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the burning sky 9 changes formation. Within the formation, killing power whizzed past, all aimed at Song Qing and the other 2. Split up. Fang Chen roared. The powerful killing power forcibly separated Song Qing and the other 2. Then, a cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. With a thought, the hidden star sword let out a sword hum and its aura skyrocketed. With the burning sky 9 changes formation as a cover, the people outside could not see the situation inside. Fang Chen did not have to worry that the hidden star sword would be exposed. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the hidden star sword revealed its original appearance. A supreme-grade Heaven Ascension weapon was extremely powerful. Kill! For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2371. With a low roar, Fang Chen's figure appeared in front of Sanggu in an instant. Oh no! Sanggu, who was using the bone-killing technique, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed, trying to avoid the unknown danger. However, to his shock, he discovered that countless golden branches had tightly wrapped around him. His body was actually unable to move at all. What is this? Sanggu cried out involuntarily in shock. Crash! The fog dispersed, and Fang Chen appeared in front of him. Damn it! Seeing this, Sanggu struggled desperately and even shouted for his eldest brother and second brother, but it was too late. The star-concealing sword of the supreme grade, Heaven Ascending Sword, was as hard as the body of a profound god expert. After devouring and pestering, the god-confining lock with a special attribute had reappeared. Once trapped, unless one was a profound god expert, it was impossible to break free. Ah! Feeling the pressure of the star-concealing sword, Sanggu screamed crazily. Die! Puchi! Fang Chen said softly. The star-concealing sword cut through the sky, and a stream of blood spurted out from Sanggu's throat. When the star-concealing sword returned to Fang Chen's hand, Sanggu's head fell to the ground. His primordial spirit was also annihilated. This was the power of a supreme-grade Heaven Ascending Sword. It could annihilate a martial artist's primordial spirit the moment it attacked. After killing Sanggu, Fang Chen's target was Zhang He. Crash! Fang Chen leaped and approached Zhang He. The latter immediately sensed it, and without any hesitation, he increased his speed to the extreme to avoid Fang Chen's pursuit. "Second brother, how are you?" Tsang Qing's shout came from afar. Unfortunately, Tsang He was focused on escaping and did not have time to answer him. "Second brother." Tsang Qing also felt that something was wrong. He roared and immediately rubbed the saber in his hand, using the blade of despair again. Crack! "I don't believe that I can't break your formation." Tsang Qing roared angrily, his face ferocious. He continuously executed the saber of despair, one saber strike after another. In the blink of an eye, he had executed dozens of saber strikes. A trace of instability finally appeared in the burning Heaven Nine Changes formation. Seeing this, Tsang Qing licked his dry lips and smiled sinisterly. He continued to increase his strength to attack the spirit array. "You want to leave?" Seeing Tsang He flee, Fang Qin sneered. Competing in speed with him? What a joke! As a space-time cultivator, he had studied the space-time Tao to an extremely high level. With just a thought, he could travel through time and space. Moreover, he had also cultivated a supreme grimoire, the time and space collapse technique. Although Fang Chen's cultivation base was at the middle stage of Earth opening realm, his speed was unrivaled among the pure heaven deities. Even some profound goddess at the profound heaven realm might not be able to catch up to Fang Chen. Competing with Fang Chen in speed. Wasn't that just showing off in front of an expert? "Boss, you're about to break the formation. You just need to hold on for a little longer." A thought flashed through the mind of the fleeing Tsang He. Bang! Just as he calmed down and was about to continue sprinting, he suddenly felt that he had crashed into something hard. With a bang, he flew out and fell to the ground. He hurriedly got up from the ground. Just as he was about to continue fleeing, he suddenly found Fang Chen walking over. Tsang He was stunned. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. "You!" Fang Chen looked at Tsang He with a smile. The hidden star sword in his hand flashed with a trace of light. It was very terrifying. Seeing this, Tsang He's face revealed a complicated expression. He was struggling in his heart. After a long time, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, "Fang Chen, you killed my brother. I, Tsang He, will not rest until you die." As soon as his voice fell, Tsang He did not retreat. Instead, he rushed toward Fang Chen. "Boss, run." At the same time, Tsang He roared loudly. He was fighting for an opportunity for his boss. Among the 5 brothers, the boss was the strongest. He was also the most likely to recover from his injuries and step into the profound God realm. As long as their boss escaped, they would have a chance to avenge their brothers. There's no chance. The hidden star sword slashed and Tsang He fell. "Second brother." Hearing his second brother's voice, Tsang Qing roared angrily. His heart was full of sorrow. However, he could no longer care so much. After using the blade of despair at a high intensity, some flaws had already appeared in the burning Heaven Nine Transformations formation. Open. At a certain moment, Tsang Qing suddenly slashed down. Suddenly, a formation base of the burning Sky Nine Changes formation was destroyed. Then, a gap appeared in the formation. "Get out." Without any hesitation, Tsang Qing stomped his foot and rushed toward the gap. In the formation, he was restricted too much and could not display his perfect combat strength. Therefore, he had to leave as soon as possible. "It's too late." Just as Tsang Qing took a step forward, a beam of sword light descended from the sky. Pucci! Tsang Qing's body was directly cut in two. His upper body fell outside the formation. A mist of blood spurted out. At the foot of Kanglin Mountain, many powerhouses on the Saint rankings were discussing when the battle would end. Suddenly, they saw the formation shake and a gap appear. They all exclaimed, "There's a gap in the formation. It should have been broken by the 5 tigers of Kanglin. I wonder how Fang Chen is doing." However, just as they finished speaking, they saw half a body fly out of the gap in the formation. That's Hishan, who was ranked 6th on the Saint rankings, rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the peak of Kanglin Mountain in disbelief. What he saw was half of Tsang Qing's body. Tsang Qing, it's actually Tsang Qing. Heavens, Fang Chen is too monstrous. He cut off half of Tsang Qing's body with one sword. From now on, he will be invincible among the gods. Many people were exclaiming. Only Hishan noticed that Tsang Qing's primordial spirit was collapsing. It only lasted for a moment before completely disappearing. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chen walked out of the burning sky, 9 changes formation. Crash! The formation disappeared, and Fang Chen put the formation model into his spatial ring, holding the hidden star, sword in his hand. He stood at the peak of Kanglin Mountain. The plains were in an uproar. Who would have thought that a martial artist at the middle stage of the Earth opening realm could kill all of the 5 tigers of Kanglin? This was simply a miracle. Even those peerless geniuses from 10,000 years ago couldn't reach such a height. A profound god powerhouse once said that although the 5 tigers of Kanglin would never be able to step into the profound god realm, their strength was infinitely close to the profound god realm. These 5 powerhouses who could fight against the profound god realm were killed just like that. One sword killed one person, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. It was too shocking. After this battle, the 5 tigers of Kanglin would no longer be on the saint rankings. Fang Chen. Suddenly, a deafening voice came from below. Everyone was shouting Fang Chen's name. Fang Chen had conquered them with his actions. Everyone respected Fang Chen and thought that he was worthy of being the strongest in the pure sky god realm. After this battle, Fang Chen's honor was too much. First on the saint rankings, the strongest in the pure sky god realm, fighting against the profound god realm. Every honor represented a hot-blooded legend. Putting away the 5 tigers of Kanglin's spatial rings, he took out the Azure Essence Pearl and the other 2 kings' inheritance tokens. Seeing this, the plains were silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. The 5 tigers of Kanglin are very strong. The 5 of them can fight against the profound god realm if they join forces. Unfortunately, they met me. Fang Chen said to himself, if it wasn't for the burning sky 9 changes formation and the hidden star sword, it would be impossible to kill all of the 5 tigers of Kanglin. This has saved me a lot of time. The Azure Essence Pearl and the King's Inheritance Token are both here. Fang Chen chuckled as he withdrew the cold aura from his body. Then Fang Chen looked up and said, everyone entered the Kanglin castle for Venerable Kanglin's inheritance. However, the inheritance of an expert has always been obtained by those who are capable. Now, the 12 Azure Essence Pearls and the 3 King's Inheritance Tokens are in my hands. I will personally open the place of Venerable Kanglin's inheritance. Anyone can enter the place of inheritance. As for whether or not you can obtain the inheritance, it will depend on your luck. Hearing Fang Chen's voice, everyone was excited. They thought that Fang Chen would monopolize Venerable Kanglin's inheritance. Who would have thought that he would make it public? In fact, this was a thought after careful consideration. If he killed everyone here, he would have to face the full force of the 11 first-rate forces when he went out. He was not afraid of the pure sky god, but the profound god was still a big threat to him. Chapter 2372. How bold! No wonder he is the new number 1 on the saint rankings. I can only look up to him. Ha ha ha, that's great. We all have a chance now that Reverend Kanglin's inheritance has been opened. Many people on the plains were praising Fang Chen. Of course, some of the top experts on the saint rankings shook their heads. Although Fang Chen had given them some hope, it was still very slim. The trip to Kanglin Castle is over. Hishan, who was originally number 6 on the saint rankings, shook his head and sighed. While everyone was talking, Fang Chen gathered the 12 ashen pearls together. Formation rise. With a low shout, the 12 ashen pearls revolved around Fang Chen and floated in the air. Every Ashen Yuan pearl exuded a completely different aura. The 12 auras blended together and formed a huge and vast formation. Whoosh! With Fang Chen's shout, a violent storm rose, and a formation with wind and sand as the core instantly spread out. The 12 Ashen Pearls formation? Fang Chen muttered to himself when he saw the formation. The 12 Ashen Pearls formation used the 12 Ashen Pearls as the foundation and the person who activated the formation as the core of the formation. It was a peerless formation. Fang Chen could feel that the power of the 12 Ashen Pearls formation was no weaker than the Burning 9 Changes formation. If the Burning 9 Changes formation can reach the peak of the 9 Changes, it might be able to resist the 12 Ashen Pearls formation. The moment the 12 Ashen Pearls formation appeared, the 12 Ashen Pearls returned to their original positions. At the same time, the formation rotated and the mountains roared and the seas roared. The entire Kanglin castle was undergoing changes. A violent storm rose and dust flew. Fang Chen was surprised to find that the 12 Ashen Pearls formation seemed to be shuttling through the void. Is it moving? Even with Fang Chen's superb attainments in the Tao of spacetime, he could barely feel it, let alone the others. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 12 Ashen Pearls formation pierced through the sky and crossed the Kanglin castle to arrive at a deserted plain. Dong! The 12 Ashen Pearls formation landed heavily on the ground and immediately woke everyone up. Where is this? Everyone was engulfed in the 12 Azure primordial array, and their hearts were filled with panic. Some people even guessed that Fang Chen was using the 12 Azure primordial formation to deal with them. However, their guesses were soon shattered by reality. Crack! After the 12 urns primordial array brought them to this desolate plain, it instantly collapsed. Hoo! The aura of the array Tao swept up the 12 archaic essence pearls and spun them in the void. Its speed became faster and faster. In the end, even Fang Chen's divine sense could not capture its trajectory. Dong! Finally, with a rumbling sound, the array Tao aura entered the Archean origin pearl. At that moment, the 12 Ashen Yuan pearls suddenly gathered together and turned into a key. Is this the key to Venerable Kanglin's land of legacy? Fang Chen said softly. He stretched out his hand and the key fell into his palm. Whoa! Just as Fang Chen grasped the key, the weather suddenly changed. Cracks appeared on the ground as a black palace rose from the ground. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. The entire ground shook. In the blink of an eye, the black palace stood in front of everyone. That's Kanglin Palace. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on the Kanglin Palace. Their hearts were filled with shock and excitement. Those who had guessed that Fang Chen had ulterior motives lowered their heads in shame. Is this the Kanglin Palace? Fang Chen said softly. Venerable Kanglin's land of legacy had appeared after gathering the 12 Ashen Yuan pearls and setting up the 12 Azure primordial array. All of this was set up before Venerable Kanglin's death. It's a pity that the Ashen Yuan pearls have been refined into this key. Fang Chen felt a little helpless. If he could take the 12 Ashen Yuan pearls for himself, the 12 Azure primordial array would be able to trap Xianxin temporarily. At that time, even if he faced Xianxin, he would be able to escape unscathed. But now, his gaze fell on the Kanglin Palace. Brother Fang, the ancient legends of the Kanglin district have mentioned the Kanglin Palace before. At some point in time, Hishan had walked up to Fang Chen and said softly, of all the people present, only Hishan was qualified to speak to Fang Chen. Oh! The Kanglin Palace is Venerable Kanglin's land of legacy. It is said that there is a Xian-Xin demonic beast guarding it. Hishan's words shocked everyone. How is that possible? Yeah, rumors can't be trusted. If there really is a Xian-Xin demonic beast guarding it, aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths? That's impossible. Many people shook their heads. not believing Hishan's words. Only Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at Hishan curiously. Continue. Fong Chen nodded. Seeing this, Hishan continued. I also heard from the elders of my sect that 10,000 years ago, a group of peerless geniuses appeared. They were known as the strongest geniuses of all time. That group of geniuses formed a team and entered the Kanglin Castle. They opened the Kanglin Palace, but all of them died in the end. According to the fragmented images sent back by the last person, many Xian-Shin demonic beasts in the Kanglin district analyzed it countless times and finally concluded that there is a Xian-Shin demonic beast guarding the Kanglin Palace. However what? Fong Chen asked. However, because this Xian-Shin demonic beast guarded the Kanglin Palace for a long time, it couldn't absorb the origin energy, and its cultivation couldn't increase. Therefore, its cultivation remained stagnant and even regressed, Hishan said. Fong Chen glanced at Hishan and said, You mean that we can open the Kanglin Palace? Hishan chuckled and said, With Brother Fong's strength, as long as that Xian-Shin demonic beast isn't at its peak, it won't be able to do anything to you. If Brother Fong doesn't mind, I'm willing to help Brother Fong. Fong Chen understood, and his gaze fell on the Kanglin Palace. A Xian-Shin demonic beast. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. I wonder if the Beastmaster Pagoda can suppress it. With this thought in mind, Brother Fong became restless and prepared to open Kanglin Palace. If the Beastmaster Pagoda could suppress this Xian-Shin demonic beast, that would be great. Even if the Beastmaster Pagoda couldn't suppress it, with his strength he should be able to escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Fong Chen walked step by step towards the Kanglin Palace. Seeing this, some warriors who were afraid of death quickly retreated, afraid that Hishan's words were true. As for Hishan, the current second on the saint rankings, he followed behind Fong Chen. He had already made up his mind to befriend Fong Chen. This was an excellent opportunity. If he could get Fong Chen's approval, that would be great. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen arrived in front of the Kanglin Palace. There was a keyhole in the huge palace. Looking at the key in his hand, it was exactly the same as the keyhole. As expected, Fong Chen raised his hand and gently inserted the key into the keyhole. Crack! A crisp sound came from the keyhole. Then, the gates of the palace creaked open. Buzz! A violent black aura instantly spread out. Then, a claw hidden in the black shadow whizzed out. Fong Chen sensed the black claws approaching. With a flash of his body, he dodged. Behind him, Hishan threw out a punch to block the black claw. With a bang, his body was sent flying. Ah! Miserable screams came from the crowd. Some of the warriors who were close to the Kanglin Palace were drowned by the black aura and died instantly. After the black claw attacked, it quickly retreated into the Kanglin Palace. When the black aura dissipated, Fong Chen turned his head and saw that the warriors lying in a pool of blood had their necks ripped open by the sharp claw. They had died instantly. What sharp claws! To be able to kill so many Saint Realm warriors in one strike, the rumors should be true. It must be the profound God Realm Beast. Fong Chen thought to himself. However, looking at its wounds, it seems that its attacks aren't as terrifying as the rumors say. Could it be that Hishan was telling the truth? That its cultivation had regressed instead of advancing, and was about to fall out of the profound God realm? Based on its wounds, Fong Chen judged that the beast's cultivation had most likely fallen to the early profound heaven realm. Moreover, it seemed that it couldn't leave the Kanglin Palace. It could only use the palace's power to kill the warriors. Thinking of this, Fong Chen smiled. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2373. Hishan and Fong Chen looked at each other. A hint of joy flashed across their eyes. He had just taken a hit from the black claw, so he felt it even more. This demon beast's cultivation base was dropping. Its chi and blood were in tatters. In less than 100 years, it would fall out of the profound God level. This way, Hishan was even more confident. "Brother Fong, I can buy you a minute," Hishan walked up and said. Many powerhouses on the Saint rankings did not dare to get close. They watched quietly from afar. "All right, let's charge in together." Fong Qin nodded at Hishan, then charged into Kenglin Palace. Roar! As soon as he entered, he heard the deafening roar of a beast. Then a black aura filled the air. The profound heaven realm demon beast attacked again. Formation come. Fong Qin quickly took out the formation model and set up the burning Heaven 9 change formation. "Held me by time." Fong Qin pulled Hishan into the formation. At the same time, he controlled the formation so that it would not attack Hishan. Seeing this, Hishan suppressed the shock in his heart and fought fiercely with the demon beast. With the help of the burning Heaven 9 change formation, Hishan could easily circle around the demon beast. At the same time, Fong Qin quickly took out the beast taming pagoda. A palm-sized pagoda landed in his palm. Fong Qin used his mind to control the beast taming pagoda, but the latter did not move. Fong Qin's expression darkened. "Is it really unusable?" "Master, with your current strength, you can't control the beast taming pagoda," the weapon spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail suddenly said. "Do you have a way?" Fong Qin asked. He knew that the weapon spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail would not speak under normal circumstances. Once it spoke, it meant that it had a way. As expected, the weapon spirit had a way. "I can use my own strength to open a corner." "Master, as long as you can force the demon beast within a meter of the beast taming pagoda, it can be sucked into the pagoda," the weapon spirit said. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded. "All right, you can control the beast taming pagoda." While the weapon spirit controlled the beast taming pagoda, Fong Qin came to Hishan's side. At this moment, Hishan was in a slightly sorry state. In front of him was a huge, black, demonic beast. This demonic beast had 3 eyes, and its entire body was black like a bear. "This is the 3-eyed Bear King." Fong Qin was secretly delighted. The 3-eyed Bear King was a top expert among the demonic beasts. If he could suppress it, it would be a great help to him when he gained control of the beast pagoda. Roar! After the 3-eyed Bear King sent, he shone, flying with a swipe of its claws. It charged towards Fong Qin. Whoosh! The star-hidden sword fiercely stabbed out and directly pierced the sharp claws of the 3-eyed Bear King. The 3-eyed Bear King was too confident in its defense, so much so that it was easily pierced through by the hidden star sword. A miserable cry came out of the 3-eyed Bear King's mouth. His face was ferocious as his 3rd eye opened. "We can't let him open his 3rd eye," Hishan exclaimed. Fong Qin's expression was solemn. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and approached the 3-eyed Bear King. Executing the 6th move of the Azura sword skill, a dazzling sword light accompanied by a powerful Azura sword chi pierced towards the 3-eyed Bear King's 3rd eye. Bang! The 3-eyed Bear King also felt a trace of danger, and it stretched out its claws to block the attack. Taking the 6th move of the Azura sword skill head-on caused the 3-eyed Bear King's body to continuously retreat. Again, taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Qin consecutively brandished his sword dozens of times, and every strike was extremely powerful. In the distance, Hishan stood on the same spot in a daze. Too strong. He originally thought that Fong Qin had already used his trump card to deal with the 5 tigers of Kenglin. Who would have thought that he was actually hiding his true strength? Going head-on against the profound god? Hishan was shocked. He felt like he was witnessing a miracle. Boom! After being bombarded by Fong Qin's continuous attacks, the 3-eyed Bear King could not resist for a while, and its body kept retreating. On the other hand, Fong Qin relied on the Burning Sky 9 changes formation to force the 3-eyed Bear King back. "Master, hurry up," the mysterious heaven cone nail's weapon spirit urged. He forcefully opened the beast pagoda, and he could not waste too much time. Roar! The three-eyed Bear King, who was enraged by Feng Chen, roared into the sky, and a black aura appeared around its body. After blocking Feng Chen's sword light, it finally opened its third eye. I'm going to kill you. The three-eyed Bear King spoke in human language. Its third eye opened, and a beam of light was about to shoot out. I'll smash it. At this moment, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit could not care less. It flew out and smashed into the three-eyed Bear King's third eye. Dong! The three-eyed Bear King's body was directly sent flying, and it fell to the ground. Feng Chen was also stunned for a moment, and then he put away the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail. Buzz! The Beast Pagoda emitted a faint green light that enveloped the three-eyed Bear King. The latter's eyes were filled with fear, and it kept struggling. But in the end, it could not resist the attraction of the Beast Pagoda. When the faint green light disappeared, the three-eyed Bear King was already suppressed in the Beast Pagoda. The Beast Pagoda regained its calm and kept shrinking, falling into Feng Chen's palm. It's that simple? Feng Chen was stunned, and he muttered, Master, you've underestimated the power of the Beast Pagoda. If you've reached the mysterious Heaven Realm, I won't even have to do anything. You can suck this stupid bear into the Beast Pagoda with just a thought, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit said. The three-eyed Bear King was smashed by me, and its combat power decreased sharply. It can't resist the attraction of the Beast Pagoda at all. Hearing this, Feng Chen nodded. Actually, it was a bit of a trick to keep the three-eyed Bear King. The three-eyed Bear King had been guarding the Kanglin Palace for countless years, and it could not absorb the origin energy between heaven and earth, so its cultivation level declined instead of improving. Now, it had fallen to the early stage of the mysterious Heaven Realm. It encountered a freak like Feng Chen with the supreme-grade heaven-soaring level star concealing sword, the burning Heaven Nine Changes formation, and most importantly, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail. How could it resist? It's a pity that I can't control the Beast Pagoda now. Otherwise, with this stupid bear as a fighter, I wouldn't be afraid even if I met a profound god. Feng Chen said helplessly. In the distance, Hishan was already numb. When he saw the three-eyed Bear King disappear, Hishan's heart trembled. Brother Feng, did you kill the three-eyed Bear King? Hishan asked. Feng Chen smiled and said, You can say that. Hishan's heart was in a perilous situation. He even killed the mysterious Heaven Realm, three-eyed Bear King. The way Hishan looked at Feng Chen was filled with respect and awe. Dong dong dong. After the three-eyed Bear King was sucked into the Beast Pagoda, the sound of bells rang out from the Kanglin Palace. The three Dharmaraja tokens flew out of his spatial ring uncontrollably. Whoosh! The Dharmaraja tokens shot out a dazzling light in midair, illuminating the entire palace. Then, the three Dharmaraja medallions quickly gathered together, forming four bold and powerful words. Looking at the ground, Feng Chen felt his heart beat faster. Venerable Kanglin? The four words on the ground were Venerable Kanglin's name. When the four words appeared, it meant that Venerable Kanglin's inheritance had appeared. The holder of the tokens can obtain my inheritance. A bell rang, followed by an old voice that shook people's hearts. Feng Chen's feet uncontrollably walked over to venerate Kanglin's name. Whoosh! The Dharmaraja tokens disappeared, and so did the four words on the ground and Feng Chen. The rest of you may enter the palace to search for opportunities. The old voice rang out of the Kanglin Palace. Immediately, countless martial artists who were waiting in anticipation cheered and laughed excitedly. They rushed into the Kanglin Palace without hesitation. In the Kanglin district, undercurrents were surging. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect had risen too quickly. With Zhen Yuanzi's protection, they were now a threat to the major factions. The major factions, led by the Jin clan, could no longer sit still. In the Jin clan's manner, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect has risen too quickly. They must have obtained the inheritance in the Shadow Moon Valley. As long as we flatten them, we can seize the inheritance, the Jean clan patriarch said as he looked around. The Blackworld sect, Blackcliff sect, and other factions were present. I agree with Patriarch Jean, the Blackworld sect patriarch said. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect used to be strong, but after the death of their ancestor, they've fallen into decline. They're even worse than a third-rate sect. In just 3 years, they've grown so quickly. We can't let them continue to grow. That's right. It's not just us. The other factions must have their eyes on the Shadow Moon Immortal sect as well. However, we must strike first and seize the inheritance. The Blackcliff sect patriarch nodded. When the Jean family patriarch heard this, he gently tapped the stone table with a thoughtful expression on his face. Chapter 2374 Fonglan Castle. This was the first time in countless years that someone had gathered all 3 Demon King's inheritance tokens since the appearance of Kanglan Castle. Fong Chen, on the other hand, had become the lucky one to receive Venerable Kanglan's inheritance. It was dark all around. Looking up, one could only see the endless starry sky. Fong Chen sat cross-legged in the void. His heart trembled as a vast amount of information flooded his mind. Venerate Kanglan. Fong Chen's eyes were burning. He was fully focused on observing the information in his mind. Venerate Kanglan was an expert of the current era. The Kanglan cloud palm he created was extremely powerful and intimidated many experts. That was because there were many experts in the profound God realm. Therefore, it was different from the pure sky God realm. The pure sky God realm had 3 realms, while the profound God realm had 6. The profound heaven realm, profound chi realm, profound star realm, profound light realm, profound truth realm, and profound God realm. To be able to be called a venerable ranker, that was the peak of the legendary profound God level. That's right, Venerate Kanglan was a true profound God realm expert. His strength was unparalleled even in the starry sky. Jian Wuji of the Wuji Sword sect was a profound Qi realm expert. Back then, he was unreachable in Fong Chen's eyes. Now he felt like he was nothing. As for the creator of the demonic dragon body tempering art, Saint Draconic Demon, he was a profound star realm expert. Ancestor Xing, he was also a profound star realm expert, but he was slightly stronger than Saint Draconic Demon. Saint Draconic Demon, who had died in Demon City, was a profound light realm expert. He was much stronger than Ancestor Xing He. The creator of the Shura sword Dao, the demonic sword Venerate, was a profound truth realm expert. Venerate Soldier Wu was an invincible existence in the profound God realm. Some people even said that he could fight against existences that surpassed the profound God realm. According to the records of Venerate Kanglan's inheritance, his strength should be second only to Venerate Soldier Wu. After all, Venerate Soldier Wu's Tao of weapon control was extremely powerful. Venerate Kanglan was slightly weaker. Even so, he was still a Venerate. The first message was a brief introduction of Venerable Kanglan's life. After a few minutes of reading, the next step was to introduce the cloud butterfly hands. Fong Chen exclaimed softly. Why was this blue orchid cloud butterfly hand so familiar? Suddenly, Fong Chen recalled the shocking scene he saw when he came into contact with that pair of footprints on Mount Kanglan. Reverend Kanglan used the cloud palm of Kanglan against the lich staff. In Fong Chen's mind, he once again recalled the battle from before. This was especially true for Venerable Kanglan's cloud butterfly palm. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. Voila! He closed his eyes and began to cultivate the cloud palm of blue orchid. Memories flashed through Fong Chen's mind, and he quickly grasped some of the basic techniques of the blue orchid butterfly cloud hand. Inside Kanglan Palace, countless warriors were frantically searching for opportunities. A storm of blood was about to descend. Half a year later, the warriors who managed to walk out of Kanglan Palace alive were ecstatic. Kanglan Palace had been like a devil's hell for the past 6 months. They didn't want to think about the unbearable past. Phew! Even He-Shan, who was ranked second on the Saint rankings, had a smile on his face. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the joint attack of so many experts on the Saint ranking. He had been seriously injured several times in the past 6 months, but he had managed to survive. I wonder how Brother Fong is doing. He knew Fong Chen's strength very well. Even the three-eyed Bear King, who was in the initial stage of the profound heaven realm, was no match for him, let alone others. He-Shan even had a strong premonition that Fong Chen might already have the strength to rival and profound god expert when he walked out of Kanglan Palace. In half a year, Fong Chen had basically mastered the cloud palm of Blue Orchid. Within the dark void, his mind moved and his hands formed a complicated seal. Voila! In the dark void, palm prints that blotted out the sky and covered the earth appeared, causing the void to shatter. The cloud palm of Blue Orchid focuses on the moment it is released. Fong Chen said to himself, there were 3 levels to the cloud palm of Blue Orchid, and he had only mastered the first level. Every time he thought of Venerable Songlan's terrifying palm strike against the Lich staff, his heart trembled uncontrollably. Huff! I didn't expect my cultivation to break through while I was practicing the cloud palm of Blue Orchid. Fong Chen grinned. His cultivation had reached the advanced stage of the earth-splitting realm. He stretched his body, and with a thought, the Beastmaster Pagoda appeared in his palm. I wonder if I can control the Beastmaster Pagoda now. Fong Chen said softly as a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. Buzz! Fong Chen's palm was filled with a vast amount of energy. He held the Beastmaster Pagoda in his hand, and a violent energy was injected into the Beastmaster Pagoda. Dong! 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 A loud sound came from the Beastmaster Pagoda. After a long time, Fong Chen sighed and gave up. Master, it's not impossible for you to control the Beastmaster Pagoda with your current strength, the artifact spirit said suddenly. Oh, do you have any ideas? Fong Chen asked hurriedly. He had killed many disciples of the first-rate sect in Kanglan Castle. If he left Kanglan Castle, he would be threatened by the profound God Realm experts. If he could control the Beastmaster Pagoda, the Three-Eyed Bear King would be able to protect him. You can't control the Beastmaster Pagoda because your primordial spirit isn't strong enough. The artifact spirit said, the Beastmaster Pagoda is based on the power of the Soul Dao. If you have enough Soul Dao power to support it, controlling it will be easy. Soul Dao power? Fong Chen was stunned. His primordial spirit had already reached the 7th origin stage. It was too difficult to improve it. There's something in your Summer ring that can improve your primordial spirit. The artifact spirit said. What is it? A lavender petal. The artifact spirit said. Fong Chen's mind moved and the lavender petal appeared in his palm. You recognize it? This lavender petal has an extraordinary origin. Even heaven ascending level alchemists would be envious of it. People call it the purple flame exquisite flower. The artifact spirit said. What? It's the purple flame exquisite flower? Fong Chen was shocked. He never dreamed that he would have the purple flame exquisite flower in his summer ring. He got it from ancestor Pu Xian's summer ring. He didn't recognize it at that time. He only felt that the lavender petal was extraordinary. He didn't expect it to be the purple flame exquisite flower. As an alchemist, Fong Chen naturally knew about the magical effects of the purple flame exquisite flower. It was comparable to the likes of Heijinjin. If the experts of the outside world knew about it, they would definitely come to snatch it. Everyone thinks that the purple flame exquisite flower is a treasure for refining elixirs. They don't know that it can enhance the strength of the primordial spirit. The artifact spirit was knowledgeable and knew some of the secrets of the purple flame exquisite flower. This purple flame exquisite flower hasn't fully matured yet, so it only has 7 petals. Master, you only need 3 petals to raise your cultivation to the 8 yuan stage. The artifact spirit continued. What should I do? Feng Chen asked. Just swallow the petals of the amethyst exquisite flower. The artifact spirit said, Master's body is very strong, comparable to the body of a profound god. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the overbearing flames of the purple flame exquisite flower. Okay. Feng Chen nodded and sat down cross-legged. He gently plucked 3 petals and swallowed them. Buzz! As soon as the petals entered his mouth, the hot flames roared. It's so hot! Feng Chen exclaimed and immersed himself in his cultivation. Whoosh! Just as Feng Chen cried out in alarm as the purple flames were destroying his body, a miraculous scene happened. The 3 petals actually entered his mind on their own and wrapped around the 7 golden men. Seeing this, Feng Chen was completely dumbfounded. Is the purple flame exquisite flower so magical? Hiss! Soon, the purple flame exquisite flower was on the right track and was enhancing the strength of Feng Chen's primordial spirit. The 7 golden men moved continuously and released a powerful soul Dao aura. The soul Dao aura was condensing into the 8th golden man. 6 hours later, the 8th golden man was successfully condensed. Feng Chen's primordial spirit had reached the 8 yuan stage. Is this the 8 yuan stage? Feng Chen muttered to himself. He felt the soul Dao aura in his mind surging. Chapter 2375. After the surprise, Feng Chen's heart gradually calmed down. He had seen all kinds of incredible things in the past few years in Kanglin Castle. He also gradually learned about the various methods of abstruse god experts. Although the magical effects of the purple flame exquisite flower shocked him, he quickly calmed down. What he was really excited about was whether he could control the beast pagoda after his primordial spirit reached the 8th realm. Master, release your consciousness and envelop the beast pagoda. When the beast pagoda opens, drip a drop of essence blood in, the weapon spirit reminded him. Feng Chen nodded and carefully released his powerful consciousness to envelop the beast pagoda. Buzz! When the beast pagoda felt the soul path energy enveloping it, it underwent a huge change. From the initial struggle to the absorption of the soul path energy. Creak! After a while, an emerald green light appeared on the first level of the beast pagoda. This is it. Feng Chen took the opportunity and opened his mouth. A drop of essence, blood, quickly shot out and dripped into the emerald green light. Buzz! The beast pagoda kept struggling, as if it was trying to break free from Feng Chen's control. Crack! The emerald green light outside the beast pagoda gradually disappeared. Finally, the beast pagoda returned to normal. Did I fail? Seeing this, Feng Chen's face darkened as he muttered to himself. I was too naive. How could a powerful treasure like the beast pagoda be so easy to control? Feng Chen shook his head and muttered to himself. Then he was about to put the beast pagoda into his sumer ring. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change in the peaceful beast taming tower. Dong! The beast pagoda shook. Feng Chen's body also trembled slightly. Then, Feng Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the beast pagoda. How could this be? I feel that I have a weak connection with the beast pagoda. Thinking of this, Feng Chen was ecstatic. Did I succeed? Feng Chen shouted excitedly as he tried to control the beast pagoda. Creak! The first level of the beast pagoda suddenly opened. Feng Chen's divine sense entered directly. In the spacious first floor of the beast pagoda, there was only a huge black, 3-eyed bear king lying on the ground. Inside the beast tower, Feng Chen's face was full of excitement. He saw the 3-eyed bear king at a glance. Why is there a circle of green light above the 3-eyed bear king's head? Feng Chen was a little confused, but he soon understood. When his consciousness entered the beast pagoda, Streams of information entered his mind. Among them was an introduction to the emerald green light. The beast-taming pagoda was a miraculous object that could absorb all demonic beasts. This emerald green light was a kind of contract. When the demon beast was sucked into the beast tower, it had already signed contract with the beast tower. They would never betray the master of the beast pagoda, unless the beast pagoda was shattered and the master's soul was destroyed. I see. Fang Chin clenched his fists, his eyes burning. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the beast pagoda was an ancient treasure. Master. The sleeping three-eyed bear king was awakened by Fang Chin. It raised its head and called out to Fang Chin. Fang Chin nodded with satisfaction and said, "Are you the only one on the first floor?" "Master, I'm the only one on the first floor of the beast pagoda. But I can feel that there should be other demonic beasts on the second and third floors." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart stirred. There were a total of 7 floors in the beast pagoda. Each floor represented a realm. The first floor could suppress mystic heaven realm demonic beasts. The second floor could suppress mystic chi realm demonic beasts, and so on. According to the three-eyed bear king, there were still living demonic beasts on the second and third floors. Didn't this mean that if he opened the second floor, he would have mystic chi realm demonic beasts as servants? If he opened the third floor, there would be mystic star realm demonic beasts for him to command? Thinking of this, Fang Chin couldn't help but laugh. However, he soon realized something. It was already so difficult to open the first floor. How difficult would it be to open the second floor? Forget it. Let's not think about this. Let's take it one step at a time, Fang Chin said. Then he looked at the three-eyed bear king and said, "Cultivate well here. When I need you, I will summon you." "I'm willing to serve you, master." The powerful and insufferably arrogant three-eyed bear king was tamed by Fang Chin. This was the strength of the beast pagoda. After coming out of the beast pagoda, Fang Chin was very happy. With the three-eyed bear king in the beast pagoda, he could even fight a mystic heaven realm mystic god. It's time to go out. Looking up at the void, the surrounding dark void was constantly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chin returned to the Kanglin Palace. The ground was mottled with blood, and countless corpses were lying in pools of blood. Fang Chin frowned. He could imagine how fierce the struggle in the Kanglin Palace had been in the past 6 months. Whoosh! Walking out of the Kanglin Palace, he immediately felt countless burning eyes looking at him. He's out. He's really out. Did he get Venerable Kanglin's inheritance? Amazing. From now on, it's no longer a dream for an earthly expansion realm cultivator to fight a mystic god. Many of the surviving martial artists were extremely excited. He-Shan hurried to Fang Chin and cupped his fists. "Congratulations, Brother Fang. You've obtained Venerable Kanglin's inheritance." Seeing He-Shan, Fang Chin nodded slightly. He-Shan had also contributed a lot to him being able to tame the three-eyed bear king. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light entered He-Shan's mind. The latter wanted to dodge, but after sensing the information in the light, he was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Fang. If you need me in the future, just say the word. I'll do anything for you." He-Shan cupped his fists. "It's fine. You deserve it," Fang Chin said. He had only given He-Shan some of Venerable Kanglin's other inheritances. To him, it wasn't important at all. If he gave it to He-Shan, he could buy people's hearts and befriend the faction behind He-Shan. So why not? Fang Chen's gaze swept across everyone and finally landed on Yu Manla's group. "Fairy, your strength has improved again," Fang Chen said with a smile. Fairy Yu Hua was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Then, a helpless look appeared on her face. Her red lips parted slightly. "I don't dare to compare myself with the top genius on the Saint rankings." Many of Yu Manla's experts were secretly delighted when they saw this. It seemed like Fairy Yu Hua had a good relationship with Fang Chen. They had a chance to rope him in. After exchanging a few words with Fairy Yu Hua, Fang Chen waved his hand and said, Everyone, the trip to Kanglin Castle is over. It's time to leave. As soon as Fong Qin finished speaking, Kanglin Castle suddenly shook. In the next moment, a void gate appeared in the sky. Countless cultivators rushed into the void gate. The Jean family had joined forces with the Black Cliff sect and the Black World sect to attack the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Esteemed Purple Moon, is this how you treat your guests? The Jean family's patriarch said coldly. Beside him, the Black Cliff sect master and the Black World sect master released their powerful aura at the same time to pressure Esteemed Purple Moon. Let's go in. Esteemed Purple Moon thought for a moment and invited everyone to the meeting hall. Along the way, the Jean family's patriarch and the other two looked around and secretly checked on the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. It was rumored that there was a peerless expert secretly protecting the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. Many profound Heaven Realm cultivators came to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, but failed to gain any benefits. What a strange array. It seems that the rumors are true. The Jean family's patriarch thought to himself. In the meeting hall, may I know why the three of you have come to my Shadow Moon Immortal sect? Esteemed Purple Moon asked straightforwardly. Esteemed Purple Moon, we heard that the Shadow Moon Immortal sect is developing rapidly. Our three great sects have brought many elders to spar with you, the Black World sect master said. That's right. This time, the profound Heaven Realm elders will be the main participants, the Black Cliff sect master said with a smile. Esteemed Purple Moon's face turned solemn. Although the Shadow Moon Immortal sect had developed rapidly in the past few years, the number of profound Heaven Realm cultivators they had was still very small. It was not comparable to the three great sects. The three of you, what's the point of just competing with profound Heaven Realm cultivators? For example, let's have God Hun Tian exchange pointers. After all, God Hun Tian is the base of our sects, Esteemed Purple Moon said with a smile. All right, we'll do as you say. All right, 9 saints and 3 profound Heaven Realm cultivators. How boring is it to compete like this? Why don't we make a bet? The three of them looked at Esteemed Purple Moon playfully.